I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Tallahassee City Commission. It is March 26 at 3:01 in the afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will please stand for the invocation. It's my honor and privilege to invite Pastor Jennifer Kopax, Pastor Jen from Grace Lutheran Church, who will provide our invocation. Pastor, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for letting me be here. Let us pray. Holy One, as we gather here today, we give thanks for all the blessings of life. We also give thanks for these people gathered here who have been elected to serve our community and for their willingness to answer that call. We ask that you would equip them for this work, that they would seek to be wise and compassionate leaders, and that they would be moved to work for justice, equity, and mutual understanding. Help them to listen to one another even when they do not agree. Give them what they need to discern the needs of the people they serve, and fill them with the patience and humility to work together for the benefit of our community. All these things we pray in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have a packed house today with a full agenda, including a public hearing at 6 o'clock. Mr. Manager, do we have any agenda modifications?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, want to walk us through?
Yes, sir. We've had a number of attachments that have been added to item 1201 that relates to Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare Governing Restructure Proposal.
Got it.
As well as presentations have been added in items 5.03 and 5.04.
Got it.
And then finally, item 8.01 has been renumbered to pulled. It's been pulled from consent and renumbered to item 9.01. That's all the modifications.
All right, colleagues, any questions about the modifications? All right, all good. We have 4 presentations. Colleagues, if you would like to join me down at the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start this meeting off right with 4 proclamations. And the first proclamation, I would like to ask Mayor Pro Tem Diane Williams-Cox to please come present on behalf of Women's History Month. I know we have representatives from the Oasis Center and the Commission on the Status of Women and Girls that are here to receive the proclamation. And if you'll come, please join us as well. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. And as they come, why don't we just ask all ladies to stand, all women, stand. We stand united. How about the honorary? That's right, and the honorary sister girl, yeah. You too. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have a proclamation from the governing body of the City of Tallahassee, a proclamation. Whereas throughout history, extraordinary women of every race, class, and ethnic background has made significant contributions to the growth and strength of our city, state, and nation in countless ways. And whereas through leadership, innovation, and ingenuity, generations of women have played and continue to play critical economic, cultural, and social roles as a significant portion of the labor force working outside and inside the home. And whereas, whether serving in elected positions across America, leading groundbreaking civil rights movements, venturing into unknown frontiers, or programming revolutionary technologies, generations of women that knew their gender was no obstacle to what they could accomplish have long stirred new ideas and opened new doors, having a profound and positive impact on our city. And whereas, despite their contributions, the role of women in history has been consistently overlooked and undervalued in literature, education, and culture. And whereas we honor and celebrate countless pioneering women and their victories, and commit to working with them to build a society where our daughters have the same possibilities as our sons. And whereas the Oasis Center for Women and Girls, the Tallahassee-Leon County Commission on the Status of Women and Girls, and many other organizations work locally to make the invisible history of women and girls visible. And whereas this year, in honor of all women who have worked to make our city great, we recognize the contributions of Kathleen Am, Nikki Clark, Talithia Edwards, Corinne Jones-Wilson, Carla Reed, Katrina Tuggerson, the Val Kreitz, I think I said that right, and Hassani Ulugati. Now, therefore, I, John E. Daly, by the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Tallahassee, do hereby recognize March as Women's History Month and March 8th as International Women's Day. In witness whereof, I have therefore set my hand and caused the seal of the city to be affixed. Congratulations, women.
Thank you all for coming for Women's History Month. I know that's why you're all here, and we're so excited to have you. I know some of you are here from my hospital, and I'm with you as former chairman of TMH. I am here today, standing here as president of the board of directors of the Oasis Center for Women and Girls, and I'd like to thank the City Commission for giving us this proclamation. Today, more than ever, we need to recognize that there are some trying to erase our history and trying to ignore the contributions of women throughout our history, and we can't let that happen. It should not only be taught, it should actually be celebrated. And the main reason I think we should celebrate it is because our girls are watching us. They're watching all of us, and they're watching our leaders. And if we want to help our girls succeed, we need to let them know that they matter and what they do matters, and that they're an important part of our community. So thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having us here today. My name is Dr. Adela Gadimi, and I have the privilege of serving as the chair of the Tallahassee-Leon County Commission on the Status of Women and Girls. And as chair of the CSWG, I'm honored to lead this dynamic group of women who work to positively impact the lives of women and girls in our community. Investing in women and girls isn't just the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do. As research shows, when we empower women, entire communities and economies flourish. So during Women's History Month, we reflect on how far we've come, while we acknowledge there is still a lot of progress to be made. And to all the women that came before us, we owe our deepest gratitude. Because of them, we're here today, leading and shaping the future. Their sacrifices, their courage, and unwavering commitment to justice laid the foundation for progress, and we are going to carry their legacy forward. Alongside my fellow CSWG commissioners, the Oasis staff, and our dedicated elected officials, we are honored to work together to continue to build a thriving community here in Tallahassee for all women and girls. So thank you, and happy Women's History Month.
Let's try to, everybody. Thank you all. Thank you all so much. Thank you. For our second presentation today, upon his request, I'm going to ask the Dean of the City Commission, Commissioner Curtis Richardson, to provide the proclamation on behalf of Multiple Sclerosis Awareness Month. And I know that there are members of the Multiple Sclerosis group that are here to accept the proclamation. If you will come join us, thank you so very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. It is certainly indeed my pleasure to present this proclamation on behalf of the Mayor and the City Commission designating the month of March as Multiple Sclerosis Awareness Month. Typically, when we were meeting twice a month, we would do this at the beginning of the month, of course, but now is the appropriate time. We were fortunate to have had the MS Walk recently, which was a tremendous success, and we look forward to its growth and continued success. So with that, I'll read the proclamation. Whereas multiple sclerosis is a neurological disease of the central nervous system affecting nearly 1 million people in the United States alone. And whereas multiple sclerosis generally strikes people in the prime of life between ages 20 through 50, and the cause and course of the often debilitating symptoms of MS remain unknown and no cure currently exists. And whereas the National Multiple Sclerosis Society is committed to a world free of MS, heightening public knowledge about and insight into the disease. And whereas together we have transformed what it means to live with MS and provided global leadership to help achieve our vision of a world free of MS. Whereas since 1946, the National Multiple Sclerosis Society has been a driving force in MS research, relentlessly pursuing prevention, treatments, and a cure, and has invested more than $1 billion, that's billion with a B, y'all, in groundbreaking research. And whereas funds raised through the National Multiple Sclerosis Society fuel research on pathways to MS cures and invest in the MS research workforce at the best medical centers, universities, and other institutions throughout the U.S. and abroad, leading to many breakthroughs in the treatment of this disease. Whereas the mission of the National Multiple Sclerosis Society is to cure MS while empowering people affected by MS to live their best lives, and one that all Americans and Floridians should support. And whereas the City of Tallahassee, Florida, recognizes the importance of finding the cause and cure of MS and expresses its appreciation for the dedication that the National Multiple Sclerosis Society North Florida chapter and the Tallahassee MS Group has shown towards creating a world free of multiple sclerosis. Now, therefore, and this is on behalf of the mayor, I, John E. Daly, by the authority vested in me as mayor of the City of Tallahassee, do recognize March as National Multiple Sclerosis Month in the City of Tallahassee, urge all citizens to support the National Multiple Sclerosis Society, and encourage Tallahassee residents with MS and their families. In witness whereof, it's been signed by the mayor, John E. Daly, on this date, March 26, 2025. And with that, before I present it, I'd like to give a shout out to a very good friend of mine who brought this issue to me several years ago, Ashley Peterman, who couldn't be here. Ashley suffers from multiple sclerosis, and I just wanted to give her that recognition. Thank you all so much for the good work that you do.
Pull out my notes here. So thank you, Commissioner Richardson, for your continued support and the entire City Commission for this proclamation recognizing March as MS Awareness Month. This is more than just a declaration. It is a powerful reminder that we are seen, heard, and supported in our fight against multiple sclerosis. As many of you know, or hopefully, as Commissioner Richardson just mentioned, we hosted a Tallahassee Big Bend Walk Your Way event at the North Florida Fairgrounds that was solely organized and funded by our volunteers in the Tallahassee MS Group, where the more than 500 warriors living with MS in the Big Bend were able to come together, to fundraise and show that we are stronger together. And we are grateful and thankful for the over 100 volunteers, sponsors, vendors, and participants that celebrated with us. The energy, resilience, and sense of unity of that walk event proved that we are taking a step to bring more awareness and visibility to MS in the community. But awareness enough is not alone. We would love to turn this recognition into action, bringing critical funding and resources back into the city to directly support those of us living with MS. As Commissioner Richardson just mentioned the MS research that's happening. Just recently, funding associated with the MS research program was cut. And I, along with other MS advocates around the country, spent the last 3 days on Capitol Hill urging Congress to restore funding to the MS research program through the NIH. Those funds are critical in not only finding a way to halt the progression of this invisible disease, but also finding a cure. As an MS ambassador, I recognize the potential and growth that we have within our own community, whether that is research opportunities, healthcare forums, or partnerships with our local universities. I know we can do more. Last year, I alone funded a nonprofit for that very reason, to be able to support those of us living with MS so that we may be able to live a life fulfilling to us and our families. So this proclamation strengthens our mission, but the real work continues in our communities, in our policies, and in the support we extend every day. So on behalf of the growing organization of the TLH MS Group, On My Nerves Incorporated, and everyone impacted by MS, thank you for standing with us. Let's keep walking, advocating, and fighting, because MS ends with us. Thank you.
These last two proclamations are going to be a lot of fun. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please help me welcome, and I'd like to invite down front, the 2025 Florida High School Athletic Association State 2A Soccer Champions, McClay High School. Absolutely fantastic. Coach Warner, congratulations to you, the team. More importantly, congratulations, gentlemen. As a graduate of McClay High School of 1990, I want to say how proud I am to be an alum. Coach, I'm going to ask you to say a couple words after the proclamation is read. Ladies and gentlemen, from the governing body of the City of Tallahassee, a proclamation. Whereas the McClay School boys soccer team won the 2025 Florida High School Athletic Association State 2A Championship by defeating Holy Trinity Episcopal Academy and finished the season ranked 6th nationally. Wow. And whereas the McClay School boys soccer team outscored their opponents this season 139 goals to 12. That doesn't sound like a fair fight, gentlemen. Outscored their opponents this season 139 goals to 12 and has now won a total of 6 boys soccer state championship titles. And whereas the McClay School boys soccer team has 11 Florida Athletic Coaches Association All-State players, 18 Florida Athletic Coaches Association All-Academic players, and a cumulative team grade point average of 4.21. And whereas the McClay School boys soccer team serves the Tallahassee community, having completed over 2,000 service hours and continues to inspire soccer fans throughout the city of Tallahassee. Now, therefore, I, John Daly, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Tallahassee, do hereby recognize the McClay School boys soccer team for winning the 2025 Florida High School Athletic Association State 2A Championship, read into the record in front of each and every one of you here today, signed with my signature, John Evans Daly, dated March 26, 2025. Gentlemen, congratulations. And I'd like to ask the team captains come on down so I can present this to you real quick.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you for and Mayor for the recognition of a wonderful season. I think many of you who have participated in sports at any level recognize that this is the end product of a massive process. And as an educator by trade and having been, this is my 33rd year at Maclay School, the reality is what this represents is an incredible amount of time, energy, effort, shared common goals, shared common sacrifices, with the end goal to try and compete at the best level. We are blessed in Tallahassee, Florida, of having some of the best high school sports programs in the state of Florida. And one of the things I will say to everybody is we need to support our high school programs at every level, because it engenders the spirit of competition, but cooperation. And at the end of the day, from my perspective and from the perspective of our school, it's about respect. It's our ability today in a common environment to compete with one another, respect one another, shake hands before the game, shake hands after the game, and respect the game that we all love. So again, on behalf of Maclay School, we couldn't be prouder. We're proud to be ambassadors for Tallahassee, Florida. I came here for 1 year when I joined the Phipps family, and it is now my 41st year in Tallahassee. So once you have a family, you don't leave. But Mayor, thank you very much. And these boys here actually are not boys, they're young men. Yeah. And the senior group and the leadership has been outstanding. And I think the biggest thing, the pride that we all have as parents, is to watch our players and our student athletes grow, and we're looking at a large group of very successful young men. So thank you very much.
Absolutely.
No, thank you.
I asked the senior captains if anybody wanted to say a word, and they said, nah, we're all good. We're all good. So can we take a picture? Commissioners? And ladies and gentlemen, for a very special presentation, if you wouldn't mind, please standing in body or spirit and help me welcome FSU men's basketball coach Leonard Hamilton to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, Coach Hamilton has retired from Florida State University. I know that many of us will probably want to provide some comments, but first and foremost, the formality. From the governing body of the City of Tallahassee, a proclamation. Whereas Leonard Hamilton, Coach Ham, is a legendary coach and leader who has dedicated his life to the development and success of countless student athletes. And whereas Coach Hamilton has served with distinction as the head coach of the Florida State University men's basketball team, leading them to unparalleled success on the court, including multiple NCAA tournament appearances, ACC championships, and inspiring a new generation of players and fans. And whereas under Coach Hamilton's guidance, FSU has become a powerhouse of basketball excellence, known not only for its competitive spirit, but for its commitment to integrity, character, and academic success. And whereas Coach Hamilton has instilled in his players the importance of teamwork, discipline, resilience, and values that extend beyond the basketball court and contribute to the overall growth and success of athletes in their personal lives. And whereas Coach Hamilton has become FSU's winningest coach in 2015, and the 5th all-time winningest coach in ACC history in 2020. And whereas Coach Hamilton's legacy is not only defined by his wins and accolades, but also by his lasting impact he has made in the lives of his players in the Tallahassee community. And whereas after 23 years, Coach Hamilton's stellar career at FSU has culminated as the winningest coach in school history. And whereas through his visionary leadership, Coach Hamilton has earned the respect and admiration of his peers, colleagues, players, and fans. Now, therefore, I, John Evans Daly, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Tallahassee, do hereby recognize Coach Leonard Hamilton and witness in front of each and every one of you, read into the record, signed with my signature, John Daly, dated March 26, 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, Coach Leonard Hamilton.
Wow. Thank you very much, Mayor Daly and City Commissioner, the City Council. I'm really truly honored. It's been a pleasure. More than anything else, it's been a privilege, to have been not only the coach of FSU, but also representing the city of Tallahassee for 23 years. But before I have any comments, I just want to recognize the other recipients of the proclamations. And there's something consistent in my mind about all three of those groups. Obviously, the time and effort that goes into being a champion is unbelievable. You only recognize them for the number of wins versus the losses, and their record is unbelievable. But the mindset of these youngsters, the mental integrity, the sacrifice that they make, the energy they have to exude on a regular basis is something that starts when they are 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 years old. What they learn from their parents and what they sacrifice. So you ought to be congratulated. I'm just unbelievably impressed with the record. I mean, I think I've never heard anything like that. For the people who work with MS, that dreaded disease, their mindset is consistent with the sacrifice and the unselfish spirit that they go with. The recognizing the women. When I'm on a ministry, I'm the Sunday night DJ for a ministry. Every Sunday night, I play music for the ministry, and we recognize our women. And I have a picture that one of my players, not a picture, some artwork of this female with her hands held out and her elongated feet, holding all these crying faces in this shawl she has. Women hold the weight of our society in the palm of their hands. And it's so consistent about the mentality that the recipients have consistently have in the sacrifice. And so you ought to be congratulated. Similar to the commission. You guys get you get a lot of complaints. I don't know how many people called and thank you for the job that you do, so you ought to be recognized, and I appreciate and respect what you guys do. As far as Leonard Hamilton, I'm a little uncomfortable sometimes receiving recognition because I don't do it for recognition. As a basketball coach, you're a mother, father, sister, brother, confidant, disciplinarian. You're all of it, and when you're charged with the responsibility of taking teenagers and ushering them into young adulthood, that's a tremendous responsibility. If you only receive recognition for the number of wins that you get and the number of trophies and Coach of the Year awards and Hall of Fame awards, if that's what your goal is, then I think you somewhat failed. So our goal has always been to try to take youngsters and try to help them develop into husbands and fathers and neighbors and citizens that will allow them to set the example for their kids and for their generation, so that it just keeps going on and on. I know my mother went to the 7th grade, my father went to the 9th grade. But they always told me I need to get my education. My father was unbelievably intelligent. But he's always concerned the only thing he wanted to do is be paid the same thing for doing the same job. He was always upset because he had to train college graduates how to do their job. And for me personally, my whole goal in life is to try to help and do the very best I can with everything that I've had. So I accept this proclamation. It means an awful lot to me, but I also want to recognize you guys for the service that you render to our community. I've enjoyed representing you, and I'm sure that I'm working on trying to figure out some way that I can continue to keep being an integral part of this community. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Get a picture with Coach Hank. Come on around, Coach Hank. I'll jump in. What a great way to start the meeting. All right, Mr. Manager, do we have any announcements to come before the City Commission this evening?
No, sir.
Do you have any appearances by other appointed boards or governing boards?
No, sir.
All right, we're on the consent agenda. 8.01 has been pulled and renumbered 9.01. Have any other consent agenda items been pulled?
No, sir.
Colleagues, hold on just a second, real quick, Commissioner. Any other? No. Do we have any public comment on any of the items on consent that need to be pulled?
No comment on consent.
Okay, sounds good. Commissioner Richardson, you recognize?
Consent, Mr. Mayor.
All right, consent has been properly moved, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, passes unanimously. We're on item number 9.01, formerly 8.01. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item was pulled at the request of Commissioner Porter. It seeks approval for the recommendation of award for landscape maintenance services to Rotolo Consultants Incorporated. Dr. Karen Jumonville is here if you have any questions on this item.
All righty. Is there any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Okay, Commissioner Porter, you pulled the item. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a few clarifying questions. Can you tell me exactly what this includes? Does this include the equipment, or is it just the labor?
Yes, thank you for the question, Commissioner. Yeah, this is the type of budget decision that we continually scrutinize in our departments in terms of whether we make or buy, insource, outsource. In this case, this particular contract is a mowing, edging, and litter removal for roads all over the city, throughout the entire city. And what it includes is the labor, and the cost of all of the equipment is factored into that. So all of the large and small equipment, the maintenance of that equipment. So we've been outsourcing this issue since about 2010, and we look at it from the budgetary perspective every year. This is a contractor who would like to hire, who will hire local people. They're not from here, but they'd be hiring local people to do the work.
Thank you. And one more clarifying question. I believe the item said that this excludes FDOT roads, but then it also includes Thomasville Road, FAMU Way, West Tennessee Street, and Monroe Street.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification. It only excludes the FDOT roads from the edging perspective, from that particular component of the contract. The rest does include FDOT roads, and FDOT reimburses us significantly. So a significant portion of this contract will be reimbursable by DOT.
Okay, thank you.
Is that a motion for approval?
So moved.
All right, Commissioner Porter has moved approval of 9.01, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, passes unanimously. Do we have anything else on the consent agenda?
No, sir.
All right, we have a series of appointments, starting with 10.01. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have a number of items. This first item is for an appointment to the Appalachia Regional Planning Council. As you know, that body requires representation from the Tallahassee City Commission. Currently, Commissioner Porter serves in that role. It's a position that has a 2-year term, so it is time to appoint your representative. She continues to be interested in serving, but the decision is there for you, so there's no recommended action.
Great. Any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Commissioner Porter, thank you for your interest in continuing to serve. Motion for approval?
Move for option one.
Properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Comment, Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarification, option one didn't have a recommendation, so to reappoint Commissioner Porter.
To reappoint Commissioner Porter.
Thank you.
Correct. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. We're on item number 10.02. Mr. Cook.
Item 10.02 is appointments to the Tallahassee Human Relations Committee. Staff recommends 2 individuals for seat 2, Christy Tillman, to fill the current term for a term that began October 1st of 2023, so this term would expire on September 30th of 2026. Similar terms for seat 4, where staff has recommended Jean Calixte to fill that seat. Those are the recommendations before the commission.
All right, do we have any public comment on this item, Mr. Cook?
No, sir.
All righty.
Move staff recommendation, option number 1, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. And any further comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. We're on item number 10.04. Mr. Cook.
10.03, I believe, Mayor.
Excuse me, 10.03.
Thank you. 10.03 is the Joint City-County Bicycling Work Group. Hugh Aaron has served on that. His most recent term expired December 31st of 2024, so just a couple of months ago. He's interested in serving in the term that would continue through December of 2027, so he's recommended for reappointment.
Excellent. Any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Move for option one.
Second.
Been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. Item 10.04, Mr. Cook.
Thank you again, Mayor. Item 10.04 includes 3 seats on the Downtown Improvement Authority, each slightly different in the nature. On seat 5, Sharon James had a term that has expired and was eligible, but is not interested in being reappointed at this time, so staff has recommended Teresa Nix. Her term would commence on June 1st of this year and expire on May 31st of 2028. Gus Corbella also has a term expiring May 31st of this year. He is eligible and interested in reappointment, so again, would serve a term through 2028. And then the third individual is Nicholas Gavalis, who would serve out the unexpired portion of a term that is currently vacant, of a seat that is currently vacant, but also would expire on May 31st. So your appointment of Mr. Gavalis would also include the term from June 1st through May 31st of 2028. Those are the recommendations.
Okay, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Colleagues?
Move for option 1 to appoint Teresa Nix to seat 5 and Nicholas Gavalis to seat 7, and to reappoint Gus Corbella to seat 6 on the Downtown Improvement Authority.
All right, if you don't mind, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to defer real quick. Commissioner Matlow, he's our
I'm sorry.
representative.
I'll second the
on-
motion and for comment. That's
Okay, all right. Motion's been made by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Matlow, thank you for your service on the Downtown Improvement Authority. Any other comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to take a second to recognize the entire board. It's been a great group to serve with, and it's an all-volunteer board, but their dedication to downtown is immense. And also wanted to recognize, if you haven't met our newest executive director, Mr. Mathis, is in the back of the room. He's been with us quite a few months now, but he's doing a great job. Go ahead and wave back there. They see who you are. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. All right. Motion's been made and seconded. Any further comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. We are on item number 10.05. Mr. Cook.
Item 10.05 is an appointment to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. Sherry Giwanter is currently serving, or was currently serving a term that just expired at the end of last year. She's interested in reappointment to a term that would take her through December 31st of 2027, and this would be her final term.
Okay, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Colleagues?
Move staff recommendation option number 1 to reappoint Sherry Gawanter to the AHAC.
And Commissioner Richardson, thank you very much for your service representing this body on the AHAC as well. Motion's been made by Commissioner Richardson for reappointment, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion?
Quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Cook, did you say reappoint or appoint?
Reappoint.
Reappoint.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, she had been serving, technically her term went through December 31st of 2024, and this picks up beginning March
Okay.
26th, the effective date.
I asked because the agenda item says to appoint. It doesn't say reappoint in the recommended action at the bottom.
You're correct. The body says reappoint, but good
Okay.
catch, and she
All
has
right.
served and will continue to serve.
Okay, great,
Everyone clear on the motion on the floor?
clear.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
I
sir.
just wanted to say very quickly, Sherry has done a phenomenal job as a member of our city AHAC. She's very active, very knowledgeable, asks very good questions of staff, and so I look forward to continue serving with her on that board.
Excellent. Wonderful. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. Item number 10.06, Mr. Cook.
Thank you. Item 10.06 is an appointment to the Independent Ethics Board. This is an item that you recall you made a change recently in terms of how long an individual must be off of a board, off of this particular board before being reappointed. So at this time, and at that time there was some discussion of Brian Smith, who had served previously. You wanted to make sure that the change in the policy was made and then bring back the item, which is what we're doing tonight. So this item does have, option 1 is to reappoint Brian Smith to serve out an unexpired portion of the seat 1 term, which would run through December 31st of 2026.
Excellent. Any public comment on this item?
We have one speaker on the item, Mayor. That is Ernie Payne. Mr. Payne has spoken before, so he knows, but for everyone's benefit, speakers on this and other portions of our meeting will have 3 minutes for comments. A light in front of the mayor will be green and then ultimately turn yellow and red at the 3-minute mark. Thank you.
Name and address for the record, please.
Ernie Payne, 2006 East Indian Head Drive. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for conducting the process for selecting the City Commission's appointee to the Independent Ethics Board in a fully open and transparent manner. Brian Smith was appointed by this body last March with no advance public notification. At the very end of a commission meeting, when most public attendees to that meeting had already left. It was not done through an agenda item that would have allowed the public the opportunity to see his qualifications in advance and offer their support or possibly to support other potential candidates. Commissioner Porter expressed her objection to this at the time, but her request to postpone the vote to allow greater transparency was voted down. As a result, Mr. Smith was appointed with only a 3-2 vote, not because of any expressed objection to him as a candidate, but because the process was flawed. The Ethics Board is not just another citizens advisory committee. It is an independent board that has been enshrined in the city charter as a result of the votes of 2/3 of the voters of Tallahassee. As such, it is an integral part of the structure of city government. This appointment, as much as any other, should be made carefully and with full transparency. One other result of making this appointment with no input from the public, or apparently even from staff, was that the appointment was discovered to be in violation of the ordinance that governs Ethics Board appointments. This required an abrupt suspension of the appointment until the ordinance was amended, which you passed last month. Now that this process is proceeding as it should, I would like to offer my enthusiastic support for Brian Smith and his appointment. I served with Brian on the Ethics Board for about 5 years. During that time, he earned my respect for his knowledge and experience with ethics processes and law, gained not only from his position at FAMU, but also with the DeKalb County, Georgia Ethics Board. More than that, I was impressed by the quality of his character, as he always provided important insights into our deliberations. Brian Smith would complete the roster of an ethics board that is notable across the board for its depth of subject area knowledge and dedication to public service. I hope that you'll support his appointment today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
No, sir.
For clarification, Mr. Smith's appointment is the FAMU appointment?
No.
No?
No, for clarification.
Oh, so he was the FAMU appointment, and now he is our appointment?
Right.
Hence the process. Okay. Any other comment? Motions?
Move acceptance of staff recommendation.
Okay, been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Seeing no other comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. Item 10.07, Mr. Clerk.
Item 10.07, for seat 5 on the Municipal Code Enforcement Board, Alexandria Robinson is recommended to fill the current term for this seat, which will have a term that expires on May 31st of 2026, at which time she would be eligible to serve an additional term. The seat was previously held by an individual who rotated off. So Alexandria Robinson is the recommendation for the Municipal Code Enforcement Board.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Colleagues?
Move for option 1.
Second.
Been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. Item 10.08, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. Item 10.08 is a seat on the Environmental Board that is currently vacant. Seat 2 is the seat in question. Staff recommends Zach Salter to serve out the remainder of this term, which will run through October 31st of 2026.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
All right,
Move for
colleagues.
option 1.
Second.
Option 1's been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. Item 10.09, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm pleased to report that this is the last of our appointments for tonight's meeting. The Architectural Review Board is a board which has an opening on seat 4. Staff recommends Elizabeth Crawford to fill the current term for that seat. That term will begin on July 1st of 2024. So filling that seat will take her through June 30th of 2027.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Colleagues.
Move for option 1.
Second.
Option 1's been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further conversation? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. Do we have any other appointments coming before the commission tonight?
We do not.
All right, we're on the introduction of ordinance 11.01. Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 11.01 is the introduction of ordinance number 25-Z-05, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, designating land as Urban Residential District R4 on the official zoning map from medium-density residential zoning district MR-1 on 3.92 acres located at 2748 Pecan Road, providing for conflicts and severability and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, introduce the ordinance number 25-Z-05 and set the first and only public hearing for April 16, 2025 at 6 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall. Any ex parte disclosures concerning this item are available via the hyperlink included in the agenda item as published in the board doc system. Mr. Mayor, it's my understanding that there may have been an inadvertent notice that tonight was the public hearing.
Right.
So if there are any people here to speak on that, you probably should allow them.
Okay, yeah, and an abundance of caution, if anybody would like to speak on this particular item, of course, we'll allow. Thanks for making the correction on the record. Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mayor. As we began our meeting, I was informed that we believe anyone who had planned to attend someone was able to contact them and let them know that the public hearing itself is on April 16th. So I did not have any speaker cards, and I'm just looking to make sure that no one brings me one at the moment. So we do not have speakers here, but I'm sure we will on April 16th.
Anyone here to speak on 11.01? Seeing none. All right, moving forward. Colleagues, the recommended action is simply to read into the record and to set the public hearing for the April meeting. Any further comment?
Move for option 1.
All right, option one's been moved properly by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Passes unanimously. 11.02, Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 11.02 is the introduction of ordinance number 25-0-07, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, amending Section 6 of the Charter of the City of Tallahassee to annex within the corporate area of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, upon adoption of said ordinance, property being situated in Leon County, Florida, in accordance with the voluntary annexation provisions of Section 171.044 Florida statutes, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date. Again, the recommended action is option 1, to introduce ordinance number 25-0-07 and set the first and only public hearing for April 16, 2025 at 6 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall.
Did we advertise this as the public hearing as well? Same as 11.01?
No, sir. There's no confusion on this item.
All right, but for consistency, is there anyone here that wants to speak on this, Mr. Clerk?
I have no speakers.
Okay, colleagues?
Move for option 1.
Hold on, I got Commissioner Porter with questions.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and for the sake of time, and since this is just an introduction of ordinance, I'll save my questions for when it comes back to us. And frankly, my questions aren't necessarily specific to this item. I would like for us to have a conversation about, or I would like a greater understanding of how we consider our long-term financial stability when we accept these kind of annexations. I know we've done this before, and I know there's a process for how we do it, but I would like to understand more what considerations staff thinks through. And I know that some of this is referred to in the material, but I'd like a little bit more substance. But I'll support the introduction.
All right, is that a motion for staff recommendation to read into the record and set the public hearing for the April meeting?
I'll motion for option 1.
All right,
Introduce the
motion
ordinance.
for option 1 made by Commissioner Porter, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Madam Attorney, any other introductions come before the commission today?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we're on policy formation and direction, 12.01. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me tee this up. We've got a brief presentation that follows the agenda material you have. There's a pretty full agenda item, I think, that covers a lot of ground. Probably shares a lot of information that was generally known to everybody. This item comes about by a request of TMH to create the ARIS Alliance and a parent fiduciary board known as the ARIS Board. And so the TMH board must seek your approval to change itself, and they voted to do so. And so that's the nature of the request that's before you. This item is an information-only item. It builds some information. It shares it with the public in an effort to be transparent in terms of the current arrangement, which again, you know, as I've talked to folks, they don't really realize the interest of the city and the hospital, and so we felt like we needed to have some basic informational building blocks. And again, that wouldn't happen today. This is an information-only item. I'll share, Thomas will point this out, but I think it's important to know. The hospital came about in the 1940s, and that was a time prior to that and around that time, cities and counties around the country were building and operating hospitals because they didn't exist. It was to further health care in the communities. And so that's that the roots of TMH date back to then. In fact, the hospital was opened in 1949. Thomas, I'm going to do some of your presentation. 1949, and then it was operated for about 30 years by the city as a municipal hospital, but under the brand that is evolved over time. But what we know today is Tallahassee Memorial Hospital. A lot of change has happened. I think we're in the midst of even more change. We know our world is full of rapid change today in the hospital business. We know around the country, these municipal, county-owned, city-owned hospitals have started to evolve. And the general trend is cities and counties are no longer in that ownership interest. That's kind of a trend. You see that in your agenda item. And so before you today is a question related to TMH, its ultimate sustainability vision, which we understand to be a growing one that represents the region, one that's beyond Tallahassee. And I think these things we generally know, but we're attempting to share that information, get level set as you prepare to make a decision related to the creation of this new fiduciary board. So with that, Thomas, he's got a little history there. I just wanted him to tee up. We don't want to go too deep. We want to, in the interest of time, I think we have folks that want to speak on this, but just share information. Of course, we're available for questions on this. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Thomas Whitley.
Dr. Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Manager.
Your microphone's not on, I don't think.
Is it on? Can you hear me okay? Okay, I can speak up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Manager. I have a brief presentation, made even briefer now, thanks to the manager. We know the history here, or I think a lot of people have learned the history in the past week or so of the hospital. Its founding by the city in the 40s, that the city owns the hospital. Today, the city owns roughly 75 acres, roughly 2 million square feet, and in the space that's encompassed by TMH as the lessee. The first 30 years or so that the city owned the hospital, they operated it. There was a lot of change in the healthcare industry in the 70s where a lot of localities were reevaluating their role in the operation of hospitals. The same was true in Tallahassee. So in 1979, moved to a lease-based model, and that's when the organization that we now know as TMH began to operate the hospital. It has grown significantly over the past 75 plus years. We've seen that growth. It's grown into an urban, nonprofit, community-based hospital serving a 21-county region across North Florida and South Georgia. As the manager said, we have this item before you today, an information-only item. As a result of the request that TMH has made to change its board structure to create this Heiress Alliance, this fiduciary parent board, this would be accomplished through numerous changes in the bylaws and the articles of incorporation that, of course, should be subject to your confirmation as the owners of the hospital. We also know, as we've seen the growth of the hospital over recent years, we've seen them supporting a new 50,000 square foot hospital in Calhoun County. We're familiar with a kind of deep, long-standing relationship between TMH and FSU. We see that under construction at the main campus now, right off of Centerville Road, with the FSU Health Academic Health Center on TMH's main campus. We see that with the news today from the Florida State Board of Trustees and the State University System Board of Governors with the partnership they have with building a hospital in Panama City Beach. The first phase of that partnership is open, an 80,000 square foot medical office building. The second phase would be an up to 180 bed hospital that would be expected to be complete in 2027. The agenda item outlines trends that we've seen, that TMH knows well in the healthcare industry over the past few decades, the theme of which is consolidation. Typically, it's larger hospitals, be they private, nonprofit, academic, acquiring smaller hospitals. And as a result, the number of community hospitals has declined over the past few decades, as has the number of hospitals that are owned by local governments. TMH has recognized this trend, and their strategy, as the manager alluded to, as we understand it, is one of growth that we've seen them do, I think, successfully over recent years to stay current with these trends and avoid acquisition. Indeed, their letter that you received earlier this week speaks to this and the strategic partnerships that they have forged so that they could grow and efficiently and appropriately manage healthcare services across the broader region. And they say specifically about their request that without your approval of this request, TMH risks being absorbed by a larger out-of-state system. So recognizing these trends alongside TMH's growth in recent years and the significant change to the governance of the hospital that's been requested by TMH, this item presents some relevant background information to begin to start the conversation, begin to give you some information with which you can make a thorough evaluation. Since the publication of the agenda item, TMH has sent 2 letters. FSU has sent 1 letter. Those have been added. TMH's first letter was seeking to offer some clarification on some matters. FSU sent a letter expressing interest in the potential establishment of an academic medical center here in Tallahassee. And TMH sent another letter just yesterday asking for you to promptly confirm their requested restructuring. All 3 letters have been attached to the agenda materials. This item, as the manager said, is information only, and staff anticipates doing further evaluation, more work, so that we can gather more information and bring back a recommendation for you at a later meeting. Mr. Manager.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I think this talks about next steps. I think that's important to talk about. So the agenda material you have is quite expansive, but it just barely touches on the entire topic. I think the way we see it is staff, that would be myself, city attorney, treasurer, clerk, related staff. I think we go back and we gather answers to questions we believe would be relevant to help you answer the question of whether or not you would approve the request of TMH to create this ARIS board, the new parent board. We'll have to figure out the right questions to ask and move very quickly. By nature of the lease agreement, you have to act in a relatively short period of time. So we want to do that quickly. We want to work with TMH to make sure we can answer the questions that we think are relevant. And so we would set forth in doing that. We've already started some of that process, just understanding time. I would expect an agenda item back at your next meeting on April 16th. And it would be as much information as we can gather to share with you things that are relevant to your decision. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, I think most people don't understand the relationship, the city's ownership, the fact that the city owns the land, the buildings, the equipment. That's the nature of the lease. It's a very interesting lease that dates back to 1979, has been amended many, many, many times. And there's been a lot of growth, and a lot of the buildings that exist were built by TMH, funded by TMH. You authorized the debt. The city has no financial responsibility for the debt, but there's this real, integrated relationship that exists. So we'd want to spell that out. I think obviously we're interested in in this case, what the board structure would be, how that looks. The creation of the ARIS board and concept becomes somewhat corporatized, where you have the parent board, divisions within that. There could be Tallahassee, could be Panama City. So we would want to lay that out really, really clear for you, and what role the city commission would have. I will say this because I've said it to so many people for everyone's benefit. I think we will also look from a staff point of view, just for the benefit of the mayor and commissioners. We know there's a long history related to the hospital. We know the city of Tallahassee built and paid for the hospital, and it was a necessary thing many, many years ago in the late 40s. The world has changed a lot. Healthcare is changing a lot. The question may be, what role does the city of Tallahassee have in the future? Is it simply continue to approve boards of, directors to boards, and which boards that might be, participate on boards, or is the better potential for the hospital no longer in the hands of the city? I say that, I think that's something that's kind of a hypothesis I think we have to explore. And I want to add this, because I'm assuming things when I say it that I think not everybody knows I'm assuming, so I'll say this out loud. If the city, for some reason, was no longer the owner and you didn't have approval authority of the boards and the structure of the boards, this kind of thing, I would certainly understand there would be restrictions on what could happen. or obligations set forth to whoever manages it. And so I think that's a lot. What we realize is that's a lot to unpack. And so we're attempting to give a sound foundation of information today of history, current status, kind of the future of things, in order to set up a really, really important question. I've shared this with a lot of people because I think there's been consternation about what happens. I think there's significant change afoot. I've shared with some, I said status quo is not achievable because even the ARIS board is not status quo. It's a really significant change in the future of healthcare in Tallahassee. And so I think it's an important question. I think we have to take our time. I think we have to work on this with clear eyes to come up with a good solution. And I'm very, very, very confident that we will come up with a good solution and we'll all be better for it. And so this kind of sets that stage. Again, it's informational only. Certainly looking forward to feedback that you have. But that's our thoughts on this and the background we have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. Madam Attorney, before we get into public comment, let me just reiterate and ask you one more time for the record. Because it was advertised as information only, there are no motions that can come up to be dealt with tonight. I know that there's a lot of misinformation that the hospital is going to be sold tonight. That is not the case. There is no recommendation for any action tonight, correct?
That is correct.
This is for information only because under the Sunshine Law, in order for us to have a conversation, we have to publicly advertise and include the public.
That's right. I would recommend that there not be any commission action taken tonight because it was advertised as information only. And then that would be appropriate for the public to be able to know if there was going to be action taken.
Great. Just want to make sure we're all on the same plane. Mr. Clerk, how many public speakers do we have on this item tonight? Oh, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Porter has.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Porter. I didn't see you.
Thank you. Just a quick clarification, Madam City Attorney. So I want to be clear. It's not that we couldn't take action. It's that your recommendation is that we don't because it was notified as a information-only item.
That is.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Clerk.
We have 20 speakers at this time.
Okay. Remind everyone, it's 3 minutes a speaker. Your name and address to begin with. And we have the lights here, and Mr. Clerk will let you know when you have 30 seconds left, when it goes from green to yellow. And then when it hits red, please wrap up your comments. I'm going to go ahead and take personal privilege. We'll start off with Mr. O'Brien, CEO of the hospital, followed by, or I'll let y'all figure out who's going first and second. Ms. Bradshaw, Chair of the Board, if you would like to come up as well, that'd be great. Name and address for the record, please.
Mark O'Brien, 1130 Carriage Road, Tallahassee. It is a privilege to be in front of you, Mayor, Commissioners, Manager, to talk about this subject. Actually, a week ago today, I was contacted by our attorney about conversations that he anticipated would be at this meeting this afternoon, and it would be about the advancement of some changes in our bylaws. Little changes in the language came out with the notice, which has created some of this confusion and conversation today. So want to clarify that TMH has been growing, no secret there. We announced actually 4 years ago, almost to this day, our relationship with St. Joe and Panama City, but all of you know that we serve a much broader community than just Tallahassee and have been for quite some time, which is necessary for us to grow, to be able to pull a larger population, to bring specialists into our community. They can't basically function on just the population here. But also we see it as our responsibility to serve the broader region around here because we are a safety net. You think about Tallahassee, 200 miles to Pensacola, 160 miles to Jacksonville. Someone serves that role, and we are very proud to serve that role. But when the question comes up to ownership, we are, first of all, let me just say, happy with our relationship with the city. We are proud to be a part of this community and recognize the history of the organization. We also recognize, though, that if there is a consideration, the sale of TMH, the asset, we feel very strongly that that asset needs to be held by this community. When I say this, please understand what I'm trying to get across. Quality of life is not just an amorphous thing. It is a component, it's a conglomeration of different foundational components. Quality of health is one of those. There is no organization that impacts the quality of health of this region more so than TMH. Not even close. We help to drive that. And that is a part of our quality of life. We're very proud to be a part of that. But when you change ownership, ownership matters. Whoever owns the asset sets the agenda, defines the priorities. And we want to make sure that we keep those priorities based on the patients we serve, the community we serve. And that comes through our governance structure. Our governance is of a board of directors who are all locally based. They serve our community as volunteers, and we follow their direction. And that is how we keep the mission of health sacred and solid in this community.
You have 30 seconds.
In this conversation, I will tell you I have hope and a growing confidence that we will arrive at the right solution, that the relationship with an academic health center can be achieved without selling the asset. We're working in that regard, and I think we can come to an arrangement where all parties, and the community in particular, benefits from the relationship. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Chairman Bradshaw.
Mayor and Commissioners, my name is Sally Bradshaw, and I am the owner and operator of Midtown Reader Bookstore, which I'm proud to be a local business owner. I also am a 6-year member of the TMH Board of Directors. As Mark said, we have a governance structure that is delivered by volunteers. I have to tell you, if I had known this evening would come 6 years ago, I might have been hiding in a bookstore with a book right now. But I am really proud to represent TMH in our board of directors. And there are many of them here today. And I want everyone who is a current member of the TMH board or a former TMH board member or officer to please stand. This is a board that is your board, that is representative of this community. Thanks, you guys can sit down, or you can keep standing, whatever your preference. And I have never seen so much hard work driven by a group of people who are committed to locally owned healthcare. I want to clarify one thing that's come up over the last week. We are completely supportive as a board with a partnership with FSU. In fact, I have a copy of our strategic plan. I was just looking at it. Years ago, we were talking about an academic health center. We're partnering on Panama City. We're partnering on a building that's being built right now on our campus that we're working on to train residents, to train nurses, to bring research dollars into the hospital. But we're looking at a partnership, not an ownership model. There's huge risk to this community to move towards any type of ownership model, either a for-profit model like an HCA, which was referenced in your board documents, or a university model. Again, we want a partnership, not an ownership, because we know that research dollars in university-owned hospitals drive care, and we provide significant care to this community that does not bring in money to the hospital. We do it because it's the right thing to do. I'm a breast cancer survivor. I received some of my breast cancer surgery at TMH thanks to the amazing medical staff there. We provide mammograms to everyone who needs a mammogram. Not everyone in our city has access to Blue Cross Blue Shield insurance or the ability to go to some of our providers at a high level, but they have access to TMH because we are a community-owned, community-operated hospital. And I would ask you, as you're looking at these items, to consider the importance of that. Let us partner with FSU as we have been partnering, but please don't sell our hospital. We are not for sale. We need your support on this, and I know we'll come to the right decision. I know all of you care about the future of the hospital, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Susie Transu.
Name and address for the record, please.
Susie Transu, 7193 Oxbow Circle. My husband Tripp and I have been in Tallahassee now for 29 years. We are so proud to have raised our 3 children here. My mom and my husband's dad also live here now, and I have a grandson. So I make that point to state that we are multi-generational, and the care of health in this community impacts us personally and professionally. We proudly own 2 businesses here, both Tri-Eagle Sales and Hearth and Soul. And I can tell you that our team members depend on the great care that TMH provides. Our family depends on the great care that TMH provides. I was proudly on the board for 9 years, and I can tell you without any question that the commitment, the diligence, the fiscal responsibility, the strategic planning, and the partnership model of this hospital is really second to none. So I am standing here to share my confidence in the leadership, in the board, in you all. I can't tell you how many times it came up at our board meetings, how important the partnership and the ownership relationship with the City of Tallahassee was. It came up a number of times. Also, the partnership with Florida State University and being proactive in our relationship with using the best resources of our community partners to deliver the best in healthcare that affects us personally, economically, professionally, and multi-generationally. So for my family, for our business, and for our community, I ask that, I know that you will take this decision make it a very important decision, and understand that the folks that lead this institution and the volunteers today and in the past and in the future that dedicate their time to help make the best decisions, those people will stand by you and help to make the best decision. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Ed Murray is next. He'll be followed by Murray Moore.
Your name and address for the record, please.
I'm Ed Murray. I live at 510 McDaniel. I know you guys well, consider you guys friends, and have worked on projects with you guys in the future, present and future. We've, we never always agree. There's a phrase that says, every person has 100 problems, but if you have a serious health problem, you only have one problem. Our community potentially is on the verge of a serious health problem with a change of ownership outside TMH. We cannot sell this to the state or any entity that the state has. We've got to keep it local. So please focus on this. I know you are. You're catching a lot of pressure on this. So please keep it. Our preference is to have TMH own it because we're good stewards. We put the money in, but keep it local. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Murray Moore is next, followed by Mark Wheeler.
Name and address for the record.
Good afternoon. I'm Murray Moore, 215 South Monroe Street. I'm general counsel to TMH, and in the vein of the McClay School captains, I will defer my comments today. I think they'll probably be more appropriate. I'm available to answer questions. I look forward to continuing to work with the city attorney and city manager and all of you all to help TMH and all the parties involved reach the correct resolution here, and I'm confident we can do that. We had submitted the proposed changes to the articles and bylaws to seek confirmation. They have been voted on and approved by the TMH board unanimously. So we were just following the procedures set forth in the lease, seeking confirmation of those. And so we would respectfully ask that perhaps that issue can be separated from the other issue relating to potential sale, which seems like a longer-term consideration. So we would respectfully request perhaps that issue be addressed separately and maybe sooner, possibly voted on at the April meeting, which is what I understood was the original intent for a vote on that issue. So, but as I said, I look forward to working with Ms. Toman and Mr. Goad and all of you to get us to where we need to be. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Mark Wheeler is next, followed by Tom Knoll.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Mark Wheeler, 2773 West Tannen Hill Drive. I appreciate you, commissioners, for giving us the time to come and speak to you. And I'm going to speak from a place of heart for this because I'm pretty emotional about it, and I'll try to keep it together. I am a graduate of FSU, undergrad back in the 90s, and then I started my medical career with the PIMS program, which was a predecessor to the College of Medicine. Finished my training in Gainesville at Shands, and so I have a perspective of an academic center and what that entails versus a community center, which is why I came to the TMH to train and continue practicing. As I look around in the room, there are at least half a dozen of the folks here that are medical doctors that are mentors to me. I've been practicing at TMH for 25 years, so if that tells you something, you've got you've got folks here who have spent their entire career here, and there's a reason that they're still here actively involved with TMH. And you see our legend, Coach Hamilton here. There's a connection with what you saw with Coach Bowden and Coach Martin and Coach Hamilton. They have these legendary careers here. Why? Because they connect to the community. They're part of our community, and they're seen out and about. And just like with our providers here, we have so many providers in our hospital now that have been part of TMH for over 20 years, some 30, some 40 years, and still practicing. That's the reason they're here, is because it's a family. And they're in our community, out every day, going to soccer games, and you see them, and the responsiveness that we get as a team from staying here and staying together for so many years is what gives us the excellent work environment and the responsiveness to our community, to be accountable to our community, because the citizens or the constituents, they can come to us, they know us. Many of the hospitals that are HCA type models or academic centers, the turnover that is continuous. No one ever gets connected to their community, and they're not accountable to their community. We have many committees in the hospital that are volunteer-based. All the providers and physicians that are on those committees are volunteering their time to make things better and be accountable. If we have an issue in the hospital, any of us, any of the providers, the nurses, anyone, we walk right down the hall to Mr. O'Brien's office, and his door is always open. Things can be changed very quickly in a locally controlled hospital setting like TMH has. And that's why you have such a great staff together. It's a family, it's a team, and it's what makes Tallahassee very unique. You won't find that anywhere else. If you look, you will not find anywhere else where that many providers have stayed that long and want to retire and finish their careers at a place like that. And it is an honor to be part of TMH, and it needs to stay local to maintain that quality. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Tom Noel is next, followed by Claude Walker.
Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Noel, 1578 Escadrille Drive. Thank you for your time today. I always appreciate the effort and work that you have put in for our community, and I certainly want to recognize that. I'm an interventional cardiologist. I've been in practice here for about 17 years, and I feel very blessed to be a part of this community. I think it's important that as we talk about where we're heading, I think you've hit many of the important points, that it is important for us to continue to grow as an organization, but it's most important to grow for our community. As you do your research differentiating purely academic research programs and hospitals versus those that are driven by the community, there is a big differentiator. Academic programs are purely driven by research opportunities, research dollars, and an educational component, which has tremendous value. That being said, they are being controlled by those that are outside of that community. So those drivers many times are driven by the state and those politicians that have been chosen to be the leaders of that state. TMH is driven by your community and what you decide is important. If you become a pure academic medical center, many times you are pulling out the care for those in greatest needs. Many times those impacted are the pregnant patients, those in a poor socioeconomic status, those that really need our care. TMH is special, and I recognize that it is unique. It is unique and special because of the work that you put in and you have committed, and this community has committed for over 78 years. It is paramount that we continue to improve ourselves, grow, and answer to you, not as our council, but as our community. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, please.
Claude Walker, followed by Carlos Campo.
Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name's Claude Walker. I reside at 2170 Stiles Pond Court. I will say that I was born at TMH. Hospital was only 8 years old then. I think it was one building, and we just founded electricity. So that was a few years ago. And I'm proud to say that I'm an officer of the board. I'm on the executive committee. I've been on the board for 6 years. We've gone through a lot. We've had COVID, we've had cyber attacks, we've dealt with a lot in the last 5 years. I will tell you that our board works harder than any board I've ever been on, and I've been on a lot of boards. What's important is that we're governed by a board which is a local board. We have local business people, local citizens. We come from all different aspects of life around here. We also have some of the finest physicians who are on our board. We're here to make good decisions for our health care. We've invested over $1 billion in the last 25 years into this hospital, all without local funding. We've done it all internally. If our assets are sold, we will no longer be governed by local citizens. We will then become an asset of the state of Florida. We'll be governed by a board who is not local, whose interests are not aligned with our citizens. If this asset goes to FSU or an outside party, we may end up somewhere that we don't know. We currently serve a large indigent population, uninsured population. If this changes, who is going to serve this population? Our doors are always open for anyone, no matter what their financial status is. This asset belongs to our citizens, and it should stay that way. Keep us a community asset. We are not for sale. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Next is Carlos Campo, and then next will be Simon Monteleone.
Dr. Campos.
Okay. Simon Monteleone.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Simon Monteleone, 182 Convocation Way, apartment 142. Good afternoon, members of the commission. I want to start by saying that the Tallahassee Memorial Hospital has done countless work for this community, and they need to continue doing that work, and they will continue to serve our great community. But I want to focus on some very important things, and I want to bring that to your attention today. Submitted to the agenda for today's consideration are new bylaws for the Tallahassee Memorial community. Something that TMH has been talking about for a while, focuses on external expansion, it focuses about having a two-board system. The issue that I take with this new bylaw agreement is that in the terms of what oversight the city has, they remove almost every single oversight that the city has. Specifically, we see the new ERIS board striking the entire clause about city approval and oversight, with them specifically changing the words to, quote, "The term of membership on the ERIS board shall begin on October 1st, after being elected," for which they then strike the City of Tallahassee oversight clause by the ERIS board. As stated before, this is a major issue that we cannot allow to happen. What this essentially does is it lets the ERIS board approve new medical doctors, new medical nurses, staff, everything from the likes into TMH through an unelected body of a board of directors not overseen by any of you, and it lets them stamp of approval it, and it does not give the new TMH board they create any oversight over those decisions at all. As stated before, that is a major issue we cannot allow to happen because oversight is always needed to ensure transparency and the proper care of our citizens. I urge you as the Tallahassee Commission to have TMH send back their proposal to the drawing board. I want you to encourage TMH to focus on accountability, oversight, and ensuring the health care of all Americans, specifically those in the Tallahassee region, are represented and held accountable by those in your office, not by a board of directors that is unelected. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Joe Camps, followed by Tom Truman.
Name and address for the record.
Joe Camps, 3800 Bobbin Brook Circle. Been in the community for a long time. Served as a former member of the Board of Trustees at Florida State University, the chairman of the Board of Trustees at TMH, and chair of the medical staff. I've practiced in the community for 41 years. I know a lot of you. I'm currently serving as the Vice President of Academic Affairs for TMH, my hospital for life. The mission has never changed. improving lives, gaining access, which is vitally important. The other aspect of this that I am keenly interested in is that we are in the process of training and developing more physicians, increasing specialty care, and training grounds for other departments such as pharmacy, nursing, those kinds of things, the backbone of healthcare. I love this community. I met my wife here. We raised our children here, and I'm still working at the hospital in some capacity because I just love the mission of what we do. And my last statement is the hospital is a matter of life. Take that under consideration. I have many, many years working with the hospital and in this community. I care deeply about the direction that we're headed. I love FSU. I'm a former captain of the football team there, and I went through the second graduating class of the College of Medicine at FSU. Made great strides. I look forward to thoughtful and considerate decisions. Please take those who have vested their lives in this endeavor. It is a matter of life. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Tom Truman, and then we'll have Lauren Faison-Clark.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, Thomas Truman, 2650 Pine Ridge Road. Thank you, commissioners and mayor, for having me here today. I just want to kind of echo what prior board members have said. I've been here in Tallahassee for 29 years. I'm a practicing pediatric critical care physician and have, served in numerous roles during those years, the most recent being on the board of directors and being the chair several years ago. And through all of those years, I have experienced and witnessed just fantastic leadership and a great relationship with the city. And in my other role, I'm like a liaison for about 35 pediatric ICUs around the country, and speak with all the directors of those units on a near monthly basis. And I can't tell you the number of times that either with my peers or as these directors of listening to the issues that they have within their hospital systems. And by far, the biggest complaint I hear is we tell the hospital what we want, but the decisions are not made in our building. The decisions are made in a faraway state or city or boardroom that they never have access to. Here, we always have access. Any person on the medical staff has direct access to anybody in the C-suite, and specifically Mark O'Brien, the CEO. And so I just, thank you for your thoughtfulness in keeping this local. There's no question in my mind that that has a major impact on the health care that we deliver to the community.
Our next speaker, please.
Lauren Faison-Clark is our next speaker, to be followed by Jay Reeve.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Lauren Faison-Clark. I'm at 3428 Hawks Hill Trail. For over 10 years, I proudly served as an administrator at TMH, where I worked with many community health programs. These programs were not revenue-producing programs directed by a corporate playbook. They were locally developed programs aimed at supporting the health care needs of our most vulnerable citizens, those experiencing homelessness, the uninsured, the chronically ill, and our rural neighbors who have very limited health care resources. I had the privilege of witnessing firsthand the unwavering dedication of the local board, the medical staff, and the TMH colleagues who work tirelessly to take care of their community. That is the magic of community health. It is friends and neighbors taking care of friends and neighbors. I now serve as the CEO of Doctors Memorial Hospital in Perry, Florida, about 50 miles east of TMH. We are also owned by our county, but we lease the space and operate independently with a local board. We're an affiliated partner of TMH, and honestly, I don't know if we'd still be open today if it weren't for the support of TMH. We have had a rough 2 years. We've suffered 3 hurricanes in 13 months, and repeatedly, my first call during storms and my first call after storms was my family at TMH. How can they help? What do they need? What are our patient care needs?
and they did help, and they showed up continuously. In rural healthcare, our resources are limited, and we depend on TMH for critical care, training, resources, and physician support. Thanks to tools like telemedicine, with a click of a button, I can have one of these very talented physicians in a patient room in Perry. Not everybody is willing to do that for us. TMH is a true regional partner. Their impacts reach far beyond 1300 Miccosukee Road. Changing the mission and ownership of our local hospital would be detrimental to the greater healthcare system in North Florida and South Georgia. The ripple effects would be far-reaching and long-lasting. That is very scary to us in rural communities. It's not about one hospital. It's about an entire system of care that has taken decades to build. I urge you to stand with us to protect our rural residents. Don't put them at risk with the sale of TMH. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Jay Reeve is next. He'll be followed by John Tetelik.
Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Jay Reeve, 168 Rose Hill Drive. I appreciate your taking the time to hear a little bit today about my perspective. I am the president and CEO of Appalachia Center, our local community mental health center, and we have been in partnership with TMH for many years now. And I'd like to talk a little bit about behavioral health in this community. This is actually a subject that the mayor knows well. The mayor has served on my board for many years, and in fact, the mayor was instrumental in the beginning of the discussion with TMH that has led to our partnership and has led to our work overseeing the behavioral health services at TMH. Tallahassee is a remarkable city when it comes to behavioral health care, and this is my 40th year in this field as a clinical psychologist. So I've lived all over the country. I've seen the way other systems operate. In Tallahassee, we do it better. There's a couple of areas where it's clear we do it better. Here on the city side, we have folks who work with us for our Teams Mobile Response Unit, which was created by the City of Tallahassee. Our partnership with Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare has allowed for much more rapid access to treatment. It's allowed for much more access to care. It's allowed for a seamless system between the hospital, the crisis stabilization unit, and outpatient services. I'm very proud of what we as a community together, City of Tallahassee, TMH and Appalachia, have built in the world of behavioral health care. I, like Dr. Truman, speak to folks all over the country on a regular basis. We do things better here in the world of behavioral health care. That's an aspect of a community partnership within this system. So I would urge the commission and the leadership of TMH, as this discussion continues to unfold, to make sure that to the extent possible, we kind of keep what we have that's working very well. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
John Tetelik, followed by Stanley Sims.
Your name and address for the record, please.
John Dedelich, and at 2225 Armistead Road. I have been a CEO or COO at radiology groups, 3 radiology groups, dating back to 1988. At that time, I was working for a wonderful group in Cleveland, Ohio, big regional group that later in the 90s they wanted to sell, which they asked me to do, and I did sell it to a big corporate company called Team Health, a billion-dollar provider. I continued to work in Cleveland for 2 more years, then I was promoted to the COO of the national group. And it was at that moment that my life in radiology changed. We no longer talked about patients. We talked about profits. We didn't talk about equipment. We talked about growth rates. We did not have a physician in the room very often. We didn't really care too much what physicians thought. So I left that job after 4 years and joined the group here in Tallahassee, which I've now been with for 21 years. The very first month that I was here, I met Mark O'Brien. I remember that because it's the first time a CEO came to a radiology group to say hello, and that's exactly what he did. He wanted to get to know us. He was, I think, relatively new to the town. True? Yeah. And got to know us, and that started a very long relationship that has been very good for both of us. You have something very special here with TMH. They do a lot that you don't see. So I'll give you two quick examples. TDI has an MR business. It was running out of capital, and it was not going to be able to serve the community. We put a joint venture together with Mark's help, and that company has now bought 8 magnets and tripled the capacity that's available here in town. 8 years later, we had an older PET scan. We were the only PET scan in town, and it just didn't measure up. Make a phone call, talk with Mark, and say, look, this is a multi-million-dollar thing. Can you help us out with that? Can we do something together? Now, these transactions all worked out very well for both of us, and they also worked out very well for the community. I've not worked at a place that I've been more happy at than what we have here in Tallahassee. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker, please.
Stanley Sims. He'll be followed by Lakeisha Drew.
All right.
I know.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Stanley Sims, 1320 Avondale Way. They not like us. It ain't every day. Me and Mr. Mark O'Brien, we bank at the same bank, just our deposits don't look the same. My good friend, Mr. Edward, we're standing on one accord. Why? I wish I could have a real nice presentation like you guys before me, but they not like us. I saw Mr. O'Brien 2-minute video. And I'm sitting there on my chair, not a designer, probably Ashley. And I said, well, look at here. Now, if you didn't, I'm going to spin mine a different way. A community hospital means something to me. Over the last 15 years, Mr. O'Brien, I've been in your emergency center because I've had 5 strokes in 6 months. Officer Moore put me in the ambulance in some of them. I've had anxiety attacks. I've had 2 heart attacks. My doctor is Dr. Forsthoffel, and he left before I speak because everybody ain't all proud of me. They not like us. Commissioner Curtis Richardson, let me give you a glimpse of what state-run hospitals look like when you were in the legislature. Y'all remember Sunland? You got to remember because you can't see it no more. It's gone. WCTV told us, lock your doors, be careful, people may be walking your streets. It's gone. Now, Dr. Camp, it ain't, no we walk. It's a cancer research center that sits there.
You have 30 seconds.
It's something else. They not like us. Chattahoochee. Now, Mr. O'Brien ain't the best, but I go in his hospital, I can name drop. They think I'm his cousin. Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. I'm not a vendor. I'm a regular guy that appreciates the value
You're at 3
of
minutes.
a community hospital. I got to go because they're
Thank you.
out.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Lakeisha Drew is next. Lakeisha Drew, and then John Hedrick.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Lakeisha Drew, 234 Bentonville Place. That's a hard act to follow, but I'll do my best. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of City Commissioner's Office. My name is Lakeisha Drew, and I have been a part of the TMH family for the last 3 years. As a nurse and a healthcare leader who has worked in both for-profit and not-for-profit hospitals, I am honored to speak to you today in support of TMH. My experience has shown that not-for-profit hospitals like TMH are the backbone of our healthcare system. Every decision is guided by a commitment to patient care, community well-being, rather than profit margins. I've seen firsthand how TMH's not-for-profit model enables them to reinvest every dollar into better resources, staff development, and programs that serve the most vulnerable members of our community. As a nurse, I can attest that this approach makes a tangible difference in patient outcomes. And as a leader, I have personally witnessed how TMH's mission-driven culture inspires teams to go above and beyond each day. While both for-profit and not-for-profit hospitals play vital roles in healthcare, my experience within a not-for-profit setting has cultivated a profound sense of purpose. It's more than just a job. It's an opportunity to actively contribute to the well-being of my own community. Knowing that our core mission is to deliver the highest quality of care to every individual who seeks our help creates a powerful connection to the people we serve and reinforces the significance of our collective efforts. I urge you to recognize the value that TMH brings to our community as a not-for-profit organization. Let us work together to ensure that TMH can continue to provide high-quality care to everyone who needs it, regardless of their financial situation. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is John Hedrick, followed by Nerlin Beatty.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, and the audience. John Hedrick, 1551 Christopher Drive. I'm here in my individual capacity. You know, there's an old saying, both in politics and life, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think that's what we're looking at right here. We have a good model we've had going on with city ownership, local control, and locally run. Whatever we end up doing, we shouldn't tamper with that. And one thing we could do to help the hospital out is if we ever could get Medicaid expanded here in Florida, that would help them out revenue-wise. And anyone wants to assist with that, that's going to be another one of those initiatives the governor doesn't like seeing. I hope that's on the ballot in 2026. Thank you all very much.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Nerlin Beatty. Mayor will have about a half dozen speakers left.
Great. Name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, hi, I'm Narlin Beatty, 267 Rose Hill Drive North. I've been here in Tallahassee almost 10 years. I was recruited here by Mr. O'Brien. I've worked at the hospital this entire time. I've seen hundreds of patients, led a stroke program, and work as a local neurosurgeon. I'm here today to advocate for our community. TMH is more than just a facility, it's a lifeline to this community. As we consider growth, and we have to consider growth, it has to be rooted in mutual respect and shared responsibility, not a takeover that strips Tallahassee of its voice. We welcome collaboration, but we need commitments to preserve local access, jobs, and community-centered care. Let's build alongside FSU, let's make something great, but we don't need to surrender our voice and our community to someone else. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Madeline Probst, and then Bill Wertman.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Madeline Probst. Forgot my address for a second. 101 South Woodward Avenue. I'm here today speaking on behalf of Rising Voices Collective. We are a local organization that has been working around expanding medical access for the less fortunate in our community. We have been on the ground for the last 2 months spreading Tallahassee Memorial Hospital's ACA recommended survey, required survey, the community health assessment that's done every 3 years. And in this process, I have had the opportunity to talk to people from all walks of life, but most specifically our people throughout the South Side, throughout Frenchtown, and throughout our homeless population who would not have access to health care if it weren't for the life-saving services that TMH offers on a daily basis. The only reason that we are able, as as a city to have such an amazing institution that is able to give these people the care that they need without them having to necessarily worry about being saddled continuously with debt and not being able to receive medical care because of the saddling is because TMH is run on a business model that prioritizes saving lives over corporate bottom line, something which will not necessarily be able to continue if we open the door for corporations to have more of a voice than the people of Tallahassee when it comes to decisions made about our hospital. Our hospital is our hospital for a reason. It is meant to serve not just people like me who can come to one of these meetings at 3 p.m. on a Wednesday, but our folks out there who are paycheck to paycheck working their 9-to-5s right now who can't come speak at meetings like this. It is incredibly important to me and members of the community that has welcomed me with open arms that our hospital remains our hospital and that our city remains as the oversight for this hospital, not an unelected board. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Bill Wortman, and then Sissy Proctor.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hey there, my name is Bill Wortman, and my address is 4097 Forsyth Way. Thank you for your time and attention today. I'm the CEO for Seven Oaks Healthcare, which owns Big Bend Hospice and Transition Supportive Care in our community. And together with those groups, we serve about 650 of our citizens. We serve 8 counties in our service area, and we have a very strong relationship with TMH. About 3 years ago, we began the process of examining what an affiliation might look like with TMH. And so a couple of years ago, we went ahead and became affiliated, so we are part of the TMH family of services, and that enables us to continue working more and more in the rural communities that we serve. And I just want to say that for perspective, TMH is a not-for-profit model of care. Big Bend Hospice under Seven Oaks is also a not-for-profit model of care. TMH is a 75-year-old legacy not-for-profit hospice, and we are a 45-year-old legacy not-for-profit hospital hospice. That's pretty significant because in this day and age, more and more of the for-profits are gobbling up the not-for-profits. And that's a real struggle for the level of care that we're looking at standardizing in a rural community. So for us, we serve so many rural constituents, it's very important that we look at what not-for-profit healthcare looks like. And when Mark and I began this discussion many years ago, it was a partnership where we would look at the post-acute care model of care that we could take into the community and into the home. So you've heard about hospital at home. That's a reality. That's something that we are looking at very hard, and it has to be based on a partnership with a hospital that we're part of. I also wanted to just mention that many of you know that we have an inpatient unit at TMH that we built in cooperation with First Commerce Credit Union. That unit is strong. It's 8 beds. We built it because we needed to find a way to take care of people who were not able to be transported to our other inpatient units off campus. We've served over 600 unique patients.
You're at 30 seconds.
Yes, sir. So I would like to just advocate, like many who have come before me, that we keep the governance for TMH in the hands of TMH. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Sissy Proctor is next, and then William Gears.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Sissy Proctor, 705 Middlebrook Circle. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I'm speaking as a citizen of Tallahassee, a board member at TMH, a 2-time graduate of FSU, a daughter and a granddaughter of TMH physicians, a niece of a Southern Medical Group nurse, and the niece of a former Life Flight EMT, so taking us back a while. I'm also the wife and loving member of a multi-generational family, many of whom were born at TMH, treated, and sadly passed away at TMH. And I volunteer on the board because I love TMH and I love our community. Personally, I'm a cancer survivor and get most of my treatment at TMH because TMH is my hospital for life. TMH and FSU are both anchors of our community. They're both incredibly important, and most of the citizens in this community have relationships with both. I request respectfully that, as others have stated, that TMH and FSU continue to work together as partners and that this community asset is not sold. It is our community asset and it's our community hospital for life. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Next is William Gears, and then Fran Close.
Name and address for the record, please.
William Gears, 466 River Plantation. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My wife and I have lived in the community for about 16, 17 years now. Both of us are physicians. I'm currently a physician at TMH. My wife works for CHP. I have a little bit different perspective than a lot of the other physicians that are here because I'm relatively new to TMH. For the last 15 years prior, I worked in another healthcare system that was for-profit and worked as a clinician in that there, as well as in a leadership capacity as a director for 12 years. And after 15 years, I decided to leave. After all that work and all that time that I had put in, I decided to make a change. My wife and I talked. We're probably halfway into our careers, and I couldn't see myself doing another 15 years without really feeling like I was doing something for the community. And so I made the change to TMH, and I've been blown away by the quality of care that the hospital provides. Healthcare in this country is massive. It's 25% of our GDP. It's billions and billions of dollars, and there are some huge players out there, everybody trying to get in on it. I can guarantee you that for most of those other systems, your health is very far down on the list of priorities. TMH is the community's hospital, and the health of our citizens and our community members is number one. That is the number one motive for all of us that get up and come into work every day. There's not a profit motive, there's not a corporate motive, there's not state motive. This is what gets us up and working every day. When I started and I met with Mr. O'Brien, I met with Dean Watson and asked to get involved on some of the committees and and some of the leadership roles in the hospital, I had to get in line because there are so many physicians on the staff that are willing to donate their time to make new policies and to make the hospital better. When we have clinical concerns about how we're going to treat different things, be it heart attacks, pneumonia pathways, it's our local physicians that are making these decisions, not somebody in another state or for the state. It's our local physicians. And so again, TMH has been an amazing change for me, and I feel like putting the community's health ahead of anything else has been fantastic. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Fran Close. Mayor, that's the last speaker that I have.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon and good evening. My name is Fran Close, and I'm at 5996 Colonel Scott Drive. And thank you, Mayor Daley and commissioners, for this opportunity to speak. I've been a member of this community for 40 years. I came in 1985 as a wide-eyed freshman at Florida State University to study biology. And I ran track there, so I have blood of Knoll, Garnet, and Gold running through my veins. But I'm also a professor at Florida A&M University. So as the late, great President Humphreys called me a Rattler Knoll. And so I really do believe that this community is important to me because I've lived here longer than I've lived in my home city, so where I grew up and where I was born. And what I do like about this community is that we are that, a community. We are a community that, as a part of that word, is unity. And I think in a lot of ways, especially with our health care, that's what we do. And as a professor of public health and training students, I think having this, having our hospital for educational trainings for our students and our allied health professions is vital for our future healthcare professionals. And to keep this position as we have it with TMH, I think it's going to be vital to our community. I started off some years working with China with the community health needs assessment. I trained students how to do that, how to go door to door. I trained them when it came to survey development. So those are little things that we get to do. And because of the China findings, we were able to see that we had mental health issues on our South Side. So I'm working with Dr. Jay Reeves on that. We're on the Mental Health Council of the Big Bend. And Mayor, I've worked with you with our mental health issues as well. And so just having those types of things that we can do with the hospital every year is so important, that not only for training our students, it's vital that we have these services because we can do the research and make sure that our community remain as it is. So please, 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 you know, I love tradition like anyone else. I love a good Christmas tree, but I change it up every year. And that's what we're doing at TMH. As a board member, I'm elated to be on the board and honored to be on the board. So we're just changing it up a little bit. Right? We're just putting a little different ornaments on it, but we want the foundation of this community to remain the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Mayor, that was the last speaker I have.
Okay, I want to make sure everybody has the opportunity to speak on this item. Is there anybody here that did not have a chance to fill out a speaker card that would still like to speak? Anybody here before we get into commission discussion? All right, let's move into commission discussion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And let me start by saying thank you, TMH and community, for coming out. I also want to thank my 11th grade English teacher over in Gadsden County, Annette Flanori, who taught me Shakespeare, Julius Caesar, beware of the Ides of March, also known as March Madness. And I kind of feel like that's what's happened over the past few days. I don't know if you kept up with your basketball bracket, but we haven't had time to keep up with the basketball bracket because we've been keeping up with the community bracket. And let me just say this. I know that a lot has been said, a lot of emotion, a lot of passion has gone into this. And I can appreciate that. Because prior to coming to this side of the room, I was out there doing what you're doing. I get it. I feel it. I've gotten emails all through the night on my phone. Great. We want our community to be involved. We want our community to tell us what you want and what you think. I love it. But what I do not love is when our community becomes divided. And when we start name calling and we start suspecting one another of doing things that we didn't even know we were capable of doing.
That's right.
So I want us to just, Jay, where's Jay? Mental health is real. Jay, we just need to do some breathing techniques or something to kind of roll it back and go back a few days. And let's just bring our community back together. I looked at this agenda item as an opportunity to teach, to educate our community on the great relationship that the City of Tallahassee and TMH has had. And in the reading of the agenda item, because I know y'all read every word of the agenda item, you didn't rely on somebody else to tell you what was in it. You read it. And when I read it, the last sentence, you know, you always have to read the book to the end. In the end, it said, staff will evaluate the implications of TMH's request, including evaluating whether continued city ownership remains in the city's long-term interest. As part of this analysis, staff will also explore the feasibility and potential advantages of a possible sale of the hospital, considering all available options and approaches and bringing back options and recommendations. The emails that I've received through the night, the phone calls that I've received, the conversations that I had, we're anticipating coming to this meeting and we're going to vote on selling TMH tonight. That's not happening, folks. As you can see, that is not happening. It was never going to happen. This was an informational item. And I thank you for getting in and getting involved and doing it. And Mark, you look good in your video. I asked you earlier, did they put makeup on you? Because you were real smooth, real smooth. It was real good production. Good job, Gary. Now what we need to do is put lipstick on this pig and make it work in our community. We've got to come back to the table with all the interested parties and have a great conversation. It could have been a healthy conversation. It became unhealthy. Now we need to make it healthy, a healthy conversation again about how we move forward together. Because in this county, there's only one city, and we have to move together. We don't have, like Broward County, they have like 30 cities. We have one city, and we've got to learn to live together, united, or we're going to just die. As you know what Dr. King said, I don't want to call anybody any names, but we've got to learn to live together, and we've got to come back together and not be suspicious of one another, talk to one another, and not at one another, and not over each other's head. We're not going to get anywhere that way. We're going to end up in Mark's hospital needing, my cardiologist is Dr. Hartley. Is he here? Good. He's hopefully helping somebody be heart healthy. But the last few days, I've kind of felt like I need to make an appointment to see Dr. Hartley to make sure that my stent is still in place, because I think I felt it shifting, because I was called some things that I had no idea I was capable of being. So I say that I want to try to bring a little bit of humor to this, because we love each other. I know we do. We love our community. That's why we do what we do. You're doing the same thing that I'm doing. I'm just doing it here. I'm trying to move our community forward. I'm trying to move us together in a healthy way. And the way to do that is for all parties to come to the table and let's make this thing work. Whatever that is, let's make it work. Let's make it work for Tallahassee and the surrounding areas, because we are a regional hub. And when they see us fighting or whatever we're doing over here right now, they begin to wonder, like the person who came from one of the subsidiary hospitals, when they see us fighting, they're like, well, what's going to happen? What are we doing? So we've got to be better. We've got to do it better. Our children are watching us too, and many of them were born at TMH. My last two were born at TMH. One was born in Gadsden County when we had a hospital. I understand what happens when a community loses a hospital and get an emergency room. I understand what that means. That needs to be part of our conversation on how we get hospitals in places along the way in these communities. But I'm not part of their government. That's somebody else's job. Nevertheless, I think we want the same thing. Let's get on the same sheet of music and let's dance. Let's come together. If that be our city manager, our city leadership, the TMH leadership, and whoever else is involved, let's bring this thing in for a smooth landing. Let's go back to working together. We used to have a slogan here, the United Way, what we call it, Living United. Are we still willing to do that? If we are, then we need to, first of all, TMH is not for sale tonight, nor is it for sale at any other time that I'm aware of yet, but if the conversation gets there after folks get together and start talking, then it's a matter of who. And we've heard tonight who it should be. So I am just saying, let's calm it down. Let's roll back. Jay, I'm gonna go start using my soft voice. Let's roll it back. Let's come together. Let's work together to produce the best product. We've been doing a wonderful, wonderful job. And it's just because a change was requested, an opportunity to take a look at an asset. And you all do this every day, right, Mark?
You look at your assets, you look at your balance book, you make decisions about how to do what you do, whether it's financial or a community benefit. And so we've got to just come together and let's make this work for everybody. Because when I go to TMH, I want help. And that's where I go. That's our family hospital. As you know, Mark, my husband has a disability retirement from TMH. His mother worked there. His brother worked there. Our children work there. So it is deep. It's deep. And it hurts. It hurts me. My husband, he sees what's happening on the news. He won't even talk about it. We don't even talk about it at home because it's heartbreaking to see what's happening. And I don't want to be a part of destroying our community. So let's do what we need to do. Let's be adults, let cooler heads prevail, and let's get it done. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Other comments? All right, we'll just go down the line. Okay. Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This has been interesting. It really has. And I'll start by saying that, this, as the Mayor Pro Tem has mentioned, well, first of all, let me say this. Thank you all, everyone who has come and shown your interest, of course, your concern about this issue. The calls that I've gotten, I've appreciated everyone because everyone that I've talked to gave me a little different perspective and issues that needed to be considered. And so thank you all for that. Mark, thank you for the work that you do and your staff at TMH. Mr. City Manager, thank you for the work that you do. You do a tremendous job leading our city. And I can tell you all, as the Mayor Pro Tem has said, this is a personal issue for me. In many ways, I was very disheartened by much of the conversation and vitriol that spread so quickly throughout this community about what was happening here, because it wasn't in the best interest of this community. I've lived in Tallahassee for 50 years, longer than anybody on this dais, I think. Am I correct?
You're correct.
Y'all? 50 years. 50 years. I love this community. I've spent almost half of my adult life in public office, working with others to make this community be a better community for all of her citizens, regardless of where they live. And so I've been very disheartened by what I've heard, accusations being made. And you know what was most disheartening to me in so many of the conversations that I had with a number of individuals, never was it talked about the fact that what we need is to be talking about the highest quality of medical care for the residents and visitors to this region. I wasn't hearing that, and I would bring it up every time. Wait a minute, we're not talking about FSU, the university, TMH, the nonprofit corporation. We're talking about the health care of our residents and guests to our city and county and region. But that wasn't, I've been encouraged. I have been so encouraged by what I've heard from the speakers today, because that has been the emphasis of what you've talked about. But I can tell you all, I wasn't hearing that since last Thursday when this first came to me. I've heard accusations being made and innuendos about people's motives and motivation. And I'm like, what does that have to do with my neighbor who needs health care on the south side of town, okay? As I mentioned, this is personal to me. Both my daughters, both my beautiful daughters, y'all, I brag on them all the time, but both of them were born at Tallahassee Memorial Hospital, both my daughters. And more importantly for me, or as important, my beautiful wife, 15 years ago, was diagnosed with breast cancer, y'all. And it was the care that she got at Tallahassee Memorial Hospital that 15 years later, we can say there has not been any recurrence of that dreaded disease. She is as healthy as anyone in this room, I'm assuming.
And pretty.
And so this has meant so much to me in that respect, the quality of health care that we're able to provide, and TMH has done that. And Mark, thank you again, you and your staff, the doctors, for what you've done. I've seen the healthcare system in our community evolve over the 50 years that I've been here, the quality, how the quality of that healthcare model and service has become higher and higher quality over the years. And so this was a very touching conversation for me based on where I've been and the experiences that I've had with medical care in our community. And so I, too, like the Mayor Pro Tem, was very concerned at how the community seemed to be divided over this issue. This is, I think, Ed, you said you could have 100 problems, but if you've got healthcare problems, you've only got one. And so that's what we should have and need to be focusing on. I hope that what we take from this is that cooler heads will prevail, that those who are leaders in the area, TMH, our city manager, FSU, and I want to make sure that FAMU and TSC are included in this as well, because they have a stake in all of this as well. I haven't heard those schools mentioned in the conversations prior to today, but I want to make sure that they're at the table when decisions are being made as well with respect to health care in our community. And so I'm hoping that the takeaway from this, that first of all, we will go out and let this community know that we stand together on what's important to all of us in Tallahassee and Leon County and in this region, and that is the health care, again, of our residents and her guests. That's what's important to us, and we're going to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to have access to that high quality of care in our community. And so we need to, leaving here, be resolute that we're going to make sure this community understands that we're together in this, and we're going to work to move forward to continue to make healthcare in our community, in our county, in our region, be second to none. And I can't imagine a healthcare system in our community that is not locally run and owned and operated. I can't imagine it based on what my experience has been with TMH. We've got to have the information that we need in order to make serious decisions to make when it comes to our healthcare system and how we move that system forward and continue to build quality of care. Those who live in the city and county and have come to expect our healthcare system. It would be impossible of us to try to make decisions without having all of that information is going to provide for us over this next month. And so we'll come back informed, educated, having given the community an opportunity to give input, and then we'll make decisions that will move our community forward. And it's going to be our responsibility, meaning those of us as elected officials, but also those from the community, to bring this community back together. We've got too many issues that we deal with. Violence. I was a issue. We've got some of the best to do anywhere, and we just need continue the progress that we made over the years. So, for working with each and every one of you in that respect, I love this community. See myself, I certainly don't plan to leave my wife nor I because we love this community so much. And so, forward to working with each and every one of you to continue to move our community forward and make her be that all-American that she has been twice designated. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. Commissioner Matlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First off, let me thank all the speakers for coming today. I think I've never seen the community more united coming together to save a public asset. It's been universal, the opinions, and from people who normally don't agree, all agreeing that what is vital is to maintain TMH as a community, locally owned and operated healthcare facility. I did want to, before I start, I wanted to just take a second to recognize all the employees at TMH, all of the doctors, nurses, the people doing people who can't patient at Appalachia Center. My father received services from Big Bend Hospice, so I appreciate everything that y'all have done for my family, and I think that's what brought out so much passion across our community, because it is our hospital, it is local, and it means something to us, not just financial standpoint, but from a community standpoint. You know, we're part of it, and I appreciate that. I'm actually glad we're having this conversation today, because as it was said earlier, you know, many people in our community might not know the relationship between our hospital and the government. I think those that have overwhelmingly spoken up, they'd like to see that continue. So I do believe, as my colleagues, we have an opportunity to bring people back together, to continue conversations with Florida State to progress in academic medicine, to keep the city government's interest in the local hospital there, and also to enshrine TMH's long-term future as a locally owned and operated community hospital. Before I get into some of my feelings, I do want to, I do take exception to how we got here today. Dr. Whitley, if I can ask a few questions on the agenda material. Because like many of, I think you probably read in the news, many of us felt blindsided by the conversation to sell at all. We didn't have a conversation as a city commission. It was never in city management, and I believe the TMH board didn't receive information either. My questions, just on the agenda material, Mr. Manager, which department created the agenda item?
It was created at my direction. So this is an item from myself as well as the city attorney's office.
And at what point did work on this agenda item begin?
I would say the agenda material, the background, which we knew would be extensive, was started when I was made aware of the request. So that was somewhere at the end of February. City attorney, her office had reviewed the material. She brought it to my attention, sat down with me. The city attorney and I met with the mayor, shared the request, so this was all pretty recent. We realized that anytime we got to whatever the question was, we were going to have a lot of background. I mentioned earlier in my summary is what we knew was no one realized the relationship. No one understood the nature of the lease, so we knew we had to put that down. So that work began right away, and then the agenda material was issued a week in advance of this meeting.
In the concept of selling the facility, where did that come from and how was that initiated?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question because I know that's triggered a lot of discussion. We've been at this discussion for a little bit. Anybody that's been tracking the discussions with TMH and FSU, there's been a transformation committee that's now a couple years old, maybe a little bit more than that. There's been this evolving partnership related to, how that looks. And I think that's a good thing, a lot to build on there. What we learned when staff became aware of it, obviously we're doing our research about, what did things look like in the rest of the world? And we realized the rest of the world's changed a lot. There's a lot of examples out there about how communities have transitioned from, like our ownership today that originated way back when as the hospitals were being built by cities and counties. And so we knew there was a lot of information. This request is significant as it relates to the position of the city. It speaks to, and you hear from TMH as you will, as you hear from our material, TMH as it stands, as we probably all think of TMH as the hospital there on Miccosukee Road and Magnolia, we think that's TMH. That's not TMH. It hasn't been TMH for a really long time. But that in itself, that facility, that kind of hospital, it simply can't survive in today's environment. I think that's, Mark would tell you that. I've heard him say it too many times. And so you see this evolution. You see a consolidation of healthcare in the United States where bigger entities are buying up hospitals. Even in the academic arena, you see in the agenda item where UF Health has embarked upon a growth strategy, acquiring existing hospitals to expand its footprint. So that is part of the world that's happening. We wanted to make sure we put that in there as it relates to what you see where you have private for-profit entities buying hospitals. You have private nonprofit entities buying hospitals, expanding their brand. You have this academic medical center or academic health center type growth, and you see a dwindling number of community-only owned hospitals. We felt like that was good background information. We knew it. It was things we were learning as we're going along in this process. And so that's formed the background of if a community wants to do something different, if they want to change the nature of the model that exists today, what's the world of possibility, which includes potential sale. Now, I will say this, I've shared this with a whole lot of people. I think anytime you say that, the first inclination is you sell to the highest bidder. And by the way, the hospital is worth a lot of money. I know that. I don't have to spend that much time researching it to know it's worth hundreds of millions of dollars exactly in the lease arrangement we have today. That's not the indication. It didn't say that, but I understand how you can read into that. But even if the city decided, you and your colleagues decided that maybe the city no longer wants to be the owner and you transferred it, you sold it to whoever that might be, even if you didn't get but $1 for it, that's a sale. It would be accompanied in all likelihood by things that you would say are important, requirements that you would obligate the future owner to, and that would be a sale. So that's the idea. So if it's transacted, divested, you can come up with whatever words you want. That would be the nature of the transaction. So to say that is important. This has to be transparent. The entire discussion has to be transparent, and it has to be fully discussed. That doesn't mean that's what happens, but what are the four corners of the page? And I think the agenda item, honestly, I think it did a good job with that. I think you could read it in different ways. I understand that, and it could probably create consternation, but that's the thought process behind it.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Following up on that, has a few different entities were mentioned in the agenda item. Has the city had any conversations with for-profit healthcare corporations like HCA about selling its property?
No.
Has the city had any conversations with nonprofit, non-governmental hospitals like Advent Health about selling its property?
No.
Has the city had any conversations with Florida State University about selling its property?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. I just wanted to make sure we understand. There was a lot of information in the agenda item, but it really seemed like there's one conversation that's happening that we're all aware of that wasn't explicitly laid out. So knowing the frameworks of where this came from and why we're discussing this today, I think is helpful and is the transparent way to have the conversation. I'm happy to have the conversation. I think it's a healthy conversation to have, but I want to make sure we're all operating on the same facts. In the future, I would appreciate if we're all operating on the same timeline as well as when we receive the information about discussions that are taking place. Moving on from that, the past, just a few questions on Mr. Manager, your view of the city's role. What do you believe the city's role is in public health?
Our role in public health?
Yes.
Based on our charter, it'd be very limited. it would be the policies and actions you set forth as a city commission, given the services we provide. Its role relative to operating a hospital, I think those days are long gone.
What do you see as the taxpayers' belief and feeling for maintaining a community-based hospital?
Repeat the question, sir.
What do you suspect is the taxpayers' interest in maintaining a community-based hospital like the one we have today?
Oh, that's a good question. I think we could have a long discussion over some brandy and branch water on that one, but I think no one knows what a community-based hospital is, to be honest with you. But if I was answering the question about what I think the public's expectation is, I think it starts with, Commissioner Richardson mentioned it, the idea that we achieve the highest potential health care possible. That's aspirational, very defined, it's shared. I haven't had a single person that hasn't needed that. I don't know exactly what that means, to be honest with you. We know that Tallahassee is a city, frankly, in the middle of the woods in the Panhandle, and you have to drive a long way to get to different access to medical. We all decide that most expert care in Tallahassee, we actually need that service, the specialist service. We want it here. For myself, I can speak for my friends. There. But we also, and I said we being one of many voices, we want to ensure that health care is accessible to all. TMH does that today. I can't imagine a scenario where whatever comes of this, that wouldn't be the case. It must be the case as we provide care for all. I think I heard a lot today in the comments about not just serving Tallahassee. Right, so think about it, all these years ago, the population center was extremely Tallahassee. It's far beyond Tallahassee today. It's hundreds of miles beyond Tallahassee. And so we've got to keep that in mind too, is the community base. I think if you ask a resident of Tallahassee, they probably are thinking Tallahassee. I'm not sure that's true anymore. I think community-based may be something different than that. And I think that's something we learn, explore, and, we get more informed about.
Sure. I think community-based means the leadership of the hospital are our friends and neighbors in Tallahassee. They get approved by local government. It's not farmed out to large corporations in another city, and it's not directed by state government from people we don't know. That's my definition of community-based. Do you see a value in the current structure that we have with TMH versus for-profit corporations or even a state-owned entity?
I do, actually, and I think that's the reason we're here today, to think that the relationship will change. What TMH has asked for is a different board structure. It's a significant change. You would not have the same role in that future that you have today. I think it's our job, my job, the city attorney's job, to explain to the best of our ability what your future role would be. So that's not possible if you move forward. You need to understand that. Question is, would it be the same value? Maybe, maybe not. And so today you have certain value. You've approved board directors to the board, just like you have here today. If there's a significant change in the structure of TMH, you have a say in that. That has probably served the city well for many, many years. But change is afoot. And the question is, what role do you want to have to ensure good health care in our community, or allow it to continue to grow into the future?
Thank you, and I agree. I think that's the conversation we should be having today and on the 16th, is the governance structure as recommended, and debate the merits and move forward on that. I think I've heard loud and clear that a sale isn't desired. I do want to add some more comments into the record. I received so much feedback from so many sections of our community. I've tried to promise everybody I tried to get to their points. I think we're all familiar with Dr. Hollyfield, actually a long-term critic of TMH. He called me today and expressed concern about a potential acquisition by Florida State University. And his concern was with new state laws with our university, particularly targeting diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, things that are sex or race-based concepts, and spending money on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. he questioned if a state-run hospital would even be able to have programs that look at Black infant mortality specifically, or different types of programs that target women's-based services or race-based services where we know that there's healthcare disparity. And my answer to him is, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the meat and bones of that. But what I do know is the relationship we have today lets us have that communication line open to where we can have those conversations, and we can meet with the CEO, we can meet with the board members to express community concerns. So I'll just wrap up by saying I look forward to the conversation on the 16th. I hope we can take up the board structure separate and apart from any conversation about a sale, so we can bring stability back to the hospital. If there is a conversation of a sale, I'm not really interested in a sale to any outside entity other than what exists today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also want to thank everyone for being here today and for doing what you do to serve Tallahassee. Just like everyone else up here, this issue, and everyone who's here today, this issue is personal to me too. I've had health issues since I was born, basically. When I was 12, I was diagnosed with epilepsy. I spent several months barely getting out of bed. I had to drop out of high school because I just couldn't go to school while my care was being managed. I've had 3 surgeries at TMH in a year, this past year alone. So I am someone who goes to TMH, who supports TMH, who's grateful for TMH. Everyone needs health care, and I personally believe that health care is a human right. I think it's long overdue that we're having this kind of conversation about the city, about the future of health care in the city, about the city's role. I want to see the city play a more proactive role in public health. We have so many great partners who are doing a lot of that work, and I certainly think that the city could do more. I have serious concerns about how we got here today. And I would like to ask a couple of questions, if I may, Mr. Mayor, of Mark O'Brien or whoever is appropriate to answer them. And what I'd like to get to is actually what precipitated this item, which was the request for certain changes. Unfortunately, we haven't even really discussed that. And so, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Sure. Mr. O'Brien, you available for
Mark
some questions?
Or Sally, whoever. Well, let me start with my question, and so you can go from there. I would like to ask you if you could explain where the request came from, how you think it will benefit Tallahassee and TMH, and what, and if you could also talk to, not in great detail because we're going to have more conversations, but what data analysis research is supporting this request?
Sure. I wouldn't say data and research. It's a standard organizational structure for systems like ours. And Mr. Goad pointed this out, when the lease was set in 1979, the only entity that was really under that lease was the hospital proper. We've all had discussions in the last few days, in order for TMH to be successful, in order for us to thrive, make sure we secure our position as a community-owned, community-based asset, it's required us to create a broader network of providers, not just in the scope of distance, but also types of services, to become a comprehensive provider of services. That no longer is just a hospital. And as we could all attest, healthcare has become incredibly complex and becoming more complex by the day. So the idea was to recognize that not changing the ownership of the asset and not changing the relationship necessarily with this commission on the asset, what we were looking at was to create a holding company board that could spend its time focusing on the greater picture and the assets principally not specific to TMH, that TMH would still retain a board, and the relationship of and we all know the relationship. It's the lease, it's $1 a year. But the role of this commission has basically been to ratify board members. That the ratification of those board members at the hospital level would stay intact for the hospital, but not the ARIS board, because the ARIS board, which is really a DBA, we can't call it as we go into different markets, Tallahassee Memorial. So it's really just a Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare doing business as ARIS. So we can have a little bit more of a a non-specific site title. The relationship there is to really help manage those assets and engage people there. We did create a structure, though, that recognized the footprint of TMH is still the critical footprint. Our proposal is that the ARIS board, which is, again, community-based, that 5 of the 9 members are specific to TMH. So therefore, TMH has a majority and a controlling point even on the ARIS board. And that was to do that. And all of those you appoint. So that was also designed to make sure that we kept a large level of control in this relationship, to make sure that we kept faith with the city. Where's Murray? From a legal standpoint, I know he's been working with your counselor, Ms. Toman, and I will let Murray talk more about the process, how long you've been involved in that, and really kind of the nature of this, again, is to really position us to be able to, from a governance standpoint, manage the hospital more effectively. Right now, we've got one board, and we're spreading them thin on managing a lot of different entities, and quite frankly, we probably have some of them that we aren't really managing them well enough because the hospital does occupy so much of the focus. So anyway, it's really trying to create that type of model. And if you go out and look at other health systems like ours, you'll find that this is a pretty standard structure. So it's not out of the norm. In fact, it really is the model that systems are using today. Murray.
Hi, Murray Moore. Yeah, thank you. So like Mark said, the structure the idea is to sort of restructure the board, kind of whittle down the TMH Inc. board, which we refer to as the ARIS board, to be sort of the overseeing parent, and then keep in place the board, the hospital board that oversees Tallahassee Memorial Hospital. And the parent ARIS board is made up of the 4 officers plus the immediate past chair of the underlying hospital board, so that the hospital board that you all would confirm the members of would constitute the majority of the quote-unquote parent, the ARIS board. So it leaves intact that element of control for the city while also achieving our goal of setting up this structure that is more amenable to a regional approach to the healthcare delivery that TMH is proud to deliver and is growing, continuing to grow. There are some other proposed changes, and I'm happy to talk about all of those, or if we want to wait and discuss those at a later time. But I think that was probably one of the primary control features that the city currently enjoys, that we tried to make sure that while it may be different and may be considered somewhat diluted because there's no right for the commission to directly confirm the ARIS board members, you are confirming the board members that are overseeing the hospital itself, and a majority of the ARIS board is made up of those people. Under the lease, as I mentioned, another control feature is that you all get to approve those changes to our articles and bylaws. These changes would require a change to the articles of incorporation as well as the bylaws, so they're both the governing documents. Because we would propose changing the number of board members and actually taking the opportunity to clean up a few things in there too. Under the lease, we submitted the request, and as I said, the lease provides that you all have the right to confirm those changes to the articles and bylaws, and that's what we're requesting. If there is an ongoing conversation about the sale, the reason I mentioned uncoupling those two issues is TMH is hopeful to get this structure in place regardless of who the owner is at any point, if and subject to your confirmation, of course, so that we'd like to get that done sooner rather than later, as well as we are proceeding with our, building our relationships with FSU. We have these ongoing projects that are expanding and out into the region, so we'd like to have that structure in place and not wait for what probably is a longer process on considering whether or not to actually the city would consider divesting itself of title to that property. Are there any other questions?
Thank you. I have a few follow-ups for Mark.
Great.
One of the things we discussed is in order to support TMH, there being other sources of revenue. Could you talk a little bit more about how, in your view, this would do that for TMH? One thing that you discussed was, the idea being, if there is a regional presence, we're referring people to TMH.
Sure.
Can you explain that?
Sure. If you look at models of care, we have partnerships with hospitals. Actually, Lauren Faison spoke to that. In Perry, we have partnerships, and these are operational partnerships. They're not financial capital partnerships. They're management partnerships. But in Perry, in Blountstown, those entities, basically, they see patients, the patients they can care for in their community. Great, and we want them to thrive and keep those services there. But for services that they can't provide, they refer them to our institution. That's an example. We have basically also physicians that practice at a level that require, basically that opens the door for patients to come from all over the area. I look at Dr. Beatty as an interventional neurologist, basically neurosurgeon. Patients come from a wide sector. We have a functional neurosurgery program that pulls from hundreds of miles in every direction. Dr. Knoll is I don't know if he's still here, but he does structural heart services in addition to interventional care. Those bring patients from all over the region in here, all benefiting our community because it brings new dollars into our community. We also participate in other services, outpatient centers, surgery centers, joint ventures. Those are things that aren't part of the hospital proper, but create new revenue lines, allow us to bring dollars in to support those indigent care services. In healthcare, as you all have heard, not everything we do makes money. We take care of a lot of people who don't have the ability to pay for services. We provide services that just by the nature don't pay a lot. But we want to provide. We are the community safety net. We are that relationship. And to do that, you have to have services that make money to cover those that don't. And it's a balancing act. So all of these things are things that allow us to basically keep that balancing act in order so we can continue to thrive and build and create. And says we want that outside. I think everything that we're doing is to elevate the level of care, higher level of care. In some cases, we really want to create care that would be on anything in the Southeast and not even.
Thank you. And one more question. Sure. When did you first hear about the idea that the city was considering a sale?
Well, when the agenda, I think it's well established.
Okay.
The agenda was noticed.
Okay.
That was the first clue.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
I have a few questions for you, Mr. City Manager. And I'll start by saying, I was caught off guard by this agenda item, and I won't insult your intelligence by saying that I think that your concerns are unfounded. If you see something like this on an agenda item that you're unaware of, to me is dropping a huge bomb. And if it's something that deserves our scrutiny or attention, I think this was really mismanaged. So, Mr. City Manager, could you explain a little bit more to me, where did the direction or initiative come from to even consider a sale or to meet with FSU about a potential sale?
Mr. Mayor? I think I can pull back the agenda item, but it doesn't say we're considering a sale. It doesn't say that anywhere in the agenda item. It says that we would evaluate, to answer the question in front of us, the benefits of a potential sale and those things surrounding that. So it doesn't say we're considering selling, and we need to be careful with those words. So that's what the agenda item says.
Then where did that come from?
That came from me. The agenda item is one of mine and the city attorney, but the idea of the scope we would review to give you information related to considering this question came from me.
Is there a reason that other commissioners were not made aware of discussions with FSU? Since they're not included in the item, so is there a reason?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor? Yeah. So, Commissioner, I think a lot has been made of a meeting with FSU. I think it should be reported in addition that I myself probably have talked to FSU dozens of times over the last 2 years about this general subject, the direction of where things are headed. I mentioned earlier that there was a transformation committee. We know there's probably hundreds of hours in that transformation committee that I didn't know, but I learned. I think that's been productive. That resulted in a very expansive MOU that wasn't executed, but I think it's probably something that can be built upon between FSU and TMH. And so FSU has been highly engaged in the matter of the future of what happens, not just in Tallahassee, but also Panama City Beach. We know of that relationship. I think that's moving forward, and that's part of this structure. I believe in this case, I think the City Commission needs to approve the ARIS board request to facilitate that. There's interplay in all these actions, and as well as the research building that's been discussed before too. And so it wasn't a one-off or anomalous conversation with FSU. What we know is we share information via agenda items, and things have to be discussed in the public. And so that's the nature of this agenda item and meeting today.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you. Well, I want to be clear that I would like to be informed from now on of any conversations that we initiate or anyone who approaches us who's interested in a sale. As one of the decision makers, I think it's important that I be informed. And the person whose job it is to inform me, or one of the people, is you. So moving forward, that's what I expect. As far as where we go from here, I would hope that the scope of the conversations we have, it would be my preference that they be working with TMH to talk about the request at hand and not opening up Pandora's box to discuss a sale. That's where I'm coming from. That's the direction I would like to see us go in, because I think that the community has been outspoken. And I have to disagree that this conversation hasn't been about the quality of care. I think that's exactly what this conversation has been about. And the idea that you can't disconnect that from it being a community-operated and owned hospital system. So as we move forward in these conversations, I just want to make clear where I stand, and it is not in favor of selling the hospital, but it is in learning more about what this would mean for our community and having a conversation transparently with all of our partners at the table when we have that conversation. And I wonder if we need to have a workshop, frankly, and not just have this at a city commission meeting where we have a 6 o'clock public hearing in 4 minutes and where there are other items that require our attention. I think this is such an important issue to our community and to the city, and a complicated issue that I am learning a lot about and have appreciated learning a lot about. But I think that just having, if the expectation is that we're just going to have this conversation at a regular city commission meeting with other items for us to consider with a week's notice to understand these agenda materials, I don't see that being benefiting anyone.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Please, I still have my comments to provide.
Real quick, I think the best expectation, because I don't want this to happen and it be thought that direction was provided, is the conversation moving forward will, in all likelihood, be with the city, Mark from TMH, and the president from FSU. The relationship is already formed. It's a powerful relationship. And so to go to the next level, that's where I see that conversation headed. I stand ready to facilitate that. I think much will come from it, but it would not be only between the city and TMH. There's other interest here.
Sure.
And I know Mark and I have already talked about this, so I'm not speaking for him. So I don't want it to be said that somehow FSU entered the side door. They're part of this discussion, of course. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Porter.
That's all for me. Thank you.
Excellent. First of all, those of you that are here for the public hearing at 6 o'clock, we are going to push back just a little bit, Madam Attorney, let's say 6:15, so that it gives everybody the opportunity. Those of you that don't want to stay for the public hearing can leave, and we could take a quick break or whatnot. So we will begin the public hearing at 6:15. I believe this has been absolutely fantastic and a great conversation. I want to thank everybody for coming out. I want to thank you for the decorum in chambers. We have had a wonderful conversation, very passionate. We hear you, we see you, and we look forward to working with you. But a couple of comments. Mr. O'Brien, you and I have some work to do on our personal relationship. And I think you understand where I'm coming from, and I'm going to leave it at that. And I look forward to sitting down and talking to you. But to say that I've been quite surprised over the past 48 to 72 hours, including the video that was taken down and the personal attacks that have been levied, we need to work, okay? And I'm committed to doing so. I am. Mr. Moore, in your letter dated January 24th, 2025, thank you very much to the city attorney. First line of the first paragraph, the board of directors of TMH voted to move forward with the restructuring itself in order to establish a health system model of governance that is different than what we have today. In the third paragraph, your letter, red line versions of the proposed revised governing documents are attached. Below is an outline of the proposed substantive changes to the governing documents for your review. The City of Tallahassee agenda item on the first page at the very bottom. This governing shift would limit the city's role in overseeing broader strategic decisions affecting the health system. On page 2 of the city agenda, given the city's ownership of the hospital property and assets and its oversight authority, TMH's request presents a significant change in the governance of the community hospital. The proposed governance restructuring must be reviewed to ensure the city's interests are preserved. When we received the letter to change the governing structure of the board, I am the one, your mayor, that turned to the city manager and said, the 5 of us elected lay people have no background in healthcare. This is a big request, which I'm sure we all agree with. We need an information-only agenda item that comes before the city commission that we can discuss so that we can all be on the same level. Because in the 6 years that I have been mayor of Tallahassee, I have never once been invited to a board of directors meeting. Have you been invited to a board of directors meeting of TMH? No. Madam Attorney, have you been invited to a board of directors meeting of TMH? No. On top of that, when the Transformation Committee was created between Florida State and TMH, City of Tallahassee did not have a seat at the table. Were you invited to participate? No. Were you invited, Madam Attorney? No, neither was I. When the MOU was agreed upon between Florida State and TMH, signed on March 21st, 2024 of last year, we didn't have a seat at the table. As the ARIS board agreement has come before us, which is very large, and it's a big ask for us, we need to understand what's going on. The City of Tallahassee owns the assets. We've had a wonderful relationship, and I do take issue with the statement that you have done it on your own. You have done significant work on your own, and that is recognized by this board. You have also done it for $1 a year land lease and not paid any rent, and we take pride in that partnership as well. But I think it needs to be recognized. This is a community moving forward with healthcare. So, as your mayor, I think it's important because we have such significant holdings in the assets. I look through this through a different lens. That lens is also to protecting the assets of the city of Tallahassee and the 200 residents that live here. And how do we move forward to continuously uplift healthcare in this country? Yes, I am going to ask questions. Under the new ARIS board, what is the liability that comes to the City of Tallahassee? And Mr. Attorney, the answer might be none, but we haven't had that conversation, nor has that laid out to us. What is the exposure? How does this impact the fiduciary relationship? Why is the City of Tallahassee appointing members of the TMH board that will serve on ARIS that is making direct and immediate impact decisions on the community an hour and a half away in Panama City? If it is the holding company of all of the assets, why are we making these decisions? There's probably a great logical answer to it, but we need to figure this out. This is a big ask for the City of Tallahassee, and we need to work through these issues. I am the one as the mayor that sat down and said, we need an informational document to come before the city so that the 5 of us lay people who have no healthcare background whatsoever are on the same page with the community. I am also the mayor that sits down with the president of Florida State, FAMU, and Tallahassee State College on a regular basis to discuss all town and gown issues and healthcare issues. I have been with all 3 presidents in the past 3 weeks. That's what you expect from me as your mayor as well. To be criticized for, well, stop. We are going to have a great conversation on the ARIS board. It's important for the next month that we all sit down together and answer all these very big questions about liability, exposure. What exactly is our role? What is the diminished role of the city? How are we moving forward? Which also leads to bigger questions about healthcare in our community. How are we moving forward? Define the relationship. Mr. O'Brien, when I sat down with you and the chair of your board, the immediate past president, I asked the same questions I asked the president of Florida State University. How do you define the relationship between Florida State and TMH? And quite honestly, I got 2 different answers. I encourage you and the president to sit down and let's all get on the same page. How are we moving forward together? What role does it play? 75 years ago, we own the assets. Do you still believe we have a role in this? Is the expectation best the asset local or maintain? These are big questions that impact in this community. And I will never back down as the mayor from asking these all-important questions on behalf of the city. Now, I look forward to moving forward. I really do. And we're going to get to the bottom of this. And together, we're going to move healthcare in the right direction. And we support TMH. We do. We do. But I hope as a community and as leaders in this community, we're going to take a different tone and a different tack as we move forward. With that said, at 6:06, there's no action to be taken on. We stand in recess.
Legal question. Madam Attorney, the relationship with TMH is based on the real estate and the assets. We're not intertwined in any operations.
It's based on the lease.
Okay.
Go to the lease.
But the lease has agreed to support.
And we have a sub.
Sure. And if we were going to go in that direction, or if we were going to divest, that's the TMH board, is that just a real transaction ultimately?
Answer that, Commissioner, because there's so much to it. I want to be able to fully understand what the proposed transaction was, be able to look at the determine if it's feasible.
Thank
you. Sure. One thing that we do agree upon, it will be a decision made by the majority of this board, unanimously by this board, under a council management form of government. And to suggest that the mayor or any one of us can unilaterally make decisions this big on these issues simply is not true. It will come before the commission, starting with the ARIS issue at the next meeting. We are also very aware of the time frame. We will honor the time frame. We'll take it up at the next meeting and we'll move forward. We stay in a recess till 6:15 when we will have the public hearing. We're all on the same page. We're going to go through the public hearing. Then I'm just going to go ahead and take the rest of policy formation and direction. We have 12.02, 03, and 04. After that, we will take unagenda speakers, sharing of ideas, call it an evening. So we are on item number 16.01. Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 16.01 is a public hearing of ordinance number 25-Z-06, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, amending the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee, located on 10.3 acres immediately south of Interstate 10, north of Portland Avenue, and approximately 1,200 feet west of Old Bainbridge Road, on the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee, changing the zoning classification of land from single-family and two-family residential zoning district to Hudson Lakes Planned Unit Development, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the first and only public hearing and adopt ordinance number 25-Z-06. Any ex parte disclosures concerning this item are available via the hyperlink included in the agenda item as published in the board docs system.
Excellent. All right, Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
Mayor, I've got 5 speakers on the item.
Okay.
The first is Peter Okonkwo, and the second will be Larissa Sherman.
Join us. You have 3 minutes, and the clerk will let you know when you have the last 30 seconds.
Thank
Your
you,
name
Mayor.
and address for the record, please.
Peter Okonkwo, 361 Collinsford Road, Tallahassee, Florida. Mayor and Commissioners, I stand before you here. I'm the engineer of record for this project that is coming before you. It's a very important project and beautiful project for the city. It's located off near I-10 and off Portland Avenue. The project proposes housing with affordable housing components to it. And also, as part of the development, the project will bring amenities for the community. In essence, most of the things that are being proposed are open to the public. Facilities, racquetball, basketball, swimming pool, and the rest. The project is also proposes a running and walking trail around the neighborhood. Now, all the infrastructure that is required for this project will be paid for by the developer. You know, that's very important. All the infrastructure that's being proposed will be paid for by the developer. We've went through the staff, the DRC, and the Planning Commission. Each of these gave us the approval that we required. The traffic issue has been looked at by the department, and more studies will be done. So we ask you to continue the support and approval that has been garnered by the DRC and the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next is Larissa Sherman. She'll be followed by Chris Farnsley.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Larissa Sherman. My address is 2457 Nugget Lane. I have lived there for over 20 years. I want to let you guys know that it's a home. It's not just a house. It's no longer just townhouses that college kids party in. The engineer on this project and developer have been given several opportunities to make updates to the PUD to show that they'll meet the requirements of the law. Spectra Engineering has not made a good faith effort to submit plans that include all of the accurate, proper documents that meet the standards of the law. The land use certificate is from a prior project and expires in December 2025. Some of their documents have not been spell checked prior to submittal. The the DRC continued the October 2024 meeting to allow them to correct the deficiencies and submit a flood plan analysis, yet that was not up to par from what I've been told. Their plan states that they're using the existing infrastructure from the Portland water main, but that is not plausible because there are clay pipes. And this was confirmed by the City of Tallahassee program engineer. I believe his name was Josh Logan. This is in your documents. He confirmed the developer would have to go under I-10 for the water main access, but this would not address the sewer and runoff. I've submitted a petition with 340 signatures. It was in your evidence as exhibit, but I submitted a paper copy that you guys have in addition because for some reason it was not included in all of your documents. I don't want to run out of time, but additionally, the city planner has not sent the requested documents to our team in order to disseminate them amongst all the residents. So those 340 signatures are just people standing by and wanting to sign the petition that live in the neighborhood and consider it home. At this point, this is going to become a liability of the city if the zoning changes and this continues to get passed from one level to the next, and the residents of this neighborhood do not get taken into consideration. With 3 minutes to speak, I have much more evidence that I can present that we've only had 3 minutes. I haven't even gotten an email back. If you look at my email from the January meeting, Marcus Lloyd, I'm sure he's a great guy, but he hasn't even sent me the documents from that meeting to show what the water plane analysis is. I've called multiple times, even today, and couldn't get anybody to get us back. I know my time's over, but I did submit everything. Thank you.
Excellent. Mr. Manager, we've got a couple more speakers on public comment, but I don't know if this is Mr. Reddick or who, but I would love for after public comment for staff to be able to come and walk us through. She brought up some very important issues that need to be addressed. Okay.
Great. Next speaker then is Chris Farnsley and then Zachary Gottfried.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi there, my name is Christopher Farnsley. I live at 2514 Nugget Lane here in Tallahassee, Florida. I am a first-time home buyer with my wife. This is going to be our family home in this area. We bought it a couple years ago from the original owner. And my biggest concern is the floodplain issue. With the hurricanes we've been having, our area has trees down everywhere, the entire area around Hartsfield there. And that doesn't even take into account the backup from all the extra branches. I know the city has been working very hard to help with drainage there, but it's legitimately concerning me with the fact that insurers dropped our insurance on our house last year for no reason at all. What are we supposed to do if we don't have insurance going into next year and there's a hurricane that causes 6 inches of flooding? I legitimately don't know what I'm going to do if this home does not work out for myself and my wife. And as much as I would love to have a larger, more vibrant community, there's not an infrastructure for it there. There's a 90-degree turn within feet of where the drive for this place would be. And the drive itself is not large enough to accommodate large vehicles. It's very, very concerning. And I've spoken with other people in the neighborhood, and there's a brand new baby across the street from a homeowner. I don't know what they're going to do. And that's more or less all I had to say. I very much appreciate having your time, but this project is concerning for the future of my family and my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, Mr. Manager, these issues addressed, that'd be great. Our next speaker, please.
Next is Zachary Gottfried, and then James Carr.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. Zachary Gottfried, 7491 North Federal Highway, Boca Raton, Florida, 33487. Just want to thank everyone first for taking the time to come and meet with us here today. Just going through the process of the whole PUD process here. It's been great. We've been working with the city very much so all through along the way. We got the best engineer in the business who's figured out all the issues and problems that may be in the area that not necessarily on our property, but we're willing to help out as well. We follow all the comprehensive use plans, and there's a very big project that the area really needs. Affordable housing is very big, and it hits home for a lot of us, and we need to add that. We have spoken with the city, and we made adjustments. We sent out letters to everyone's home or their HOA. We met with these citizens beforehand. They wanted us to move amenities. We moved amenities. They wanted us to not have 5 stories. We're not going 5 stories. We're trying to, the buffer's extended. We're trying to, be a friend to the people in the neighborhood. It's public amenities, and we're just trying to do the best for the city. We've agreed to go above what we are needed to do for having the affordable housing. We only needed to go 10%. We're going to go above that. And we're going to go lower on the AMI too to accommodate it. There's sidewalks all around there, so 2 bus stops in the area. So this project is going to be, very exciting for us to keep moving forward. We thank everyone for their time today, and we look forward to having you all at the groundbreaking later this year.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
James Carr is our last speaker that I have.
Your name and address for the record, please.
James Carr, 1819 Doric Drive, Tallahassee. I want to begin by heaping effusive praise on the Planning Commission and Development Review people, because they rewrote the proposal for these guys, which was, if you go look at their original version or look at my first letter critiquing it, you'll see that it was unbelievably bad. But they helped them rewrite it. They didn't require them to rewrite it, so it's still incomplete, as she made that point. My comments begin with the traffic situation. You're going to kill people if that gets built where it is, if not by traffic accidents, by having the only road into that development blocked by a crash when the fire department or the police needs to respond to something on that site. If you look at that intersection, if you drive through that intersection during rush hour, morning or evening, you'll see it is not an efficient way to move traffic, because this development is not on an arterial road the way that the code says it must be. It is not on an arterial road. It's barely on a street. Second, it's sort of misleading when they calculate their density, because there's 3 acres of that site that are not usable because they are either the drainage easement, the floodplain, the stormwater, the sewage, and the electrical easement. There's a high voltage line that goes across there, 270 kilovolt. And so you can't build there, you can't recreate there. I hope they fence it off so kids don't go flying a drone or a kite in there, because it's a very dangerous spot. And there's even a wall across part of the area between the land where people are going to live and the various easements that are on the south side. So they're not really going to, they're going to be using 7 acres. There's going to be like 34 units per acre of the part that's actually usable land. So they're going to park cars underneath the building. They're going to be 4 stories high in a neighborhood that doesn't have anything taller than 2 stories. And that is, in fact, an affordable family neighborhood. Was when it was built, still is today. In fact, it's coming through its renaissance now as people who are starting families like these folks here move into the neighborhood, because they are nice homes in a nice, well-developed area with large trees, all the things that everybody complains about when other areas get developed.
You have about 30 seconds.
Thank you. The last thing, yeah, actually, I did mention that. The last thing is just to repeat. Their plans do not describe the actual thing they're going to build. The document is missing pages and pages and pages of things that were required by the Planning Commission, but they didn't have to do it before now. And third, the traffic situation. Look at the picture that's in the document that I presented to the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Mayor, that's the last speaker on the item.
Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, there's some crossover between our planning group and our growth management group. Artie, do you want to take a stab at it? The decision tonight is related to the zoning from its current zoning to a PUD, but I think some of the comments get at ultimately some growth management things. I'll let Artie walk us through it.
Absolutely. Thank you, City Manager, Mayor, Commissioners. The public hearing tonight is for the plan unit development. That's the zoning of the property. As the City Manager referenced, kind of the next step in the development process would be to go to a site plan. So some of the comments tonight were really looking at kind of the next step. So as part of the plan unit development, we require certain documentation, but much more detailed documentation would come in the next step with the site plan. I think an example of that was the documentation about the flood zones and all. I will note that kind of alleviating some of the concerns, there were really three main issues that we were looking at that we heard from the public. The first one was flooding, and kind of to address that, and again, it would be addressed during permitting, which would come later than this step, but our land development code does require you to address stormwater and does not allow you to flood your neighbors. You can't do that. And so as we go through the site planning process and it goes through permitting, the stormwater has to be addressed. And so like this would not be able to flood adjacent properties. So heard the concern, but we do address that in our land development code. The second one is traffic. And I think there were a couple of concerns. One was fire. The other was just kind of the amount of traffic. And we'll note that on the Development Review Committee, we do have traffic engineers. And so they looked and reviewed this PUD and recommended its approval. Now, when it comes back at the next step with the site plan, they will be looking at the specific details of it, the angles, the curves, all of that. They'll do an operational analysis, and they may require upgrades to certain things. That's signals, turn lanes, things like that. In addition to that, there's also a concurrency review, which looks at capacity and may require additional mitigation as well. So the traffic is addressed more so at the next step when it comes to the site plan and then when you go into permitting. And finally, the third kind of concern that we heard was compatibility. And as was noted, we do require significant buffers on this. There's a 30-foot type D buffer adjacent to single-family detached homes. There's a 10-foot type B buffer required for the townhouses. There are also a series of easements that provide even more separation from the existing development and anything that's being proposed, as well as screening requirements. So there's a fence required in conjunction with the buffer. There's specific requirements that are for things like dumpsters having to be located at least 200 feet away from the property line, as well as specific requirements for lighting, being that it can only be up to 20 feet and it has to be downward facing so that there's no spillover of light into adjacent properties. So I heard a lot of the concerns. Most of them really are addressed through the land development code, kind of in subsequent steps beyond this. Tonight is looking at the PUD and adopting the zoning of the property. It's not approving a site plan for the property.
Yeah, hold on, we televise everything. It's important that we use the microphones, but at this point, we're just asking for staff. And what I'm going to ask Artie too is make sure that we follow up as well while we're in discussion to make sure that we've covered everything, okay?
Absolutely. Happy to answer any other questions that you may have.
All right, we're into commission discussion. Mayor Pro Tem.
As a point of just clarification, what we're being asked to do tonight is just to approve a zoning change. And all the concerns that basically what I heard, those concerns will be addressed, or can be addressed further down the process. But the process right now, we're asked to do is to deal with the zoning change from single-family and two-family residential zoning to PUD.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, but real quick. Okay, so when we get through that process, what levels of participation do the neighbors have in the PUD process? I mean, they've got valid concerns about that elbow, 90-degree turn, traffic. How's that going to be addressed? How's the floodplains going to be addressed? In the PUD process, how do we address these? Just for the record.
Yeah, we don't typically get to that level of detail in the PUD, but the site plan does have public notification and public process. I'd have to defer to the Growth Management Department on exactly what the notification and the public engagement is on that, but it is a public process. But typically, the PUD has a more general concept plan.
Correct.
But it doesn't get into, the curvature of the roads and the angles and things like that. It just kind of talks about egress and ingress and the general circulation.
Correct. But at the same time, Mr. Reddick, I'm going to need you to step up as well. We are not going to allow a development to come in with higher densities that could possibly infringe like a fire truck. I mean, we have to, by law, have the roads accessible to emergency management, correct?
That's correct. That's correct. Absolutely. And
So
that's why part of the review includes the fire department, utilities, traffic. The review of this really includes multiple city departments that look at each aspect of this.
And so if they need to address physically that road, then the developer will be required to do so at their cost?
That's correct, Mayor. And so leaning into what would come after this, as we've seen with other projects, a lot of this is really getting into the weeds of the actual permitting and land development regulation compliance. So things like and I'll state, this is, as already stated, for rezoning. These things would come up if someone wanted to do a single-family subdivision on this property under its current zoning right now. And we had this property attempted to be permitted several years ago for a town hall subdivision where these exact same issues were having to be reviewed by staff. Now, that project ultimately didn't go forward, but that was the same level of analysis, whether there was a PUD involved or not. So things like the floodplain assessment, that's going to be something where they can't pass go for any sort of permit to turn dirt until that is entirely addressed and some significant civil engineering work is done. So to your point, this is a zoning and conceptual approval, the details of operational, traffic analysis, roadway impacts, fire access and circulation, stormwater impacts. That is all subsequent to this.
Okay. All right. Commission discussion, direction.
I have another question. Thank you. You said that this happened with another project that ultimately didn't move forward?
That's correct. Just that we've had a previous applicants start the permitting process on this.
Okay, but didn't complete it?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, Madam Attorney.
Yes.
I need to express an ex parte. I did receive a phone call today from the engineer on this project. Okay. So I will complete the necessary paperwork.
Thank you.
It was a very brief conversation, just let me know that they were going to be here tonight. But that was the extent of the conversation.
As long as you please record it as.
Move option one,
Will.
recommended by staff.
Okay. There's a motion on the table by Commissioner Richardson for staff recommendations. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
Seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I came in late. I also need to disclose, I did get a call from the applicant a couple weeks ago, just introducing himself, but nothing substantial about the project. I believe you answered the concern on the flood issues and the potential for those to be addressed if it comes back at the site plan level, and it'll all be addressed on site. Is that correct?
That's correct. You can't flood your neighbors. We don't allow you to do that by code.
And as the mayor brought up the emergency services access, that's also, have we reviewed that at all? Or that's still yet to be reviewed and could be a hindrance if we can't provide emergency services?
I mean, that would be a hindrance if it wasn't able to be provided, and so that would essentially stop the development. Preliminarily, it was kind of looked at, but not in detail, because there's not a site plan that has actual like road widths and lane widths and all of that yet.
And on the zoning density change, can you just walk me through the current zoning and allowed density, the proposed zoning and allowed density, and what's on the future land use map for that parcel?
Absolutely. So we'll start with the future land use map. It's designated urban residential 2, and that's a land use category that allows between 0 and 20 units per acre. The current zoning is R3, and that is a zoning district that allows up to 8 units per acre. What they're requesting is a PUD that takes advantage of the allowance of the land use category. So the PUD would have to be consistent with the comp plan, meaning that it would have to be consistent with that urban residential 2 land use category. And so it would use the 20 units per acre as they go through the kind of the next stage of the process to narrow down all the details of the affordable housing. They would be entitled to that 25% density bonus for the provision of affordable housing. And again, that would be at least 10% of the units available to 80% AMI or below. It could actually be more than that, or even a lower AMI. That's to be kind of worked out with the Housing and Community Resilience Department. But to be eligible for that 25% density bonus, they have to meet those provisions. And so they're entitled to a total of 255 units once you look at the density bonus is allowed for providing affordable housing in this community.
Okay. So going above the 20 units per acre is based on the density bonus if they create affordable housing?
That's correct.
That's correct, okay.
And it's contingent upon the affordable housing component, because you only get the density bonus if you meet the requirements of the certified affordable housing.
And a question for the attorney, Madam Attorney. With the 20 units per acre on the future land use map and the comp plan, what does that mean for us if we wanted to keep it at 8 units per acre? Are we required, if we have it in the future land use map, if there's no other reason to deny? Does that make sense?
I think I need to defer to Artie on that.
To recommend a denial of the change, it would need to be based on some inconsistency with the comp plan or an inconsistency with the land development regulations.
Okay. So if it was based solely on density, because the future land use map allows for 20 units, that wouldn't be valid?
The comprehensive plan also specifically calls out the 25% density bonus as well. So the land use category, but there are policies that say you can go above the land use category's density through the provision of affordable housing.
Based on the comp plan, though?
Based on the comp plan, yes.
And, I bring that up as a separate point on this item, but also our comp plan in general. When we're looking at future land use map densities, that is the most appropriate time to look at your neighborhood and what's changing, because largely, a lot of times when we get to zoning, it is more difficult to deny because it is on the future land use map. I wanted to hear from our other colleagues, Mr. Mayor, and also if there were any other points. I'm sorry, I was a few minutes late, so I don't know if I missed any public comments or points, or if we've addressed them all. If we could follow up, or if anybody knew. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Motion on table made by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comments? Further comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. We're on item number 16.02. Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 16.02 is the first and only public hearing on the adoption of the amended fiscal year 20 to 24 consolidated plan and the fiscal year 2024-25 annual action plan. The recommended action is option 1, accept rush funds, approve the amendment to the fiscal year 2024 consolidated plan and the fiscal year 24-25 annual action plan, appropriate as proposed, and authorize the city manager or designee to execute pre-award contracts for the related activities and programs. Dr. Kimball Thomas will present this item.
Dr. Thomas.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners, City Manager Goode, and those at the dais. Again, this item comes to you with respect to an allotment from our Emergency Solutions Grant funding from HUD. It will provide additional homelessness outreach. We're going to pass through the funds for Big B and CLC. They're the capable ones with respect to homelessness. We've had conversations with Jonna Coleman and her staff, and they're prepared to make sure we get more support for our homelessness services, including street outreach.
All right. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
All right, colleagues.
Move acceptance of those rush funds.
Probably moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. Item 16.03, Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 16.03 is to hold the first of two public hearings on the development of the fiscal year 2024-29 five-year consolidated plan, the fiscal year 25-26 annual action plan, and the fiscal year 25-28 local housing assistance plan, and schedule the second and final public hearing for June 11, 2025. The recommended action is option 1, hold the first public hearing for the development of the consolidated plan, annual plan, and local housing assistance plan, and related reports and strategies, and schedule the second and final public hearing for June 11, 2025. Dr. Kimball Thomas will also present this item.
Dr. Thomas.
And Mayor and Commissioners, give me great pleasure to bring this item to you as part of the development of our next five-year consolidated plan using our entitlement dollars from HUD. I have with me this evening, if I may, our consultants who's been working with us on getting this plan ready for you for our final one, hopefully on June 11th. From Answer, I have Laura McCauley, Rebecca Trinidad, and Sitchin with us, and of course our housing manager, Gene Amerson, with respect to this item. And as it shows that the eligibility of the funds, how we use those with respect to expending those dollars to support all of our housing services that we possibly can in this community. And we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Excellent. We have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Colleagues.
Move acceptance of option 1.
Second. Probably moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. We have any other items coming before us at the scheduled public hearing?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we're back on policy formation and direction, item 12.02, and that would be Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item, I'll invite Vanessa Spalding. She's Deputy Director at our airport. This item involves a grant for our customs facility, and she'll provide a short presentation.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. City Manager Goode, and appointed officials. Thanks so much for allowing me to speak today on behalf of the airport. I have just a brief presentation on this agenda item. The Aviation Department is requesting that the City Commission adopt Resolution Number 25-R13, authorizing the acceptance and execution of the Florida Department of Transportation Public Transportation Grant Agreement for the International Processing Facility project at the Tallahassee International Airport. This agreement will provide an additional $2,092,536 in additional funding for the International Processing Facility, which is part of the airport's approved capital improvement program. The required matching funds for the project will be sourced from several funding streams, including Federal CARES Act funding, funds from the Federal Aviation Administration, the airport's repairs, replacement, and improvements undesignated fund balance, proceeds from the sale of airport property, and local sales tax funds. Adoption of the resolution and acceptance of the PTGA are necessary to enable the airport to utilize these funds. If approved, this additional state funding will contribute to the more than $94 million in state and federal grants secured by the airport since 2017, when Mr. David Pollard became Director of Aviation. As shown on this slide, we've made outstanding progress on the International Processing Facility, which is now at 80% completion. This facility will be a state-of-the-art 40,000 square foot expansion to the east side of our airport terminal and will be designed to be bright, modern, contemporary, and airy. The facility is now dried in, the windows have been installed, and we poured lots of concrete over the last 2 weeks. We're now focused on hanging drywall within the facility and on the advanced security integration in accordance with U.S. Customs and Border Protection's rigorous technical design standards. To date, the airport has received a total of $7.5 million in state grants and nearly $19 million in federal grant funds for the project. I just want to take a moment to tell you we're so grateful for your support of the International Processing Facility up to this point. It's a game changer for the city and will further elevate the airport's status or standing as a major economic driver for the region. I have just a couple more slides I want to share with you for a few other airport projects that we're extremely excited about. The airport recently received the Florida Department of Transportation's Commercial Serviced Airport Project of the Year Award for runway 1836. This is the airport's secondary north-south runway. We completed the rehabilitation of this runway last year. We did mill and overlay work as well as striping enhancements to help ensure the safety, capacity, and redundancy of our airfield. If you've flown out of the airport recently, I'm sure you've also noticed all of the great improvements made within the terminal beyond the TSA security checkpoint. We recently completed phase 3 of the terminal rehabilitation project, which modernized the terminal. Some of the upgrades include new carpet and terrazzo, powered seating, new gate counters, new paint and finishes, new and brighter LED lighting, and of course, the addition of a new Dunkin' restaurant that's been very, very popular with our passengers. Finally, the airport is working to be at the forefront of advanced air mobility. Advanced air mobility refers to a new and emerging form of air transportation that aims to provide more efficient, sustainable, and accessible mobility options. It's about using new flying technology to enhance connectivity and make transportation cleaner, quicker, and less congested. It involves the use of innovative aviation technologies such as electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft to transport people and goods in urban, suburban, and rural areas. In September of 2024, the airport, in partnership with city leadership, FDOT, Beta Technologies, Millionaire FBO, and others, held a commissioning event to introduce new electric aircraft charging infrastructure at the airport. In fact, this past weekend, we just had an electric aircraft use our new charger. In closing, the recommended action is that the City Commission adopt this resolution authorizing the acceptance and execution of FDOT's PTGA for the International Processing Facility project at the airport. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Do we have any public comment?
No, sir.
Colleagues?
Move for the adoption of the resolution.
Second.
Probably moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further questions, comments? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously. Great job.
Great job.
Presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're on item number 12.03, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item seeks your approval and authorization to authorize me or my designee to negotiate a mutually agreed upon contract and execute Star Metro's bus electrification infrastructure construction contract with Camber Operating Company for $12.2 million. This involves the charging at Star Metro. So our electric bus fleet that is growing, this will give us the ability to charge there at our station. Christian Doolin is the Assistant City Manager. He's here to answer any questions you might have on this one.
All right, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
All right, colleagues.
Move for option 1.
Second.
Probably moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further comment? Yes, Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to congratulate everyone on bringing this forward. I think this is a huge step towards our clean energy plan that we've all been working on, and excited to see it come online. Thank you.
Any other comment? Great. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. We're on item number 12.04. Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 12.04 is a request for approval of resolution numbers 25-R-11 and 25-R-12 for eminent domain action. for construction of the FAMU Way Phase 4 roadway improvements. The item requests the City Commission to adopt these two resolutions authorizing me or my designee to initiate eminent domain lawsuits in order to acquire private property owned by William Milligan Sr. The addresses are 14 FAMU Way, parcels 957 and 757, and Ganu LLC, which is 1214 South Monroe Street, several parcels, all for the construction of the FAMU Way Phase 4 roadway improvements. The condemnation resolutions are being sought to acquire fee simple ownership, permanent easements, and temporary construction easement rights of way to avoid delay of the proposed construction. The recommended action is option 1, to adopt the resolutions number 25-R-11 and 25-R-12. I would just note that the negotiation was attempted with the owners and they did not respond. And that's why we're at this stage.
All right, Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this?
No, sir.
All right, Ms. Tomans, walk us through eminent domain on this particular item, and how do we get to this point?
On this particular one? Well, so typically, or almost more generically, there's an attempt at negotiation with owners when there's a project that requires a taking. And then if the owners don't agree and there's a public purpose for the property, then we come to the City Commission, ask for these resolutions so that we can be permitted to initiate a court process for eminent domain. And then in that process, the court decides whether or not the taking is appropriate.
So this is a resolution stating we're going to go to court. And then
Yes, sometimes after the resolution is executed, then we have success negotiating with the owners. That has happened before. But this gives us the ability to do that if we don't have any success with the owners.
Got it. Okay. Any other questions? Sure, Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you elaborate on what methods we went through to contact the ownership, how long that's played out and those sorts of things?
My understanding in this case is that we attempted notification with a 30-day deadline, and they just did not respond.
Okay. Is that by mail or certified letter, or how is that?
Mr. Culverhouse might be able, he probably actually sent the letters. Yes.
Mayor, Commissioners, good evening. For both of these parcels, my staff and staff from Public Infrastructure Engineering met with the property owners on site. We discussed the project with them. We made them an initial offer, a typical arm's length offer, not under the threat of condemnation. That response from both of those property owners were worked through our attorneys. So in turn, we made a official offer under the threat of condemnation to the attorneys representing these property owners. And the attorney, in turn, told us that he was not going to move forward with the project until we were able to discuss business damages. And that's where the negotiation stalemated.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's helpful for me. I'm not going to support the item at this time. I'm very uncomfortable with eminent domain in general, and it sounds like there could be further impacts, which we may not be legally required to cover, but I'm uncomfortable moving forward with this action without further conversations. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. Yeah, question, if we do not move forward with the eminent domain, how does that impact FAMU Way Phase 4 roadway improvements?
Mr. Mayor, we've got Eric Gooch, I think, is the engineer, the senior engineer, probably can describe this impact on that.
Gooch, good to see you.
So these impacts are primarily utility and sidewalk easements on this side of the roadway. We do have some roadway impacts at the corner of Monroe Street, so this would change significantly the look of what FAMU Way, what we're trying to accomplish here.
Mr. Manager?
Mr. Gooch, can you say, would the project move forward? Would we redesign it? Could the road still, could the roadway still happen?
The roadway could still happen without these. In this stretch, we are widening the roadway, adding a left turn lane and providing sidewalks. We may need to eliminate some sidewalks. We may need to eliminate turn lanes. We may need to eliminate capacity in the roadway.
So redesign.
Redesign.
Okay.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you for that. Visually, visually it doesn't sound good. It's one of the entry points to FAMU, through FAMU 8. But safety-wise, what does that do safety-wise?
From a safety standpoint, anytime we have to narrow sidewalks or minimize the number of sidewalks or eliminate a sidewalk on one side of the roadway, now we may be requiring pedestrians to go across the roadway to go up or walk down the edge of the roadway rather than walking on the sidewalk.
So is this a safety issue?
So it could, from a pedestrian standpoint, it could be a safety issue.
Yeah. And then you've got proof right across the street. You've got proof.
Yes, sir.
Where that's a lot of foot traffic.
Yes, sir.
Accessing proof. But my question was, would those businesses, and I'm thinking particularly the garage on FAMU Way, but even the subway, would traffic be able to access those businesses?
Yeah, we're not proposing any change in traffic patterns to those businesses.
Okay.
We're not even proposing to impact their businesses with the property acquisition here. Across these businesses, there's a strip, and in fact, part of this for the one parcel at Monroe Street is cleanup where there's already roadway that's outside of the property currently. So some of this is cleanup from past endeavors and past construction from years ago.
And so they haven't given you a reason? I mean, because I thought maybe it was going to impact their business, the number of customers able to access their business, but
yeah, we're not changing any access to either of the businesses.
Yeah.
We're providing connections, construction access to the businesses during construction. Public access will be maintained at all times. So.
Yeah. Okay. I don't understand it.
Okay, I've got Commissioner Porter, and then I'll come back to the Mayor Pro Tem. We still do not have a motion on action, one way or the other.
Thank you. And I'm not sure to whom I should direct my question, but my question is, what would a delay significantly, if we were not to move forward today, in case we could negotiate with the property owner, because I heard from Mr. Culverhouse that there was the potential that they would come back to us, but they want, I mean, were they just saying that to say that? Was that your impression? Or when they said, we want to assess this a little bit more, that we can continue that conversation?
Of course, we'll continue to negotiate with the property owners and their attorneys while we're moving forward through the resolution action and for the eminent domain. But the impression I got from the property owners' attorneys were they were waiting for the court action to be filed so that they could then file a business damage claim on their own.
Okay. And when did you last speak to the property owners?
Our attorney representative spoke to their attorney representatives. It would have been last week.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm going to go ahead and make the motion.
Second.
To move forward.
Motion's been made for staff recommendation by the Mayor Pro Tem, second by Commissioner Richardson. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to follow, that's kind of what I was looking for. I'm not really aware of the impacts enough. I haven't looked at the specific properties. I haven't really seen the proposals and what they look like, and I'm unaware of what the business's concerns for me. So there's just a lot of unanswered questions for me to be able to move forward with today. And I don't think a delay would stop the project. It would answer all those questions before we move forward with serious action. But I respect the motion and the intent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. On point. Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. It doesn't sound like a delay is going to help. If they're waiting for us to make our next move, then we need to make our next move, and so they can make their next move, and so we can see if we can just keep moving. Because what we want is, we've made some promises to some folks about these entry points to FAMU Way and what have you. And there's the safety concerns. That's what concerns me. Like you say, there's a proof across the street, right across the street from there. We definitely need, because there's a lot of foot traffic in there given different times. We want to make sure that we have do some things to prevent any pedestrian accidents or what have you. So I'm comfortable with us moving on. Let's see where it goes.
Any further comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
It passes 4-1 with Commissioner Matlow in dissent. Okay, do we have any other items come before us under policy formation and direction, Mr. Manager?
No, sir.
Okay, we are back on unagended speakers. Mr. Clerk, how many unagended speakers do we have this evening?
Mayor, we have 20 to 25.
All right, let's begin. 3 minutes each.
Okay. Our first speaker is Delilah Pierre. The second speaker will be Jordan Scott.
Excellent. Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes. And the clerk will let you know when you're down to 30 seconds.
My name's Delilah. I'm president of the Tallahassee Community Action Committee. My address is exempt. I'm just here to speak in favor, essentially, of the demands that were given for people who want to continue to keep the Tallahassee Medical Hospital public, as well as the people fighting for the removal of the 287G agreement here, but also to talk about the need for a people's budget in Tallahassee and for more transparency around our city budget process. We know that we're having a city budget hearing in August and September of this year, and from what we've seen throughout this year, giving public comment and public transparency in our community has been reduced, with city commission meetings being reduced from twice a month to really only once a month, and with our police headquarters getting more and more funding up to the point of, I believe, $165 million with no oversight. We are seeing what is likely going to be turning into a recession for a majority of people in the United States of America. 300 people in our community came out to speak at a town hall to leaders in our community and talk to them about their fears over getting their Social Security benefits cut, over getting their VA benefits cut. And more people in Tallahassee are becoming homeless or having trouble affording basic necessities and needs, are dealing with being fired from their public services job. Ever since President Trump has taken office, we've seen a drive to the right in our community and a real cut to the needs of people in our community. And I think we need an alternative budget that does not prioritize giving our police officers millions and millions of dollars, but prioritizes the people in our city of Tallahassee. I also think one way that our city could think about saving money is not hiring Tallahassee Police Department officers or Leon County Sheriff's officers to hunt down immigrants in our communities and cooperate with ICE in our community. I believe that City Manager Reese Goad, Tallahassee Police Department Chief Lawrence Revel, and Mayor Daley take the primary responsibility for the fact that people in our community are constantly scared to go outside, to live, to do their work because they're afraid that ICE will be used to attack them, because they're afraid that ICE will take an interference in their lives. I believe it's heinous that our city is thinking about privatizing a public hospital instead of thinking about how they can use the massive amount of funding they have to help the people who are starving and suffering in the city of Tallahassee right now. People are not doing well. People are upset, and they have the right, at the very least, to express that voice. And in response to more and more people being upset with our city commission, there's been less and less transparency. So I urge y'all to be honest, get it together, and really think in your future actions about how the people of Tallahassee will show up and hold you accountable when you don't show up for them.
Our next speaker, please.
Jordan Scott, who will be followed by Steve Jury.
Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, City Commissioner, City Attorney, and City Manager's Office. My name is Jordan Scott, 1919 Dawsey Street, 32303. I hope that the City Manager's Office will refrain from mocking workers and labor unions in their group chat as they have done in the past. I hope that they will refrain from this because you understand the importance of labor unions in our community and in this country, and not simply because you're afraid of getting caught. I'm the president of the Big Bend chapter of the Northwest Florida Federation of Labor. That is the AFL-CIO. You may have heard of us and recognize that labor unions have fought hard and won many of the rights and privileges that we hold dear. The same rights and privileges that are under attack today. We believe at the AFL-CIO that these rights and privileges should be extended to everyone who lives within the boundaries of this country, regardless of their citizenship status. However, the Tallahassee Police Department, at the direction of City Manager Reese Goad, is deciding to trample on these rights. They have made the decision to work with ICE and allow local police officers to ask people about their immigration status at public events. What kind of authoritarian nonsense is this? Then I heard that TPD was not required to enter into this agreement. Why on earth would you choose to cooperate with such a heinous violation of people's rights if you yourself do not believe in authoritarianism? Thousands of crucial workers in Tallahassee are immigrants, and you do not have a right to ask them their status. They work at FSU, FAMU, state offices, public schools, and private companies. They are an integral part of our communities and workplaces, and they are scared. I spoke with an international student yesterday, and she told me they are all frightened. Many have decided that they won't take part in union meetings because they are frightened that this will put a mark on their back. They are frightened of our government. You are willfully coalescing with what I consider to be an evil law. If you take nothing else from this, I want you to know that by allowing TPD to work alongside ICE, you are scaring thousands of beloved residents in our community. Thank you. I cede my time.
Our next speaker, please.
Next is Steve Dury, followed by Laura Dury.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Steve Dury at 3844 Ardmore Lane in Tallahassee. Good evening, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor. I'm a resident of the Canopy neighborhood. I've been here before. I'm here tonight to speak again on the proposed Circle K gas station at the corner of Willonie and Dempsey Mayo. As currently planned, this development would place gas pumps, underground fuel tanks, and an overhead lighted canopy just 60 feet away from residential homes. That's dangerously close, closer than many backyard fences. And it poses serious risks to families: vapor intrusion, groundwater contamination, excessive lighting, noise, and increased traffic. Back in October, this commission unanimously voted to explore 3 strategies to stop this project: repurchasing the land from the Circle K, a land swap for another piece of property, or eminent domain. That vote gave us, the residents of Canopy, hope that our city leaders were willing to act to protect our neighborhoods. However, despite that action, Circle K has not backed down. In fact, after WCTV aired a story on this development just this past Monday, Circle K responded publicly with the following written statement: "We continue to deal collaboratively and transparently with Tallahassee city officials as we progress through the permitting process of our property at Willonie Boulevard and Dempsey Mayo Road. And we look forward to developing the site and serving the surrounding community." This statement is important. It confirms that Circle K is still in the permitting process. The project is not yet fully approved. And that means something very significant. They are not yet legally vested. Under Florida law, vested rights typically require a developer to have received final approvals, such as a development order or a building permit, and to have made substantial investments in reliance on those approvals. Based on their own statement, Circle K has not yet met these legal thresholds. So the legal window is still open, and this commission still has the power to act. Tonight, I respectfully ask, has the final site plan been approved? Has a development order or building permit been issued? Is the city actively considering a zoning ordinance to prohibit gas stations within 500 feet of homes?
You're at 30 seconds.
Thank you. Has an environmental or traffic study been conducted? If the answer to any of these is no, then the project is not locked in place and the city can still intervene. We urge this commission to adopt an ordinance creating a minimum 500-foot buffer between gas stations and residential homes. And if more time is needed, we ask for a temporary moratorium on gas station permits while these public health and zoning concerns are reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask staff, I believe we're going to have several public speakers on this particular item. Please take note. John, let's wait and give everybody the opportunity to speak. And once everybody has the opportunity to speak, I need staff to address each one of these points that are being raised. Okay? Great. Our next speaker.
Next speaker is Laura Dury, and then Thomas Spears.
Thank you. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Laura Dury. I live at 3844 Ardmore Lane. Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor Daley, and all of those here today. I live in the Canopy neighborhood. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about it. I'm here tonight because our community is extremely concerned and frankly deeply disappointed by the recent developments surrounding the proposed Circle K gas station at Wilani and Dempsey Mayo. You made a commitment to us. You told us you would either, 1, buy the land back, 2, trade it in for a different parcel, or 3, take it by eminent domain. We took you at your word, but then just this week, Circle K's corporate office made a public statement following the news coverage Monday night, saying they fully intend to move forward with construction. That statement was disturbing, and it leaves us asking, what is your actual plan to stop this and protect our neighborhood? We're not asking for vague promises, we're asking for action. This development puts our environment, our families, and our community at risk. We need answers, and more importantly, we need your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Thomas Spears, and then next will be Rhonda Alston.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Thomas Spears. I live in 32303. The past 4 of these meetings, it's going back to December, have not had unagended speakers after the 6 p.m. public hearings. It happened this time by coincidence with the long speaking about the hospital. At this point, this is not an accident. This is a stunning move explicitly done to stifle public speech. Working people in Tallahassee cannot make unagended speakers before 5 p.m. I've seen working people come to this meeting, come to to speak to y'all when their house was flooded out. It was a couple, there was a teacher, and I believe her husband was certainly working class, and they had a family, and their house was flooded out after the hurricanes. They had to come to y'all for multiple months. They can't make it before 5 o'clock. Unagended speakers needs to be after the public hearing so that everybody has access to them. Now, since I work for a living, I didn't have the opportunity to talk about the hospital, so I have to now. That item being informational is not a reason not to take a stand on the issue. City Manager Goad himself said in the introduction that the Heiress Board itself would be some level of corporatization of TMH. That would be disastrous for Tallahassee, would be disastrous for the 20-some-odd counties around the area. Healthcare decisions must not be made in pursuit of profit and must be done in pursuit of the benefit of the people. And it's actually imperative, yes, that you all can take a stand right now and say that you do not want the hospital not to be sold to the 1%ers of this secretive board members who cannot be held accountable. You can keep the hospital under the city. You can make that decision now. It's also disturbing to learn that TPD has entered into the 287G agreement with ICE. That agreement is a giveaway to police departments around the country, including TPD, who already have massively bloated budgets, all in the name of harassing immigrants and destroying families at the behest of a racist in the White House and a racist in the state's governor's mansion. It is a move meant to spread fear and loathing, and it will not improve anything in Tallahassee. Not the economy, not crime, not anything. It is imperative that TPD terminate the agreement with ICE for the sake of working people in Tallahassee. TPD is already getting 36% of the budget of the entire city. This city's budget is not one that works for all people in Tallahassee. It's one that works for the richest of people in town. A proper budget, a people's budget, one that puts the people of Tallahassee first, would deprioritize the further bloating of the police, including the building of that bloated police station, and instead fix the societal ills that force people to turn to crime.
30 seconds.
Imagine if 20 of that 36% went to affordable housing or food insecurity or public transportation. The benefit to the people would be unimaginable. If you want to talk about Tallahassee making the news, that's making the news for all the right reasons. That's the proper thing to do. That's what you all need to do. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Rhonda Alston is our next speaker. Rhonda Alston, followed by Nikki Joyce.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Rhonda Alston, 2828 Sunset Peak Drive. I want to thank you all for giving us the time and to hear what we have to say. I'm a resident of Canopy. At a previous meeting, the commission voted unanimously on a 3-tiered plan regarding the Circle K development that Mr. Dury just detailed to you. By that unanimous vote, the commission made a promise to the people in this gallery and to the people that are your constituents, and we urge you to live up to what those promises were and are.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Nikki Joyce, who will be followed by Carrie Shepard.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Nikki Joyce. I live at 2790 Sweet Ridge Street. I was here in September for the meeting that we were so pleased to have hope, and we thought you had it all under control and we didn't have anything to really be scared of. We were wrong, because we shouldn't be in this position. We have a beautiful community. It's very comfortable. Everybody seems to know each other, and it's just not, it's not a place to put a stupid gas station. We don't need it. There's a gas station, the same company, just 2 miles down the road. There is no reason for that to be in there. We have a beautiful community and children and elderly like myself. It's a great combination. But I'm so disappointed to know we are here again for the same reason that we can't get a good, solid answer out of. Please do something right for a change.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Terry Shepard. The next speaker would be Sharon Jordan.
Good evening. My name is Terry Shepard, and I live at 3860 Ardmore Lane in Canopy. And I stand before you today as another voice for the residents of our community, urging you to stand by your promise and take immediate action against the construction of a Circle K gas station just 58 feet from our homes. We work hard to build a safe and healthy environment for our families, but now our well-being is at risk. The proposed gas station will emit benzene, a known carcinogen, into our air that we breathe, posing a direct threat to our children, our elderly, and all our residents. Study after study has linked benzene exposure to leukemia, blood disorders, and other severe health issues. Would you want your family to live next to that risk? Mayor Daley, you assured us that you would organize a meeting with the developer, Circle K representatives, members of our community, a commissioner, and yourself. That didn't happen. And Circle K sent a statement on Monday, as Steve mentioned, to WCTV, claiming to be, and I quote, dealing collaboratively and transparently with Tallahassee city officials as we progress through the permitting process. We had hoped that you would stand by your word. We were told they did not respond to your requests to buy back the property or to transfer the property. This is not just a bureaucratic issue. This is about the health and safety of real people. Let's be transparent now. And finally, I remind you all of a critical promise made to us. Eminent domain was to be used as a last resort. Yet here we are, facing an unwanted and dangerous project that disregards our community's wishes and safety. This is your opportunity to do what is right, to protect the people who put their trust in you. We're counting on you to take action to stop this gas station and to ensure that no other Tallahassee neighborhood,
You're at 30 seconds.
no other Tallahassee neighborhood is ever put in this position again. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
is Sharon Jordan, and then Alex Garcia.
My name is Sharon Jordan at 2407 Sweet Meadow Vista in Canopy Subdivision. Good evening. How did we find ourselves in this unhealthy, unwanted, and undeserved position? We thought our community was protected under Tallahassee zoning laws, but to our shock, we could not find any ordinance preventing this kind of intrusion. And as you, Mayor Daley, confirmed at the August meeting, no zoning laws exist for gas stations in our city. How is that possible? How has this issue never come up until now? If this doesn't prove the urgent need for a zoning ordinance, I don't know what does. But while we wait for that change, something must be done now to prevent this gas station from endangering our community. Therefore, we ask the Commission and the Growth Management Department to reconsider the Type A site plan designation to our neighborhood. How can a residential community have no say in commercial projects that directly impact our lives? A Commission member posed the question in August, are the citizens of our city aware that the designation was changed at the same time Circle K made the offer to purchase the property? We deserve better protections. A Type B site plan or another more appropriate designation would ensure the residents have a voice in decision affecting their health, their home values, and the quality of life. My question to the Commission is, what have you done since last August? Each of you stated that you would not want it in your backyard. You have the ability to prevent it from devastating ours. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Alex Garcia, and then Gregory Jordan.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Alex Garcia, 433 West 7th Avenue. Try to keep this brief. I am here to speak to you about the MOU between our local law enforcement and ICE. These agreements are problematic for a number of reasons, the chief one being the nature of the agreement itself, which is based off the task force model. You have to understand these aren't your usual jailhouse warrants. They effectively deputize TPD and LCSO to the operations of ICE, allowing them to conduct sweeps during their routine duties. That means answering calls. That means manning checkpoints during special events. Such agreements were once utilized under the Obama administration. However, the administration discontinued them in 2012 because so many municipalities and counties were just losing millions of taxpayer dollars defending these measures against lawsuits brought by those harmed by them. Likewise, they have had a chilling effect on the relationship between law enforcement, the judiciary branch, and the communities that they are supposed to be serving by fostering mistrust. For all the fear-mongering in D.C., undocumented immigrants are far more likely to be the victims of crime rather than the perpetrators. Having this agreement in place means migrants and households containing migrants are less likely to report crime or cooperate with criminal investigations and prosecutions, in particular property crimes and domestic violence cases. This is to the detriment of all of us as a community. And that's all I have to say on it. I yield my time.
Next speaker, please.
Gregory Jordan. Gregory Jordan, followed by Chloe Ilias.
Gregory Jordan from 2407 Sweet Meadow Vista in Canopy. I don't want to belabor the points that's already been presented to you. You already know the issue. I guess my concern is I've been on many boards and I'm currently on boards, and we're 7 months into this, and I'm just concerned that why has it taken 7 months for this commission not to pass an ordinance? That just seems irresponsible to me, that you all have not been able to come up with some language to prevent this both in our neighborhood and in other neighborhoods in the city. It seems to me that if you have adopted an ordinance, all the rest is a moot point. because the Circle K would not meet the permitting requirements, and this would be a done issue. You would not have to buy property, you would not have to swap property, you would not have to do eminent domain. It just simply would not pass the permitting process. But you all have failed in 7 months to pass a simple ordinance. Please, please, pass an ordinance and become transparent with us. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Chloe Ilkus, and then Summer Nayland.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Chloe Ilkus, shout out to the second person who got it. My name is Chloe Ilkus. I'm a Tallahassee resident, and I'm here to talk to you today about Tallahassee Police Department's collaboration with ICE and to encourage you to work towards terminating this collaboration. The task force model that we've agreed to has already been tried and shut down because of the rampant racial profiling that's come from it. Since the City of Tallahassee has axed its Citizens Police Review Board, there's even less oversight over police action, which, as we saw with Officer Kirsten Oliver planting evidence on Calvin Riley, which we saw in the body cam, this oversight is much needed. Even if we did live in a perfect world where TPD commits no racial profiling and completely follows the letter of the law, it's the law itself that is wrong. And the City of Tallahassee is not legally required to enter into this agreement. So the immigrant communities in Tallahassee deserve better from city officials than complacency. They need you, and we all need you, to stop TPD collaboration with ICE. I'm asking you today for basic human empathy, for freedom of movement, for allowing people to experience all that Tallahassee has to offer without fear of being profiled, detained, or deported. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Summer Nayland, then Robert Lee.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Summer Nayland. I live in the Timbers in Tallahassee. I'm also here to speak on a 287G agreement signed between the TPD and ICE. Given the current political climate, I don't think it's a great idea to give essentially federal superpowers to the Tallahassee Police Department. I think it's going to deteriorate any trust that is currently existing, if any, between the police department and the communities that are fostered here and are very strong. You've had about over 10 people come out and talk about this today. That isn't everyone. A lot of immigrants probably don't want to be a part of this, given the fact that they're being detained. And I don't think the Tallahassee Police Department has any business interviewing or questioning anyone when, if you know, any regular police work should be done regardless of ICE. Anything the federal government is giving them. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Robert Lee, followed by Claudia Sperber.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Robert Lee. I won't be giving out my address. I am extremely concerned about the 287G agreement that the City of Tallahassee has entered into with ICE. This agreement is going to give TPD the power of ICE. Senate Bill 2, from my understanding, it did not require local police departments to enter into this collaboration. So I don't understand why we would be so quick to jump and bend over backwards for the agenda of Trump and Elon Musk. A good portion of my family are immigrants. This directly affects me. I don't know if any of y'all have ever been in a car when someone that was driving that car, possibly one of your parents or your aunts, have had their immigration status questioned. And that moment of terror when you're wondering is, me as a child, when you're wondering, is the person driving this car about to be taken away and what's gonna happen to me? And the thing is that ICE has already targeted, their sweeps are so wide at this point that, citizens and like legal residents are getting caught up in this. They may not get deported, but that doesn't save you from potentially being detained for 2 to 3 hours and questioned, and it's terrifying. My mother's been a citizen for over 25 years, but she doesn't have the best English. If she's by herself somewhere and she forgot her ID, how does she prove that she was born here? Like maybe eventually, but maybe after being held for 2 to 3 hours in a room and harassed and yelled at and screamed at by ICE agents, that's terrifying. Can you imagine your mother or your grandmother in that situation? I wouldn't wish that on anyone, even my worst enemy. I know that y'all have heard me be angry and snap at y'all and be rude plenty of times. I know I have. But today I'm begging you, I'm asking you, like, I don't know what you can do to change this or, you know, what the steps are, but please, like, consider doing something, because this is beyond unacceptable. This is attacking and terrifying people in your community. I'm in multiple chats of the Latino community, and people are afraid to leave their homes. I have friends that are teachers who said that half their classes haven't shown up because their parents are too scared to take their kids to school. Regardless of their immigration status, those children should be able to be in school. Like, y'all, please, this shouldn't be a discussion that we should have. I think all of y'all have good hearts, you know, really, and you don't hate immigrants. So, why are we doing this? Please, guys, come on.
Our next speaker, please.
Claudia Sperber. Pardon me, Claudia Sperber, and then I believe it's Caden Rose. Is Claudia Sperber present? No. Then Caden. And then Thomas Kennedy will be the speaker after this one.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Caden Rosa, and I live in Tallahassee. I want to ask you guys how you could claim to represent the community here when this is only going to accelerate how ICE is threatening to detain people, whether they're legal or not. We all know that ICE is a violent organization that represses people all over our country. The Tallahassee Police Department does the same thing here. This was another instance of the people in Tallahassee being betrayed by their elected officials. Calvin Riley was betrayed by the police. Every single person who will be detained by the police with ICE powers has been betrayed by this commission. Sorry, it's an emotional topic for me. You have a long history of increasing violence in our community. You make a massive police station, and then you arm the police with the power to detain and deport the beloved members of our communities, or in many cases, people's families. You now threaten campuses, religious institutions, and everywhere people exist in Tallahassee. Do people not have a right to exist here? You are not obligated to accelerate oppression in this community according to Senate Bill 2. Knowing this, you reaffirm that you do not value the most vulnerable people of our community at all. You value your finances and the finances of the people who put you in positions with the campaign funds. Today, we need you to terminate the 287G agreement or drop the facade of representing the people, because we've had enough. Implement the people's budget, bring back the review board, and terminate the bill.
Our next speaker, please.
Thomas Kennedy, followed by Aiden.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Sure, it's Thomas Kennedy, 1351 Northeast 191st Street, Miami, Florida. I just want to first thank all the residents that are here speaking out against the 287G agreement, which I will also speak out against. And I'll also say that the gas station sounds pretty bad, so I'm in solidarity with those residents as well. But on the topic of the 287G agreements, and by the way, I'm speaking here on behalf of the Florida Immigrant Coalition, who I work on policy with. The 287G agreements are bad. They overburden police departments. They cause mistrust between the community and the police. They lead to underreporting of crime because people are afraid to call the police if their immigration status is a possibility that is asked of them. They create financial liability for cities, as was previously referenced by a speaker. In 2012, when the task force model was discontinued, it was because of a barrage of racial profiling lawsuits that hit municipalities. So, this is a bad deal for the city, and I don't want to repeat a lot of the great points that have been made, but The city did not have to sign on to this agreement per the law, something that has been acknowledged by the city attorney, as I understand it. The sanctuary ban in this state was established by a law in 2019, Senate Bill 168, and it was reinforced by Senate Bill 1808, I believe in 2022. And that last law that I mentioned, 1808, added language stating that as required by statute 908.11, it is counties that are mandated per state law to sign into 287G agreement, specifically counties that operate a county jail. You guys are not a county, and you guys don't operate a county jail. So per the law, you guys are actually not legally required to sign into this agreement. Now, we would like no municipality to sign into this agreement, whether they're a county, whether they operate a jail, et cetera, right? But per the law, you guys don't have to do this. Again, acknowledged by the city attorney. So it is within the power of city commissioners to reject the 287G agreement, and you're under the authority to do so outside of the discretion of the police chief even. That is the law, that is the correct legal analysis here. You guys should act to protect not just the residents, immigrants, but the financial interest of your city. So please reject this agreement, and don't be afraid of the governor. Per the law, he can't do anything to you. Thanks.
Our next speaker, please.
Aiden is our next speaker, followed by Lady Amador.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Aiden, and my address is exempt. I'd like to just begin by noting the absence of Reese Goad, who has an enormous amount of power in this city, specifically on the issue I'm about to talk about. I'm with the Tallahassee Immigrant Rights Alliance to say that the Tallahassee Police Department must not be allowed to sign the 287G agreement. This would give TPD officers the powers of ICE and will lead to disastrous consequences for the residents of Tallahassee. If you were wondering why TPD hasn't already signed a 287G until now, actually you probably heard it's because it was discontinued in 2012 because of rampant racial profiling abuses. We cannot allow TPD to sign this agreement, and you have the power to stop them. Again, most notably, Reese Goad and John Daly. This is on you. Senate Bill 2 does not require police forces that do not operate a county jail to sign this agreement, but killer cop Chief Lawrence Revel, who shot a 19-year-old in the head in 1996, would love to expand the opportunities for his force to abuse the residents of Tallahassee, not even a year after they falsely arrested Calvin Riley and covered up a horrific case of police misconduct. Do we really trust the police to have more power? The Tallahassee Immigrant Rights Alliance absolutely does not. And if you don't think the ramifications of this agreement that is in your hands, Commission, maybe you should rethink. As a commission, you always reject to discuss demands that aren't within the scope of the city, but this absolutely is. And if you refuse to bring this up during the sharing of ideas, I think that gives a very clear sign to our immigrant community how you feel about them. I yield my time.
Our next speaker, please.
Lady Amador, followed by Laura Munoz. I think it may be Laura Munoz. Next will be Christy Perkins.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Laura Estefania Munoz Quiñones, and my address here in Tallahassee is 221 Timberwood Circle North. And I am here today, first and foremost, as an immigrant. I am here as a young woman who migrated here to the United States. Now I am a U.S. citizen, but I will never forget the many days where just traveling with my mom from school to church was a nightmare, because I wasn't sure at any moment that a wrong turn, that a light could mean the end to our lives, to everything that we were building here, to all the hard work and community that we were building. And so I'm here as an immigrant, speaking to each and every one of you, asking you to please stand with our community, especially as this is not a required cooperation under the 287Gs with ICE. This not only hurts our immigrant community, but it completely it attacks the trust that is so crucial for us to build right now. When we see fascism on the rise, when we see divisiveness on the rise, you as a council have the opportunity to build community and to stand with your residents. And I ask you to please do that. No to 287G agreements and yes to your community. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Christy Perkins, followed by Jim Mitchell.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, I'm Christy Perkins. I reside at 2389 Sweet Valley Heights in the Canopy subdivision. Hi, commissioners. Thank you for being here with us so late. It's hard to follow that and talk about a gas station with stories like that, but we're all here in the same forum to talk about these issues, so respect to everyone. I won't repeat what my friends and neighbors have said, but I will say that as a realtor, this is embarrassing. I drove a potential Canopy buyer through the neighborhood, and when I explained the gas station situation, he's a law professor, and he kept asking me questions, and he said, and I quote, well, I can't quote the whole thing, how did this happen in city planning? When we actually stopped there, and I showed it to him. You guys didn't do this. Your predecessors did. I get it. Nobody's perfect. You guys have hard jobs. You do this, and some of you do 9 to 5s and then some and have families and kids. This was a small line that could have been redacted or added in the comp plan to avoid this kind of thing, not only in Canopy, but throughout the city. When I mess up in a contract, I'm not perfect. If I don't put a washer and dryer in there that I'm supposed to, I get to buy it. And that's unfortunately what you guys need to do. Whether it's eminent domain or something else, you are setting a precedent not only for the citizens of Tallahassee, but for the Circle Ks and everybody else that they cannot mess with our city. We have better attorneys than they do. We have you guys, and you guys are better than Circle K. So I challenge you to challenge them.
Our next speaker, please.
Jim Mitchell. After Jim Mitchell will be Mark Wallenga.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Jim Mitchell, 2424 Sweet Valley Heights. I came here from Trinity United Methodist Church, where I was a volunteer for the children's ministry. I want to thank the City Commission for honoring Trinity United Methodist Church for 200 years celebration just recently. This is the third time I have appeared before the City Commission. My first time was on my wedding anniversary. The second time was around my birthday. This is the third time, I guess I can call it, during the season of Lent. And each time I have told the Commission that I am one of 2 houses that is probably the closest to the Circle K property. 3 years ago, we put a contract on a concrete slab on Sweet Valley Heights in Canopy, and it was fun watching that house get built, and we moved in 2.5 years ago. It's also been lots of fun watching the senior center, which is going to be a beautiful asset for the community to be built just down the road from where we live. But it will not be so much fun to watch a Circle K and gas station be built literally within my backyard. At the new senior center, there'll be pickleball courts. You could easily stand in my backyard and hit a pickleball from my backyard to the parking lot of Circle K. That's how close my house is to the proposed Circle K gas station. When, in the 3 years that we have been involved with Canopy, we moved up here in retirement to be closer to my granddaughters. It wasn't until there was a sign variance hearing that we even knew that there was a Circle K coming. And that's amazing that is not part of the transparent transparency that Circle K has put into their statement that came out this week. It's also amazing that I have been in many communities around Florida and many proposed developments.
You're right at 30 seconds.
Have met with neighbors to discuss concerns, whether it's a new business development or a church. I've been part of many hearings or meetings where people have to meet with their neighbors. And so again, we come back here to wondering what the commission's going to do. My wife's birthday's in June. Hope I don't have to come back here a fourth time and be here before the city commission for my wife's birthday. Not in my backyard.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, please.
Mark Walenga, and then Ali M.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Mark Wallinga. I'm a resident of Tallahassee. I live in the Canopy subdivision. I'm retired. I was a licensed professional geologist for 30 years working in the oil and gas industry. And there's been some talk about an ordinance that needs to be developed for gas stations in the city of Tallahassee. I think Commissioner Matlow mentioned 1,000 feet back in October. It was an appropriate number. And it is an appropriate number. And if you're looking for a reason to have a gas station ordinance, fire safety should be the number one thing at the top of your list. Gas station fires are much more common than you realize. In Tallahassee, you'll average 3 a year. In the state of Florida, it's about 250 gas station fires. And whether it's a new station or old station, they happen everywhere because the three key elements are always there at a gas station: lots of gasoline, petroleum vapors, and an ignition source, which is every time a new customer shows up on site, you get a new ignition source. So what you don't want is, especially in a residential neighborhood, is for that gas station fire to get out of control, turn into a big fire. I brought a picture of what that looks like. That's what a big gas station fire looks like, and you definitely don't want that in a residential neighborhood. If you look at that, just the scale of it, that's the canopy there. This fireball's 400 feet tall. If you live within 500 feet of this fire, your house is probably going to catch on fire. Anybody within a quarter-mile radius of this or a half-mile has to be evacuated. So you're, if this gas station fire happened in Canopy or Killarn, first responders would have a horrible time in that residential neighborhood gathering up people that need assistance getting away from this type of fire. So I encourage you to work diligently at getting an ordinance set where it's a minimum of 750 to 1,000 feet that residents shouldn't be built near a gas station. Thank you. If you'd like a copy of this, you can have it.
Our next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Ali M., followed by Corrine Durkin.
Your name and address for the record, please.
I'm Allie M. I live in Canopy. Gas stations are inherently dangerous. The research shows almost all gas stations will eventually leak. They contaminate the air, water, and soil, not just on site, but also on neighboring properties, leading to cancer and other horrible diseases and deaths and lawsuits. All gas stations have weekly surface leaks created when tankers refuel the tanks and people fuel their vehicles. There are dangerous volatile fumes present at all times. Sometimes gas stations catch fire, sometimes they blow up, and they attract crime. Just ask the police. That's why municipalities should never allow new gas stations to be built near homes. It makes no sense to introduce these huge, unnecessary risks into anyone's neighborhood. Gas stations belong on major thoroughfares. It's obvious. You would not want the building of a brand-new gas station near your home or your children's home where your grandchildren live. You would not, and neither would Canopy's developers. They don't live in Canopy. No amount of convenience is worth these risks to one's family members. The primary purpose of government is to protect the health and safety of its citizens. Tallahassee's zoning code is far weaker at protecting its residents and their homes from environmentally risky businesses like gas stations than other cities in Florida and throughout the country. That's what's landed us in this terrible situation, a weak zoning code on this issue and zealous developers. To our knowledge, the city still has not passed a distance ordinance setting a minimum distance for new toxic businesses. Passing a distance ordinance now as a top priority would stop the permitting process and prevent Circle K from building this mega 8-pump gas station at the quiet roundabout of Welaunee and Dempsey Mayo in the very heart of our residential neighborhood. Scientific experts say 750 to 1,000 feet is the minimum safe distance from any home. Other cities require and enforce this distance. At your October meeting, you said you'd try to buy or swap this land with Circle K and promised us that if they rejected both offers, which we hear they have, you'd proceed in eminent domain to protect us. You're going to tell us the status of that in a moment. Circle K has just issued a statement that they are working through the permitting process with the city and intend to develop this station for our convenience. Stop permitting now. Every voter in Canopy wants you to go forward with an eminent domain suit or something like that to immediately pass this distance ordinance. Let Circle K sue you. As Mayor Daley said in October,
You're at 30 seconds.
some fights are worth fighting. Circle K is truly damaging their reputation in Tallahassee and throughout Florida. Everyone is talking about this. And word is that if they are allowed to build this gas station, no one in Canopy will ever visit it or buy anything from it, not gas and not snacks. We elected you. We need you to do the right thing as if we were your family. Your constituents are counting on you. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Corrine Duncan. We've got about 8 speakers left, Mayor.
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Name is Corinne Duncan. Address is 3845 Ardmore Lane in the Canopy neighborhood. City Mayor and city officials, thanks for giving me this opportunity. I just wanted to, I won't reiterate what Mr. Duria said because he's given the detail of the matter. I bought my house in November of last year. I moved from New York City. Everybody know New York, the pollution, everything that you could possibly think of is there. When I moved here, I thought I'm moving my family, my 2 smallest kids are here with me, into an environment where it's safe, it's healthy, something that I can raise them. I plan to stay here, left New York, come here. There are 2 other kids at home, and my husband wasn't able to make it. So I thought I'm buying a house in a neighborhood that's safe, that's healthy for my kids. Went through the house buying process, I didn't know of this Circle K. When I found out, I was greatly disappointed, as you would imagine. So my task today, as you've already heard the detail, is for you to consider and think about our elderly citizens or kids, my 2 here and so many others in the community. I wasn't here last year when the meeting was held. I've only heard of it thanks to Mr. Dury, who's been so thoughtful in filling me in and so many things. The health concern is my biggest issue. I have kids. I have a child who has a little bit of a health issue. And my hope today, I won't take your time very long, my hope today is that our city leaders, all of you, will consider our families' health and safety with this gas station that they're trying to build in our neighborhood and not allow this to happen by standing by your words and do what's right. For us as a neighborhood, for everybody sitting here to represent this appointment, and just in general, the city of Tallahassee. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Ursula Doherty. Ursula Doherty will be followed by Justin Jordan.
Please state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Ursula Doherty. I live in 3864 Ardmore Lane and the Canopy community. I am, good evening. I'm very thankful for my neighbors that they're continuing to do the fight for the ones that have families like me. I have a family of 5 children. It took us a long time for me and my husband to be able to find a house in a community with the roots like they sold us. Safe, good environment, good view where my kids can grow, live home, maybe bring grandkids, have a safe community, good environment. We've been there for 1 year, and it's just one disappointment after the other. We don't feel like our families or like our city commission, we've been let down because of this gas station, constant zoning changes that affect our communities. My decision, our decision to move there would have been completely different if it would have been transparent. I think we've been let down by the builder. I don't expect the builder to be transparent or good to us. They are doing what is best for their pockets. They don't live in the neighborhood. They don't care. Let down by Circle K, which is, you can see a Circle K every time you look around, there's a Circle K there. I don't know why they want another one within like a block from somebody's backyard with children in there. But I still have some hope that you will do the right thing and stop it. Just put yourselves in our position. This is not something that was easy for us to achieve. It was a lot of work for us, and still, because it's not a community, it's a community that takes a lot of work and effort, and I'm sure everybody here works hard for their money, and we were expecting something completely different. And it is disappointing. It is my heart races when I say this, and I cannot be here on this. I missed my son's truck today because I needed to be here and support the people that are here. And I also missed my other son's basketball game because I have to be here trying to fight for our families and for our future families and our future children, which is the future of Tallahassee, families, children, and grandchildren, right? Deep roots, deep roots. We don't want deep roots and Circle K, gasoline, benzene, bad environment. We want deep roots with families and kids. So I encourage that you do something, that you change this, that you think of our positions, and if you were in our place, what would you do? I heard that you guys voted before that you were going to stop this, and I hope that that continues to be your mindset, to fight for us and stop this Circle K continuous changes to our community and families. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Justin Jordan, and then Lou Marie Polivka West.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, everybody. My name is Justin Jordan, address exempt. In 2024, over 60% of Leon County voted against the racist, reactionary, and dangerous policies of Donald Trump. This includes his immigration policies, which has shown the level of cruelty towards the most vulnerable of society. Children are being separated from their parents. Protesters are being deported for the crime of protesting. Shame. So I have to ask, who are you representing by allowing the Tallahassee Police Department to continue their cooperation with Trump's deportation regime? It's surely not the citizens of Tallahassee who voted in droves against this agenda. But let me tell you something. We're tired of politicians in the seat of power telling us that they can't do anything. We're tired of politicians campaigning on one thing, getting into that seat of power, and doing the other. I'm tired of politicians sitting here and resting on their laurels. Tallahassee has been controlled by Democrats for over 30 years, and yet I fear we are suffering from extremely high rates of homelessness. We're still suffering from extremely high rates of police brutality, and now the Tallahassee Community Commission, or City Commission, seems to be jumping for joy and cooperating with ICE and the horrible deportations which are occurring. And the stories that I've heard tonight have been so heartbreaking to hear. It's been so heartbreaking to hear that people's lives are at stake here, and that there has been no action, in my opinion, or no concern regarded to these individuals. I'd also like to talk about the Tallahassee Memorial Hospital. I think it's an utter shame that the idea of privatization is even being spoken about right now. People in the community are suffering. People in the community cannot access healthcare. We live in a country where people are going bankrupt because they have to pay for healthcare, and we're sitting here talking about privatization. I ask you, I beg you, do something. Listen to the people who are telling you to stop cooperating with ICE. Listen to your constituents who have told you that we deserve healthcare, that we deserve affordable healthcare, that we don't deserve to go bankrupt because we have a medical emergency. I ask you to end this agreement and stand with the immigrant community of Tallahassee and stand with your constituents. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Next is Lou Marie Polivka West, followed by Jules Bailey.
Hello. I apologize for my voice. I have dysphonia. My name is Lou Marie Polivka West. I live at 3186 Shamrock Street East. I've been in Tallahassee for 55 years. I beat you. I came for graduate school and stayed. The reason I'm here today is because I read in the Tallahassee Democrat about this agreement with ICE, and I thought, how could our community be doing this? I was shocked. I was really shocked. So I started looking into it, and I thought, did I miss this on the city commission agenda? Because I do watch you from afar. I'm one of your attendees that watches you from my home. And it was never on the agenda. And so I realized that probably you've never talked about it as a commission. And so I thought I would come down here myself today, and I would let you know that that agreement needs to be ended. It needs to be ended. I've been in this community for 55 years, as I've said, and it is, I think, one of the worst steps that this community has ever taken. I really do. It will cause so much fear and anxiety in our community. It will cause distrust with the local police. They have enough to do. We have enough of problems in our community to try to build trust. That's what we need with our youth. And we need our local police to be on the front line building those trusting relationships, not ICE. I've seen them on TV. I see what they do. They're cruel. And I don't want that in our community. Okay, they're going to be here because Trump and DeSantis have put them here, but we don't have to put them in our community with our local police holding them down to what they're trying to do. I love our community, and I know that you want what is best for all of us. Will you please, as a commission, take this as a topic to address and please vote on it? And don't have an agreement stand that people haven't been party to or the public hasn't been able to talk to. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Next is Jules Bailey. Jules Bailey, followed by Colleen Taylor.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Jules Bailey. I live at 1919 Dawsey Street, and I'm here tonight to urge you to dissolve the agreement, the 287G agreement between TPD and ICE. On this topic, I would like to read to you a little bit from a news article that was published about a Canadian woman who was detained by ICE for 2 weeks after she tried to get her work, after she tried to have a routine appointment about her work visa at an immigration office. She was detained without warning and without explanation by ICE. There were around 140 of us in our unit. Many women had lived and worked in the U.S. legally for years, but had overstayed their visas, often after reapplying and being denied. They had all been detained without warning. Not one of these women had a criminal record. These women acknowledged they shouldn't have overstayed and took responsibility for their actions. But their frustration wasn't about being held accountable, it was about the endless bureaucratic limbo they had been trapped in. The real issue was how long it took to get out of the system with no clear answers, no timeline, and no way to move forward. Once deported, many have no choice but to abandon everything they own because the cost of shipping their belongings back is too high. I met a family of 3 who had been living in the U.S. for 11 years with work authorizations. They paid taxes and were waiting for their green cards. Every year, the mother had to undergo a background check, but this time she was told to bring her whole family. When they arrived, they were taken into custody and told their status would now be processed from within the detention center. There was a girl from India who had overstayed her student visa for 3 days before heading home. She then came back to the U.S. on a new valid visa to finish her master's degree and was handed over to ICE due to the 3 days she had overstayed on her previous visa. There were women who had been picked up off the street from outside their workplaces from their homes. There are many, in Tallahassee, we have many international students that attend our universities who should not be afraid to live and work in this community. Overstaying a visa by 3 days In this student's case, although this student was not from Tallahassee, should not be a reason to be detained by ICE for weeks, especially after reapplying and being allowed back into the United States. And after being transferred, again without warning or explanation, by ICE to a different facility, we sat in freezing cold jail cells for hours, waiting for everyone to be processed. Across the room, one of these women suddenly spotted her husband. They had both been detained and were now seeing each other for the first time in weeks. The look on her face, pure relief and longing, was something I'll never forget.
You have 30 seconds.
I'm a Jewish American, and that last bit really struck me because I've read a lot of Holocaust narratives. And that image of someone suddenly seeing a loved one that they had been separated from for the first time in weeks or for the first time in months is not something that people should have to suffer. Now, you could say this is only happening to criminals, but according to ICE, anyone who overstays their work visa or student visa for any reason can be considered a criminal, and this is a time when people are having their valid citizenship
Thank you very much.
rejected. So I urge you to please dissolve this agreement
Thank you very
and protect people in our community.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Colleen Taylor. And then the following speaker will be Bernard Stevens.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, I'm Colleen Taylor. I live at 3629 Meadow Vista Lane in the Canopy neighborhood. I'm here again tonight to echo the sentiments of my neighbors that have spoken before me, and also to be a voice of my direct neighbors that couldn't be here tonight that also live within this 50 to 60 feet range of possibilities of that in our future. We just really echoing the sentiments of what we said before, that we really are hoping that you all follow through with the decisions that you all unanimously promised us in October. After hearing the news that Circle K was planning to move forward with the permits, I had reignited some fear for my safety of my daughters. I have my 12-year-old daughter back there, and my 3-year-old daughter is at home getting put to bed right now. And I just really hope that you all are able to honor those promises to keep my children safe now that election season is over. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Next is Bernard Stevens, followed by Abdullah Skier.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Reverend Bernard Michael Stevens, Jr., and my address is exempt. My brothers and sisters, I come not to rehash the past, but I come with a solution. First and foremost, Mayor Daley, let me apologize for my outraged behavior the last year. Commissioner Cox and Commissioner Richardson, same as well to you two. I realize that at some point in time, we are dangled with emotions, and emotions continue to spiral, and we don't know how to handle them. When I see other people hurting, I hurt too. Sometimes we don't know how to express that in the proper way. It wasn't until that day that I was, pretty much silenced and called for a recess. And then at that moment, it was Sergeant Ryan who really spoke to my spirit at that point in time. And she said so calmly, she said, Mr. Stevens, I'm just here to maintain decorum. It wasn't until the end that word decorum stuck out to me. I realized that everything done in this chamber has to be done with integrity. Nobody listens to you when you're yelling. You get more opportunity when you're talking with some sense and using some decorum. I'm just here to say that the residents are basically struggling when it comes down to the flooding on the south side of town. We continue to see that. We continue to have potholes in our roads that need to be adjusted as soon as possible. I realize that sometimes that takes some time, but it's just some potholes that on the south side of town predominantly still has some issues that need to be worked out. I say all that to say this. I'm not here to sit around and beat you all up and insult your characters. That's not me. I wish that I could take back everything that I said, because I realized that some things just weren't meant to say, and it wasn't the time to say it. People, characters, when they're assassinated, we seem to, go the wrong way about it and hold that on our shoulder like we're the bigger person. In actuality, we look a little smaller than that. I had the opportunity to apply for a job with the city a couple of months ago, and I ain't getting no call back, Mr. Gold. So I think, if you just take some time to look at that, it was a position with the director in talent acquisitions. Real good with people, got 19 years of service in restaurant management. Just saying, if you still need some help. But nevertheless, the residents, as far as the gas station over there in the Canopy neighborhood, they're just trying to be reasonable. I think that all 5 of you have the opportunity to do something to save those individuals from having to sell their homes or, move anywhere else. I think that we need to do something about that. To have a gas station 750 feet from my house, I wouldn't want to stay there either. So I would hope and expect that you all take the time and the resources to look into that to make these residents happy. I realize,
You have about
again,
30 seconds.
Thank you, sir. I realize again that sometimes, you just have to do what's right. It's 5 of you that have to make that decision. Mr. Gold, again, has a lot of power, but again, he still has to come to you. So to all of you all, I just would like to say once again that I truly apologize, and moving forward, I will maintain decorum within this chamber, and Sergeant Ryan helped me to realize that. I yield my time.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Abdullah Skier, and then Joel Nunez.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Abdullah Skier. I'm at 1951 North Meridian. I am with the ACLU of Florida. Our mission is to promote, defend, protect, and advance the constitutional rights and civil liberties of all people that are guaranteed by the U.S. and state constitutions. I'm also here as a constituent, the proud child of immigrants, and someone who's called Tallahassee home for almost half my life. Floridians who are immigrants are part of our families, our community, workplaces, and places of worship. Like many of our families, they joined the long American tradition of coming here in search of a better life and the freedom and opportunity we offer. Florida law is clear. Law enforcement agencies like TPD are not required to sign up for street-level immigration enforcement. Doing so is unnecessary and could lead to civil rights violations. Street-level 287G agreements do not lower crime. They divert resources from criminal law enforcement while reducing the trust between police and the communities they serve. We're seeing an unprecedented expansion of the street-level 287G program throughout Florida. This process is being rushed without regard to the well-known risk of civil rights violations that are associated with the program. This program has been known to empower local police to rely on racial or ethnic biases while performing their duties. For example, targeting people for stops, investigations, or arrests based on their apparent national origin or their inability to speak English. This program threatens to increase the number of pretextual stops and false arrests in the city. ICE leadership has suggested publicly that it intends to conduct operations without heeding what judges think. There are serious concerns that ICE will induce local partners to use local taxpayer-provided law enforcement resources to violate constitutional rights. I appreciate Chief Revel's comments recently and his acknowledging of the fears and concerns that people in the community have, but there's no guarantee that the state or federal government could not coerce or frankly bully our local law enforcement into aiding and abetting Trump's mass deportation agenda. Based on the reporting from the Tallahassee Democrat on this issue, it doesn't seem like this was a decision that was made with consultation of legal experts, and so I would be more than happy to facilitate a conversation between you all and our attorneys so that as commissioners, you're well appraised of your options moving forward. Thank you, and please do the right thing.
Our next speaker is Joel Nunez, and then Sadie Carlson.
Your name and address, I'm sorry.
My name is Joel Nunez, and I am a resident of the gorgeous, multiracial, multi-ethnic city of Tallahassee. I came here to talk about a contradiction that I can't quite seem to figure my head around. I've been coming to these city commission meetings for a while, and it's a consistent theme, right, with the budget regarding policing, that there never seems to be enough money. They're always saying we're having trouble recruiting new officers. We need more money to give them bonuses. We need more money for more officers. We need more money for another police station. And we've seen, increases in utility rates. We've seen increases in property taxes to pay for all this. And then to all of a sudden opt into this agreement, which would divert these same resources that seem to be so, desperately in need. Like, I literally just walking here, I saw on the back of the police car, they're putting on the police car, we need new recruits, salary 60 to 100K, 20K sign-on bonus. EMTs aren't even making that minimum 60K, which is crazy. But back to this 287G agreement, the Tallahassee PD does not need to continue the work of we already have ICE doing that. We already have DHS doing that. We already have the Florida Highway Patrol doing that on the state level. And we have Leon County Sheriff's Office, which is required to opt into this agreement. Why do we need to increase this level of fear when so many people are being unjustly deported, when so many people who came here legally, have papers, did everything the right way, are now seeing their immigration status be subject to attacks, to political persecution? If Tallahassee claims to be this blue bubble, right, in this red state, then why are we kowtowing to the Trump agenda, to the DeSantis agenda? Why are we doing this to our immigrants, This beautiful building we're in right now, all these beautiful buildings downtown, who built that? All this beautiful landscaping, who's maintaining that? The food on your plate, all the agricultural work here in North Florida, who's working that? Immigrants are hardworking people, and I come from a family of immigrants. They're hardworking people, and they're very scared right now. Immigrants are very, very scared right now with everything that's going on, and we don't need to add to this by signing these agreements sin necesidad. We don't need, unnecessarily, we don't need to sign these agreements. And I would just like y'all to seriously think before making a decision like this, because as far as I'm aware, the public did not want this, and nobody is forcing y'all. So with that, I yield my time.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Sadie Carlson. Mayor, Sadie Carlson is our last speaker.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, I'm Sadie Carlson. I'm a Tallahassee resident. I just got here, so I haven't been able to see what everyone else has spoken on for unagenda items, but I do want to echo what everyone else has been saying about the 287 agreement. This is essentially an agreement with Trump and DeSantis's immigration policy. Now, everyone that's elected to this board is a Democrat, so I'm assuming whatever y'all's individual beliefs are about immigration, there's some daylight between y'all and Trump. So I don't think y'all want to have your names tied to agreeing to Trump's immigration, Trump's policy during your next election. Y'all don't want to let this policy stay in place and have that tied to your name, that if you're not taking down this agreement, if y'all aren't pressuring the police department to take down this agreement, which y'all aren't required to do, it is going to be tied to your name, that you support Trump, essentially. And I bet there's also fears with keeping your jobs with this. We're not the tiny city of Fort Myers within the red county that Fort Myers is in. We are one of the largest municipalities in the state. We are a blue city in a blue county, and we are also the capital city. Y'all have the resources to fight this if it comes down to it. Y'all have got city attorneys, and you're going to have the backing of plenty of legal groups. It sounds like there's going to be one behind y'all already if y'all come into legal trouble with it. So y'all really should stick up for the immigrant community of Tallahassee and dissolve the 287G agreement. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
No further speakers, Mayor.
All right, we are on commission discussion. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think with the public, I think I have 5 items. Excuse me. I think I have 5 items, so I'll try to go through what I think will be the quickest ones first, and I think the others warrant larger conversation. We had a great proclamation today for Coach Leonard Hamilton. I spoke with Reverend R.B. Holmes earlier this week. He requested to see if the city would be willing to support in a resolution or a letter requesting to Florida State his proposal to honor Coach Hamilton at the FSU basketball court at the Civic Center. And I'd like to get feedback on that if people are interested in either issuing a letter or a resolution stating our position, and just asking Florida State to grant that ask.
to name the basketball court after Coach Hamilton, or just, they honored him at the last game?
Yes, sir. Yeah, their request was to rename the
name the court.
the court in his honor. Just putting us on record of supporting that if FSU is willing.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, I'll move that.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay.
Can I speak?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. I've already had a brief conversation with Dr. McCullough regarding this a few weeks ago. So I'm happy to do a resolution if we think that that's going to help. But I've made this request of him directly. And so whichever way works is fine. I also had a conversation with Coach Hamilton today while he was here and told him that I would support this. So I absolutely support it. And I don't know what the president will do with it. I didn't think it was a hard thing to do. I thought it was something that you could just do because you're the president. So I don't know, or the athletic director. So I support the renaming of the naming of the basketball court for him, for Coach Hamilton.
So, Commissioner, I agree, but I'm also a little hesitant because I'm not familiar with the discussion, and I know that there's discussion about Coach Sue Cimarron as well, along with Coach Hamilton. Is there a way that before we go on the record pushing this, that we could reach out and see what the thought process is, how the university tends to address this, or if the majority of the commission wants to go in head first, obviously we can send over formal notice. Go to maker of the motion first and then come back to Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm happy to defer to the majority. I support it if it's bringing it back to consider at the next meeting, so those conversations can take place in the meantime to get information. I would support that as well.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I want to go on record and say this. There was no discussion about naming the court for Coach Sue until the discussion began about naming the court for Coach Hamilton. Now, I don't want to, I'm pro-woman all day, but she's been gone 2 years. They've had 2 years to do this, if there was an intent to do it. I just don't want it to be, and when I say they, I'm not the university, some people in the community have been having this conversation. I've seen some of the comments, but she's been gone 2 years. And Coach Hamilton, as we said today, he's the winningest coach. I don't know what that means, that now the conversation becomes, that she becomes a part of the conversation, now that we're asking that it be named for Coach Hamilton. But I'm happy to get more information. I think that the fact that Florida State will hear that we're talking about it here will generate some more conversation. And I'm happy, as I said, I've already said to Dr. McCullough that I made a suggestion to him, and he did not make a decision. He did not say no. But so it's already, the seed has been planted. I just don't want the conversation to get convoluted by now bringing Coach Sue into it. And so that's where I am. I'm supportive of it being named for Coach Hamilton.
Understood. Again, I have no idea what the conversation is. I don't know if maybe they've been waiting because the retirements have been so close together. I would just like to kind of informally see what their process is before we engage ourselves in another governmental entity's naming right situation without having the complete picture. Commissioner Richardson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too personally support Coach Hamilton, not only because of his wins and losses, as he indicated on the basketball court, but what he has done in this community, the impact that he has had on the lives of the young men that he's worked with over the years, and what they have gone on to do as a result of his tutelage. I think it's the least that FSU can do, and maybe even more, to recognize him for what he has not only done for the university and the basketball team, but the very lives of those young men that he worked with. So I wouldn't have a problem right now voting to move forward with a recommendation to President McCullough and the Board of Trustees at Florida State University to consider naming that basketball court for Coach Hamilton.
I believe that is the motion on the table right now, correct?
Yes.
Make the recommendation right now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Any other?
And just for clarity, obviously, we don't have any control over their actions. We're just expressing our support for that recommendation.
Great. Any other questions? All right. I am going to respectfully not support it. I love Coach Ham. I think it's well-deserved. I just don't know enough about the conversation or their process right yet. I would have preferred to maybe checked in informally first before making a formal decision, but I respect the will of the board to move forward. All those in favor of the motion?
It is my understanding, too, that the county did, in fact, pass a resolution making this same recommendation.
Sure.
There's precedent for it.
Sure. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the mayor is in opposition of the motion. Passes 4-1. You have the floor.
Thank you,
Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we renamed Wanish Way, we had a conversation about bringing back a memorial in honor of Mr. Sam Wanish. Mr. Manager, on the Sam Wanish issue, do we have an update on the progress of that memorial?
Mr. Banger.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, when it came up, there was concern that Wanish Way was being renamed Althea Gibson Way, and that would no longer recognize Wanish, a former mayor and city commissioner. In our research, we have identified Wanish Court, which is in that same area in Jake Gaither neighborhood that intersects with Althea Gibson Way. And so we have discovered that. We think that's relevant information. There is still recognition, and his name is memorialized in that same area still.
Okay. I'd like if we could communicate that with the constituents that are concerned and see if that, if they would like to see more. We can bring that back to the next meeting, but I know many people were looking forward to a new memorial in his honor, and I'm happy to bring that conversation back at a later date. I know we have pressing issues today. I wanted to start a conversation about the sidewalk widths and the multimodal transportation district. I'd like to request then just a review to come back of our progress over the last 10 years on pedestrian and cyclist infrastructure, the sidewalks that we have put into place, the types of widths, and any other concerns that we run into. My concern is just looking at that program overall to see if it's successful, see if it's limiting the types of development and infill we want to see, and seeing if having a hard 10 feet and 8 feet in certain areas makes sense, or if we should be more flexible while encouraging walkability. So I'll move that we bring back just an update item on the success of the MMTD.
Motion has been made for an update item. Mayor Pro Tem? Hold on, do I have a second to the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Porter.
I guess my question is, having served on the planning commission with multimodal being in place for so long, what's driving this? I mean, I've seen some conversations about the Thomasville Road, but is that what's driving this, or is this an overwhelming? Because as we keep talking about pedestrian safety and doing some things near on FSU's campus for pedestrian safety, we need to do things everywhere dealing with pedestrian safety. So are we? I guess what's driving this? Because I thought we were moving towards more sidewalks and more widening. Because there's a lot of that's going on in my neighborhood right now. I'm getting a scenic tour on the way home because of the widening of sidewalks and I mean the adding of sidewalks and widening that area. So what's the concern, Commissioner Matlow? What's driving that?
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you. And that is what brought it up, the Thomasville Road sidewalk. But the conversation there was the blueprint project that was going to be put into place required 6 to 8 foot sidewalks in certain areas, but private redevelopment requires 10 foot per our code. So it's really just looking at it all together. I know of that one instance My question is, have there been other instances in the entire area? And if 6 and 8 feet is appropriate for a blueprint project, are we being too restrictive by demanding 10 feet? Should we have other ways of having a little more flexibility? I don't want to say common sense, but just a little flexibility on making sure our code's not too strict that we're prohibiting people from doing the types of redevelopments that we want to see. So that's the conversation. I don't know the answer. I don't know from a staff standpoint the safety impacts of 8 feet versus 10 feet versus 12 feet. That's the type of analysis I'd like to see come back.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't have a problem bringing information back, but I want to make sure we don't put ourselves in the spot planning and spot zoning and spot, because one neighborhood, one community, many neighborhoods are begging for sidewalks of any size. So I want us to be very careful. So I don't have a problem with information coming back, but I just want to know what was driving it and make sure that we're not doing any spot, picking and choosing spots to look at. Thank you.
Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a concern with that as well, because I can tell you, and I know that there is staff on board that was around when all of the work and effort and energy was put into, Wayne, I think you were around then, developing that MMTD, and the purpose of that was to ensure pedestrian safety. And I'm sure there were reasons why the sidewalk widths were determined. What I don't want to see is us start to look at carving out individuals being able to, I'm blocking on the word that I'm trying to find in my old age there, Brother Jordan. Exceptions, that's the word I'm looking for. I don't want us to carve out exceptions, because when you open that can of worms, it's hard to get them corralled again, because then someone else will ask for the same kind of carve out or exception. I think just information on how all of this came about, but I would not be in favor of carving out exceptions for any one business or neighborhood for that purpose, because then, again, you would have to review the entire policy and maybe begin to make changes where it's not really warranted.
Still a motion on the table to bring agenda item back for review. Made by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Porter. Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Commissioner Matlow, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I guess I'll start on the Canopy Circle K gas station. I've received the information. I think I have on it just based on the news articles that were cited earlier. I wanted to ask, Mr. Manager, has there been looks based on our direction earlier to look at the public purpose of that site and explore eminent domain actions?
Yeah, that'd be for the attorney.
Madam Attorney.
Madam Attorney?
Thank you. So, Commissioner, as you know, that if an eminent domain proceeding is initiated, then there would be a hearing that would determine the government's need for the property. The government would be required to prove not that just that the property was needed for public use, but that there was no alternative to satisfy the public use that does not involve acquiring the property. I am not aware at this point that a public purpose has been identified for that.
But can I jump in real quick to, let's also be clear for the residents that are here. We are on the third step, but we did go through the first two. We did uphold our word. We promised you that we would reach out to see if they were interested in meeting. They were not interested in meeting. You know that.
Nice.
We reached out formally to see if they would sell it back to us or do a land swap, and they told us they were not interested. Now we are here to talk about the eminent domain that Commissioner Matlow has brought up. Let's be very clear, back when we met in November, and we said we were going to do step 1, 2, and 3. We have done 1. We have done 2. We are discussing 3. Okay? Commissioner Matlow, I'm sorry, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd be interested in an item coming back on April 16th to explore that question. Is there a needed public purpose there? I'm very fearful of the concerns raised by the public on safety, particularly the images of large fires, large-scale fires, so close to a community. So I am interested in having that come back from staff. And if the recommendation is there is no public purpose, if that's their recommendation, we can explore it. But I do think we need to do what we can to protect this neighborhood. So I'd like to recommend that. I'd also like to recommend, and maybe this is a question for staff, Mr. Manager, on the gas station distances from residents in the future.
Just a second. Let me take the first motion first.
Okay.
Let's get a second. There's a motion on the table to bring back an item formally beginning, help me out here,
I need to
Madam
wait.
Attorney.
I need to wait.
Bringing back the first steps of eminent domain.
That would mean bringing back a resolution similar to the item that we brought earlier tonight.
Correct. Okay.
Is that the
Mr.
motion?
Mayor,
I believe so. Let me see if there's a second, and I'm going to come right to you.
I need to help you on the motion, though, please.
Okay, help me on the motion.
To do this, I think you need to direct me to inquire if we have a need for it throughout our departments.
Okay.
Otherwise, you'll add another step past that consideration.
Okay.
So if you can include that, that will help moving along.
Commissioner Matlow, do you understand the recommendation?
Yes, to see if there's departments that have a clear public purpose for that property?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sounds good. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
All right, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay. Now, Commissioner Matlow, back to you, sir.
Thank you. And Mr. Manager, on the question of how close a gas station can be built to residential residential houses, do we have, is there anything in ordinance in the Land Development Code that speaks to that, or is there an appropriate place to have that conversation?
Commissioner, let me ask John to help me with that. Gas stations are allowed generally in a variety of our zoning districts. I'm not sure about distance. John probably knows.
Yes, Commissioner, we don't have a specific setback standard for gas stations for residential uses. Closest thing that would come to that is really generally commercial uses in proximity to low-density residential where we have unique standards, but nothing that speaks directly to separation for gas stations and the concerns associated with that.
And where would the most appropriate, so such as we have regulations where bars can't be in certain distances of churches, is that the Land Development Code? Would that be a similar?
That is tied more to alcohol licensing, so that's in our general code of ordinances, but something like a separation for land uses like that, like this would be more appropriate for our land development code.
Okay. I'd like to just request an agenda item.
If I could ask for some clarification too, it would help, I think, everybody. Gas stations aren't, universally allowed. We know that. They're allowed in certain zoning districts that tend to be on arterial roadways. John, can you describe how the commission would implement a setback as well, how that would couple with the zoning? That might be helpful. You can tell us that.
Yes, and you could do that based a couple of different ways. We see it for other required separations. You could have a set section you create in the land development code that establishes a required distance so we have that for other things where we have a specific lighting section that says certain uses have to have certain standards. Or within specific zoning districts, if you said we're going to allow gas stations in this zoning district that may also include residential uses, for example, if there's a gas station going in this zoning district, then you have to abide by these separation requirements. So it may not be, if you may have Commercial Parkway, for example, which includes like Capitol Circle and our large arterials, where it may not be appropriate to establish a separation just based on the context. But if you have a smaller commercial district where we allow them currently, and we know that we also allow and have a high quantity of residential uses within them where there's a lot of conflict there, then you could do it specifically to that zoning district.
Okay. Mr. Manager, do you understand the community concern? I don't need to get detailed on the specifics, but just to have the analysis come back and bring back a recommendation to limit the amount of the distance between gas stations in the future on single-family residential neighborhoods?
Yes, sir. I just want to provide some help on that. It's not a simple answer, right? It depends. And of course, I think it probably needs to be said, the city attorney will correct me, I don't think it can be applied retroactively. Now, in this case, we're talking about a PUD.
Moving forward.
It'd be moving forward, right?
Then, yeah, I'll make a motion to bring that back. I'll defer to staff. I think 750 to 1,000 feet would be appropriate, but just do analysis of what other communities do, knowing the overall goal and what we've heard from the neighborhood.
Second.
Motion on the table, seconded by Commissioner Porter. Mayor Pro Tem.
I guess my question is, you would think that there would be some environmental safeguards to get some environmental permitting. It seems like that would be where there would be some need for distance from houses. There's no stopgap in the environmental arena?
Not specifically to the concerns that we really heard on this. For example, like benzene exposure and things like that. And that's mainly because we don't regulate that element of it. That is the state that regulates a lot of those concerns. So our code is not, designed in terms of separation requirements to address those types of concerns.
Right.
That would be something that really we would have to delegate to the state.
So at what point would I guess when they go to apply for an environmental permit or if they have to go apply for an environmental permit, is it DEP or whomever would do that?
That's correct. And I'll say one way or the other, I'm not aware if they have a specific distance requirement for tank storage for locations, for example. But just to say that's, if it were going to happen, that's where that would come from.
Is there, Mr. Mayor, is there someone, your staff are in our environmental area that can reach out to DEP to see if there is something that can be used before we go through all of these rigmaroles, if DEP is going to stop it? I would rather know ahead of time that there may be a stopgap that are a reason to call DEP out to get involved to try to stop it.
We can certainly collect that information as well.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, in the first, John, if you remember, the very first meeting that we had, and Karen was there, I believe, we talked about that there was going to have to be an environmental permit issued by DEP, and I think we suggested that the neighborhood reach out to DEP to see if that would be a avenue of recourse. I don't know if that ever happened, if anybody ever reached out to DEP to determine.
Yeah, I'm not aware if the residents have or not.
No? Okay.
Okay.
So
Yeah, the very first meeting that we had, that issue came up.
Right there. Okay, hold on just a second, everybody. Hold on just a second. Mr. Reddick? You got a question, answer for Mr. Richardson?
And I believe that was inquiring whether we have or whether the neighbors have.
No, was that suggested to them at some point? Because I remember it coming up, and I didn't dream this, because I wouldn't have known.
You're referring to our first meeting where we, as a
Yes.
roundtable here. I do remember that discussion about reaching out to DEP as well.
All right, motion on the table made by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Porter. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously, 5-0. Commissioner Matlow, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Manager, on March 13th, I sent some questions by email related to TPD's partnership with ICE and the 287G agreement. I was expressing concerns about the budgetary impacts and the cost of enforcement that would be needed. I didn't get a response to those questions, so I'd just like to ask them now. The first question was, how many officers are expected to be trained in federal immigration enforcement based on the MOA, and how many hours of training and testing are expected, and what will be the total cost to the local taxpayers?
Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mr. I believe the answer is 1 in 40 hours. I'm going to look at the chief. Yep, that's correct.
Okay. Commissioner Matlow?
1 officer and 40 hours of training. And is I'll just read the questions. What role is TPD anticipating playing in federal immigration enforcement with a trained officer.
Mr. Mayor, let me ask the chief. He can,
Sure.
I think
Chief?
he can describe this well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Commissioner, it's very simple. We will simply train one officer per the 287G agreement. There's a lot of consideration that went into this through 908, 104, and 111. 104 is the requirement to do it. 111 is the governor's authority to enforce it being done. I serve as the third vice president with Florida Police Chiefs Association. We checked with not only my legal, but with the legal with the Florida Police Chiefs Association. We concur that this is the step forward that is necessary. So we're taking the very minimal approach to train one officer. That officer already currently works with the Marshal's Task Force as well as the State Attorney's Task Force. And what that officer will be doing is simply as they continue to look for violent, forcible felons, if they come across any, that officer would then have the training to deal with the deportation of that violent felony offender. We are not going knocking on doors. We're not, randomly going out checking IDs and doing that. So the cost, you asked about that in one of your questions, is negligible for us because that person will be doing what they're already doing. They will simply just be trained. We will have access to the database, which will help us in those situations where we already deal with them and come across those things. But we just feel that this is absolutely the most prudent step that we can take as not only an agency, but a city.
Can I read you the other two questions I had?
Sure, absolutely.
How many man-hours would we expect to be redirected from handling local issues or calls, working on violent crime, to divert to federal immigration enforcement?
Zero.
Zero. And then other than salaries, are there any other expenses local government is expected to absorb to work on federal immigration?
None at all.
Okay. Those are my email questions. I do have a few follow-ups, if you don't mind. I think we all recognize the concern
Sure.
in the community, and I think it's a level of so much concern that we have people who are U.S. citizens in our city that feel like they have to carry their papers with them,
Sure.
or that they could be either unlawfully detained or unlawfully targeted. What protections do we have in place to ensure our city, or at least TPD, is not profiling all of these concerns, profiling people, stopping and asking them for an ID, all of these sorts of things?
That's a very good question, and it's a legitimate concern. And I will simply reiterate, the Tallahassee Police Department is a national leader in law enforcement services. We just got reaccredited again for the 12th consecutive time, which again is the longest consecutive accreditation in the nation. And that was with excellence and meritorious, which means we are the best of the best. Our policy strictly prohibits that. We train our officers against racial profiling of any kind, and that would apply here as well. So our officers just simply don't participate in that. We don't do that kind of thing, and it's not going to apply here.
Can you speak to community concerns about ICE or TPD going into schools or churches?
Yeah, I mean, that's just not what we're going to be part of. That's not what this is about. The sheriff, that's not what they're going to be about and what they're doing. As we go about our daily duties of doing it, which we have always done, then we will have the ability, someone trained, to deal with that person if we come across them. But we are not actively going out looking for this.
And can you help me separate it if it's a violent offender or a criminal who would be taken to jail where they already have agreement in place for ICE holds and such? How does TPD's role differ from that? Is TPD only interacting with other crimes?
Right, the 287G specifically addresses the fact that witnesses of crimes, victims of crimes, are not subject to any of this. So that's strictly prohibited in the statute, the 908, as well. So, again, we're going to follow the law. As the law is written, we always do, we always will. And that's the bottom line here, is we're going to follow the law. We're going to do what we're required to do by statute and by executive order. And we're going to do our jobs. But we're not going to go out of our way to do something different than we've already been doing. We currently enforce the laws. We will continue to enforce the laws as they're written.
Thank you, Chief, and I agree. We're going to follow the law.
Right.
We would expect you to,
Sure.
as well. Madam Attorney, I do have questions. Liability concerns have been raised. What protections do we have, or what training or processes do we have in place to protect ourselves against these type of false imprisonment, detainment, things we've seen in other communities?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just echo what the chief is saying, is that they're trained legally to make sure that they don't run afoul of those kinds of situations that result in liability. So I don't really think in that way it's really any different than what the officers do every day in terms of avoiding liability for those kinds of issues.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
All right, are we all done?
I'm done.
Okay. Commissioner Richardson.
The only thing I wanted to mention, Mr. Mayor, and let me confirm it, is the Urban League tomorrow morning is having a dedication of 2 replacement homes that they have completed in collaboration with our AHAC. The first at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, 823 Dent Street, which is in the Frenchtown neighborhood. And then the second home is 1030 Harlem Street, and then they will have a press conference at 12:30 at the third home, which is located at 1417 Woodgate Way. So if anyone is interested in attending those, I guess, key passing overs, or the dedication of the replacement homes by the Urban League, that will be there. And then just secondly, the Southside Farmers Market. We start our Farmers Market 2025 season tomorrow, 2 o'clock at the Walker Ford Community Center.
Great.
That's all I have.
All right. Commissioner Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of questions. And I appreciate about the 287G agreement. I appreciate the chief's responses to Commissioner Matlow's questions. I would like a little bit more transparency and understanding about how we came to enter into the agreement. Mr. City Manager or the police chief, could you address sort of, did we approach ICE? Did ICE approach us? How did this come to be exactly?
Yeah. Let me get the chief to
Chief,
describe the
back and join
process.
us.
Mayor, Commissioner. Yeah, very simply, the process was 908 was passed. That's legislation that addressed, again, 104, 111, addressed those 2 issues. The governor issued an executive order, which explained further what that was. Through legal consideration with my legal advisor and with the Florida Police Chiefs Association, we again determined that was best practices and what was going to be eventually required of everybody anyway. So we felt the most prudent step was to take a very cautious approach. So that MOU, the 287 is there. There's a list of those that have already signed the agreement. There's a list of those that are pending the acceptance of the agreement, and I'm sure there's a list of those that have not. So again, that's my decision. It's a decision that I made very carefully with a lot of legal advice from both my own advisor and the Florida Police Chiefs and our collaboration with the executive board and our legal advisors there. So there was a lot of discussion that went into that across the state. And again, we feel that this is the most prudent step to take at this point.
Mayor, may I?
Sure.
So I just want to clarify because of something that was said that, to the chief's point, this was not a decision that was made without legal consult. Right. There were some changes in the law as it went forward in its interpretation, and I just wanted to reiterate that it was the chief's discretion ultimately, and he
Correct.
made that decision with legal advice from my office and with all the other information that he
Correct.
did. So I just thank you for allowing me to just clarify that.
Commissioner Porter, you got the floor.
Thank you. And could you clarify for me what is your opinion about what is legally required of the city as it pertains to entering into a 287G agreement? Not what is prudent, what is legally required.
I think when the new law was passed, it did not specifically reference 287G agreements for municipalities. After it passed, the task force model was revived, and it's clear now that the state is interpreting the law to require local law enforcement officers or departments to enter that. Again, I think it was also always clear that it was the discretion of the chief to make that decision, which he did, given all the input that he had from his colleagues around the state, which was very significant, I think, in the process.
Commissioner Porter.
I'm a little confused because that is not what you told me yesterday during our briefing. Why are you laughing, Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Hold on, let me bring it back. It's been a long night. Commissioner, I think, Madam Attorney, are we back? Was that a question?
I want clarification because when we spoke, when I first learned about this, and then when we spoke yesterday, you told me it was still your, and correct me if I understood you wrong, that it was your legal opinion that we did not have a legal requirement to enter into the 287G agreement.
I think that it is not clear that there is a legal requirement for us to enter into the 287G. If I didn't make that clear in my conversation with you, I apologize. I don't think the law is clear. I think the legislative history is a little bit unclear, but I think what I said, and again, I apologize if I didn't convey it accurately, is that what I've seen now is that because these 287G agreements have been revived, they had been discontinued, it does appear that the state is interpreting the law to require that local municipalities enter these agreements.
And when you say the state, who are you referring to?
Well, I mean, the governor's office, it has not been tried in court yet.
Thank you. So on that note, I want to bring to everyone's attention, in case we weren't aware, because I wasn't aware and this is all developing, the city of South Miami did authorize litigation to clarify whether local municipalities are required to enter into 287G agreements. And I'm interested in doing the same. So I would make a motion that we direct the city attorney to seek a declaratory judgment of the courts on our responsibility as it pertains to entering into these agreements.
All right, Commissioner Porter has made a motion to seek declaratory judgment on whether or not municipals in the state of Florida do in fact need to sign the 287G agreements. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it and have a question.
There is a second to the motion. Commissioner Matlow, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not familiar with what South Miami Beach did. I was wondering if we could get that to come back to our next meeting for consideration.
That's fine with me. I'll amend the motion that we have an item coming back to us at our next meeting for a review of this issue. Well, I'll just keep it very narrowly tailored. Background on what the city of South Miami did and what that legal action looks like as an informational item.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Motion fails 3-2 with Mayor Pro Tem, and Commissioner Richardson in dissent. Commissioner Porter, you have the floor.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. City Manager, is there a reason you waited over a week to let us know that the city had entered into this agreement? And I want to add with the context that this is the biggest issue going on in the country right now.
Mr. Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I never volunteered it to you. You asked me. I didn't wait a week. It was a normal matter of process. We have these kind of agreements. The chief signs them. And so it was a standard order of business. We understand the importance of it. You've heard the discussion of the chief, but it wasn't, I didn't wait a week. You asked me, and I responded when you asked.
Sure, so is your point that you never would have told us?
Correct.
Okay.
But on point, how many interlocal agreements do we have with the federal government right now, whether it's with U.S. Marshals, whether it's with ATF?
Dozens, sir.
DEA?
I don't know the exact number, but we have dozens, and I sign MOUs and MOAs probably 2 to 3 a week.
I understand that, but this is different. This, let me read from, I mean, are we playing dumb here to say that this isn't a matter that we know will impact our community, that at the very least will raise concerns from community members, that you as the city manager have a responsibility to equip us with the information necessary to address the community? I mean, are we kidding here? Just as an example, in 2022, members of the UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination condemned the, quote, persistence of the practice of racial profiling by law enforcement officials, including from the Customs and Border Protection and the Immigration Customs Enforcement, and called on the Biden administration to do away with these kinds of agreements. This is not a standard MOU agreement. And if you think so, I'm extremely concerned about your judgment. Is there a reason that even after we raised, or I raised concerns and asked questions, and I don't think I was CC'd on Commissioner Matlow's questions that weren't answered, is there a reason that you wouldn't just answer us or answer my questions? Because I read, for example, that in the Tallahassee Democrat that we only assigned one officer, and that's something that I would hope that, especially after showing interest in this issue, would have been communicated to the commission. Is there a reason you didn't?
Yeah. I don't think you asked me that question. You asked me a bunch of questions and I answered them, but you didn't ask me that question.
You're right. I didn't ask you that specific question. You didn't answer all my questions, but my question is,
On point, Mr. Mayor. I asked those questions and didn't get a response.
are we kidding here? The point is, you have someone who was elected. You were not elected. I was elected. Do you think that is funny? And I'll speak to my colleagues who happily will stand and do Sister Girl and proclamations for Women's History Month, but do not protect their duly elected colleague when she is treated this way by our city manager, who is not giving us all the information.
Talking to me.
I am speaking to my colleagues.
I'd like for everybody just
It is
to take
our
a deep
responsibility
breath,
jointly
please.
to hold the city manager accountable. That is the only check for all the appointed officials.
Mr. Mayor, on point.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
not finished,
Mayor,
and I have a question.
Just a second, Commissioner Porter, I'll come right back to you, I promise you. On point, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want Commissioner Porter to have as much time as she wants to say whatever she needs to say, but I want her to leave how I manage out of
Don't
how she
direct it to
manages,
me.
because I do hold the city manager accountable.
Yes.
You know, what I want to know, I ask him. I talk to him and I ask him. I get it in my briefings. I do all those things so that when we get here, we don't have to have these outbursts. So I don't try to tell her how to manage. Don't tell me how to manage. I manage the city manager just fine. Thank you.
Commissioner Porter, you have the floor.
Is there a reason you forwarded our email exchange to the Tallahassee Democrat?
Yes.
Mr. Manager.
Could you please tell me the reason?
Mr. Mayor, would you like to have this conversation?
Go ahead.
I mean, I would rather not. If you tell me to do it, I'll do it, but we have devolved into not a productive relationship here.
I agree, just answer the question, though, please.
So the question is why I sent it to the Tallahassee Democrat. I sent it because I expected you to put it on social media, and I'm not on social media, because it felt like that was the kind of dialogue we were having. That's why I sent it. It is public record.
Do you think those questions were unreasonable? Wondering.
I answered them.
Right, so what is it's a public record. What's the fear?
There was no fear, that's why I sent it. I wasn't concerned about the conversation.
This can just be a rhetorical question, but are my colleagues comfortable with the city manager who reports to me and all of us sending emails to the Tallahassee Democrat?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it.
You don't have a problem
No,
with that?
it's public record.
I don't think-
Absolutely. Commissioner Matlow?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
question?
Yeah, on point.
And I'm also ready to move on with substantive. We've been here
Sure.
for 6 hours as well.
I will say that the city manager is a substantive issue, and his performance.
Commissioner Matlow has the floor on point. Commissioner Porter, if you give him just a second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree. I was disappointed isn't the word because it's so much stronger than that, of the expectation of city leadership, to also be elected and go 2 weeks and not receive answers from either the manager or the police chief, frankly, on basic questions that were answered today in 5 minutes isn't acceptable. And to see those answers printed in the Tallahassee Democrat that they were okay to answer to the news media but not to elected officials, I don't think is a standard we should accept at the City of Tallahassee. I saw the exchange between Commissioner Porter and the city manager that I was copied on. I felt it was demeaning and derogatory and unprofessional that you would communicate with an elected official that way. I think you continue to try to exert some sort of a power and authority over Commissioner Porter in an inappropriate fashion, and I would hope the majority of our commission, if this is the city manager that should remain here, would say, do a better job, expect better of our city manager for how he interacts with other commissioners. And if we need to make motions on what's an acceptable time to answer an email or an acceptable way to talk to a commissioner, we can, but I'm just asking everybody to collectively consider what Commissioner Porter's saying and how we can actually address that issue and have a more productive relationship in the future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Let me come back to Commissioner Porter, and then we haven't even
I wanted to address.
we haven't even gotten to you yet. Commissioner Mayor
know,
Pro Tem,
I
you
know.
got your time coming too. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you. I'm ready to move on. I would like to make a motion or ask of the mayor, whatever's appropriate, that we ensure that unagended speakers are given the opportunity to speak at the end of, after public hearings. I think it just makes sense that, our meetings are already, as it is, can be unpredictably timed. And I think when people show up, I think it makes sense that we take unagended speakers when there's a break and an opportunity to do so that people can leave once they've addressed us. But I think that it's important that if we have a public hearing and we have 10 minutes to take unagended speakers, people plan around being able to come here when they see there's a public hearing after 6. So I understand that you made that decision and that's your right as chair, but, I have a concern about the public being able to address us. And so if I need to make a motion, I will, but I wanted to address that.
Sure, Commissioner Porter, I'll give it some thought. We've been here for 6 hours. I don't want to make a knee-jerk reaction. We're trying to figure out the most efficient way to give everybody the right to speak, but at the same time to run the meetings. Our CRA meetings start at 9 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes our blueprint meetings start at noon when we have workshops. We have workshops during the day. City Commission meetings start at 3. Public hearings are at 6. We have government meetings all throughout the day. We're trying to figure out the most efficient way, but of course I will take it into consideration moving.
Okay, Madam City Attorney, is a motion appropriate? I mean, we have policies and procedures for what this looks, for how we run our meetings, so I understand the mayor has a lot of discretion as chair, but this is something that we can weigh in on as a board, can we not?
Yes, there's no reason you can't make a motion.
But under Robert's rules, I have the opportunity to recognize that motion or not, correct?
We don't abide by Robert's rules.
But you know what? I'll allow you to make your motion. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
All right. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
And the motion fails 3-2 with the mayor pro tem, and Commissioner Richardson in dissent. Commissioner Porter, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr.
And I
Mayor.
will still take it in consideration.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mayor pro tem?
The night is far spent, and there have been some things said here that I don't even want to address, because I have great concern for a dear friend of this community who is at the hospital, possibly saying goodbye to her loved one. And I just ask that we keep her in our prayers, her and her family in our prayers. And that is Ms. Altamise Barnes. And I had hoped to get to the hospital this evening to see her, and to see them, but hopefully I'll be able to get there in the morning, and hopefully things will not have changed drastically. So I just ask this community to pray for her and her husband, and wrap your arms around her when we see her. She is a community jewel, a community asset. Even at her husband's bedside, she's working, trying to keep things moving in our community. And so I don't want to dishonor how I'm feeling about her tonight, how I know this community feels about her and loves her, by dealing with things that are not where we need to be as a commission. So I just ask that we keep her, whisper a little prayer for her and her husband and her family. She, as many of you may know, she has a great grandson. His name is Solar, and Solar and them are here, and his mom and grandmother, they're here as well. And Solar is really the bright spot that's helping her during this time. So let's just keep them in our prayers. Thank you.
Excellent. We stand adjourned.